Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2023. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Wolf here for Friday's incredible games that we have prepared for you. And I'm very much hoping that I remain 0% win rate when it comes to my predictions for this week. I've been top of the standings when it comes to predictions, and now the maximum I can get is 6 out of 10. And it feels a bit like a 6 out of 10 so far, Wolf.
Well, I gotta say, I think we have two really important matches tonight. Of course, the first one that's happening that we're going to jump into in just a moment here, the KT Rolster versus Kwangdong one, is really important for Kwangdong if they could take a win here. For KT Rolster, really important not to lose momentum right now. And then, of course, later on tonight, we're going to have Genji up against Liv Sandbox, which could be another upset. We've seen so many already, as you pointed out. Your predictions are not because you're foolish. It's because we have had some really unusual matches this week. Starting off with, of course, D plus Kia losing to Genji earlier in the week. So both Liv Sandbox and Genji coming off a win. We'll talk about that later on in our second series, though, of course. Yeah,
that's going to be a battle for second place, or first place, as it were. T1 still with a match to play this week. It will be Genji's second, but this is the world we're living in. Liv Sandbox currently third place, vying for first, at least if they manage to beat Genji tonight. Just crazy stuff. KT, however, trying very, very desperately to get back to the west side of the bracket.
Yeah, a win tonight would put them at 3-2 and very likely into the 5th place spot, dethroning Bro for the moment here. So it's a very important one because you want to make sure you can get as many wins as you can right now, especially with the resurgence of Hanwha Esports, who is competing for that final playoff spot right now. As KT looking for that third win, right? And Kwangdong Freaks, they have Jun back in the lineup tonight. We'll see if he can perform well. We haven't seen him since that first loss against Hanwha Esports. And they're on a really rough start to the season. 4 losses. It's been around the bottom side where their opponents have played around, where they've lost that bottom 2v2 and fallen very far behind. And even though Bulldog's had great laning stats, it's been because he's been left alone in the lane a lot, and his opponents are roaming bottom side and crushing Taeyun down there on the bottom.
Absolutely. Taeyun and Jun up against Aiming and Lehens today as well. LCK champion Lehens, who's been playing a whole eclectic slew of champions, not necessarily carrier-esque, but has been playing a whole lot. Keen versus Dudu is going to be our key matchup for this one. Of course, main characters for both of these teams for the last couple of matches.
Yeah.
Who, of course, hasn't necessarily been participating a whole lot, but definitely has been very, very important as BDD's Azir. 100 Azir games in the LCK. And just to add a little bit of context there, we know Rascal as the Renekton guy, or at least we did until Morgan came into the LCK. Rascal's only played like 35 games of Renekton.
Yeah, this is the BDD pick, the Azir. Believe it or not, I think it's unlikely we'll see it today, actually, with the way the meta has changed.
I kind of hope you're right, yeah.
Let's welcome KT Rolster here because they are the favorites tonight, right? Coming off of some wins here. They're looking for their third, though, and this is a team that has played more around topside, in fact. And Keen is the reason. He's actually come back to form here in the LCK.
He's looking really good.
He's playing against his former team tonight, so it feels like there's a lot of history here as he leaves Kwangdong, joins KT Rolster. Now he can defeat Dudu, potentially in this Keen test, the strongest, most consistent part of Kwangdong's roster. So it feels like, in a weird way, a pretty terrible mismatch here for the Kwangdong Freaks. You're playing through topside a little bit. You should be, at least, because you're certainly not finding success on the bottom side. But KT played through topside, and it's Keen you're up against here.
Yeah, and it's Young Jay up against a lot of his former teammates that he used to sit behind as well. There is definitely a lot of history, but I think a lot of it comes down to how much Kwangdong Freaks is going to be able to rally around Jun. He was already named their captain before their first match here in the LCK, and then was pretty much immediately subbed out. And we think due to health reasons, not for play reasons, or something like that. There's been some rumors flying around and things like that, but hoping that Kwangdong Freaks show a better side of themselves with Jun back in the roster, because a lot of us were really excited to see this guy that did so much for DRX Challenger come here into the LCK and really make a mark. So far hasn't happened, but we'll see whether it does today.
Bulldog has been given picks like the Victor. He's played it the most. He's 5 games of it, 1 and 4. But he hasn't found success with it. I think drafting around his laning phase, as we've seen so many times Stevie Max has tried to do, hasn't been successful. So I'd like to see something a little bit different here, draft around his potential in team fights, as this is the key player matchup. We talked about it a lot, but notice that even though Dudu has been one of the more consistent parts of this roster, his stats are dwarfed by Keen's here, and Keen spent a lot of time getting early resources. Dudu, more of a solo lane, side laning guy only this season, but even that hasn't given Kwangdong much success.
Yeah, and you can see the jungle participation difference at 14. Keen certainly is where KT like to play around. They're being rewarded for it somewhat outside of this DPM number, which is looking a little bit rough for both of these players. And if they're going to invest more into Keen, then maybe they want to give him champions that do have the ability to get into these team fights, or allow him to just win games via the split push. But it hasn't necessarily been what we've seen LCK teams picking up victories doing. Even though it's a great strategy, works exceptionally well, this is the one team that has done it, but it was only one time, and I don't trust them to do it again that well.
Yeah, we had Keen play the Urgot as well. There's been a lot of priority towards Jax for Keen. Fiora has been the most played, tied with Renekton for Dudu, so could end up being a Jax versus Fiora matchup tonight once again, where the side laning is the win condition for both of these teams, and which one of those champions gets put down early could be a determining factor. However, we don't praise KT's macro very often, and I think we're still a little bit early to be doing that, but we know that it has been stronger than Kwangdong Freaks'. So if that's going to be your win condition against Keen, you're just hitting a brick wall. You haven't found success with the bottom side of the map at all. And yes, Moham was in for several of their matches, playing with June only in that first best of 3, but if they can't play around bottom side and they try to play around top side and fail, and Bulldog is just the victor in the mid lane with a 20 CS lead, not doing damage, not making an impact, I think that this may be a similar story to the last few Kwangdong Freaks matches, but we'll see what CVMax has planned now that June, the shot caller, is back on this roster.
Yeah, I hope that they can at least look a little bit more coordinated on the Rift this time around, because there's been a fair bit of rolling over and dying from Kwangdong Freaks in the first few weeks. Of course, largely something we expected. CVMax has been very outspoken, saying that this is a rebuild style of roster that's really trying to work towards excellence come Summer Split, perhaps, and they're treating Spring Split as, you know, just a bit of practice to get towards that point. But Taeyun also does have a lot of experience alongside June as well, so you can imagine that he's also going to be a lot more comfortable in that lane.
Yeah.
As here's Hirai looking amazing as per usual. Rapid Star, I believe, very close by as well.
Yeah, we saw him, or I saw him in the makeup room. You probably saw him too earlier. I know he's here. And CVMax on the other side. The one thing he specifically mentioned about June in the pregame interview was that he wants June and Moham to compete against each other. That's his goal for spring season. So there may have been some health issues that affected June starting, but he wants to see which one is going to come out stronger, because he also has said that he thinks Moham is the better Enchanter support player, which is very important in this meta. But the shot calling value that June brings to the team has just been so huge. And as we go into this first draft here, KT will have blue side. And if you play through strong 2v2 and pushing power, that has been how Kwangdong have lost a majority of their matches. And I expect KT, if the respect isn't shown here in the draft, we're going to see it another time here. You have blue side, you could pick the Lucian, you could pick one of these pushing Varus lanes, look for dives, and that is why we see the Elise ban here for Kwangdong Freaks.
Kassadin going to be the follow-up. KT not wanting to run into any of the shenanigans that T1 ran into last night with early Kassadin picks that feel very difficult to punish. That being said, they often can be punished. Just didn't quite work out last night, and they're not going to take the risk. As Lucian going to be banned away here, looking at Caitlyn being pretty high priority, Varus being pretty high priority, and the Ryze also. Stocks certainly going up when the Kassadin has been banned.
Yeah, I think that we will see a ban on that Caitlyn here, as these are the other two champions you see banned for Kwangdong Freaks are 100% focused on, we got to make sure Taeyun and June can play the game, because they have not been able to play the game. And June, potentially for health reasons, but even when Moham was in, the bottom lane is a rough spot for Kwangdong Freaks, as we will see the Yuumi first pick here.
It's Lehens.
Yep, and it might be a handshake game where we do see scaling 80 carries, which you feel great about that if you're Kwangdong Freaks. Taeyun might actually get to 3 items in a game of League of Legends, which, you know,
unheard of.
Yeah, that's what you want, right? And Grabbing the Zeri here, you have your first pick of jungle as well. Could grab the Maokai. It's a pretty easy call. Great defensively, great for side laning, like we've seen Dudu operate around so much here in these first few weeks. So I like this draft so far here for Kwangdong Freaks, kind of getting everything they want.
Yep, Sejuani and Siva likely to be the lock-ins here for KT, as Kwangdong Freaks will just collect themselves the Lulu and will jump into the next round of bans. I don't think there's anything that really stands out that you want to priority pick for your solo lanes, so Lulu I think is the safest option. And now we just aim for a bit of a Cassante for Dudu, something like that, maybe a Fiora, and then throw it back to KT and see what they can cook up. But I think Sylas needs to be banned away.
Yes.
Akali's going to be an important option as well, especially with Bulldog's propensity to head towards things like the Victor.
Yeah, 100% you got to ban the Sylas here for Kwangdong Freaks. Akali going to be taken away as a result. We might see something like a Azir ban here if they are worried that BDD is just going to scale it up, you know, with this Sivir draft and play around those mid-game fights that Azir offers you.
Yeah.
A pretty safe call here. In terms of other mid picks, I mean, the Talia pick, something that you don't pick blind, so it's really easy to just ban Azir here because you know it's BDD and nobody wants to see him play 100 games with Azir, so to take that one off the board.
Yep, I wouldn't mind if KT did just go for a, Twisted Fate and Camille-style draft like they did last time around. That split-pushing style worked very well.
This
Dudu, does he go towards Fiora here? That is one of the big ones that's open, but Cassante is going to be the option here.
Yeah, if you ban the Jax here, it feels like an easy Fiora lock for Dudu if he's confident he can play it into the Cassante matchup. And I think that is very likely going to be the matchup we get here. Gnar being the alternative, as Lehen's just getting some respect shown by his AD carry here.
Yep, I like that a lot. Building up that synergy. They could just lock it. Keen could just play some Singed in the top side of the map, where he used to be played.
Now, obviously, Azir the most iconic champion for BDD in terms of how many games he's played, but I'd say Syndra, you can think back to 2021, the Control Mage meta there, probably a close second in terms of what he has gone for here in terms of blind picks.
Yep.
And he will be doing that again here with the Renekton into the Cassante, so a lot of mid-game power here. And no, don't do it! Don't do it to me, Bulldog!
I'd almost written it down already.
Oh, no, don't do it to me, Bulldog!
He's going to lock it in. There we go. That's a big grin on his face as well. I think he could sense the groans from literally everyone watching him pick the Victor. But that is what we're going to see. And my goodness, is this not a set of drafts for both these teams? Whoa.
I think that KT can have some damage problems later on in the game, but and this is if they fall behind, if Kwangdong Freaks get ahead with a Victor Zeri draft, which is
GG, yeah.
which is possible but unlikely right now, and it's BDD on the Syndra, so you want to trust, you want to believe he's going to get those splinters early. Now, the one thing I will say about Kwangdong Freaks is a lot of these drafts where Bulldog has struggled on the Victor, he's picked the Victor for the lane matchup, he's crushed Syndra with it multiple times, and this is another game where he might be 15-20 CS up and then still lose, right? But this time, because it's the handshake matchup in the bottom lane, he has less pressure on him, and we're not going to see him struggle to roam down and save against a big, deep dive. Like we saw the Set dive from Faker, we saw the Sylas dive coming through from Fate. These are most recent losses for Victor here for Bulldog, where he just is like, well, I took Ghost, and I can't do anything. I can't help the bottom side. They're going to be destroyed. This isn't that kind of bottom lane, so feels like a very different win condition here for the Victor this time, because he's going to sit back and scale in a composition that does scale to the late game extremely well.
And do you want to know something? Bulldog's stats in the LCK, he has infinity times more wins on Victor than any other champion. Any other champion, Wolf. And that's a stat that I'm ready to take to the bank. Let's hop onto the Rift, ladies and gentlemen, and get into game one. All right, here we are. I will try not to bring up too many more facetious low sample size statistics for you guys, but I can't make any promises.
I'll give you guys one.
What's that?
He's played 5 games of victories, 1 and 4 as we mentioned. He has played 4 games of other champions. So he has played more games of Victor than he has played other champions.
has definitely been a lot of Victor picked up by the Kwangdong Freaks, which I would normally be upset about, but Bulldog has been pretty good at the champion.
Yeah. Doesn't need to take Ghost in this matchup. He likes to take it against melee champions. He's going to be taking the teleport, of course, in a control mage matchup like this one. And we have seen him destroy in terms of lane prio, but again, not that important in this particular game.
Yep. I think a lot of it will come down to things like setup for BDD and Cuz to get that 2v2 rolling, which is something that you can certainly do. As Bulldog, just going to wait over here. Does have that ward down. Should be able to catch BDD as he approaches.
Just want to get that Q trade. Rock area early.
Yep.
This type of aggressive play. This is how Bulldog plays the lane. It's really a joy to watch him because he's so famous for his laning, coming from the Kwangdong Academy squad in Challengers, and you see it every time he gets these matchups. You give him a melee matchup to play the Victor in, he pushes it super hard. You see it again here in Syndra. He just likes to push his advantages as best as he can. And dodging these Qs, you know, this is the kind of thing that Bulldog is famous for. Now hasn't led to wins because he hasn't been able to find much outside of the lane.
Yeah, and that is important. However, we'll have to see, because Victor, as we used to talk about, has a lot of DPS in the later stages of the game, but it just hasn't been something that we've been able to talk about because he hasn't been able to have the space to make it work. As yeah, we got 8 losses in a row for the Syndra.
Notice the players, though, 2 of them being BDD.
Yeah.
But a lot of the weaker teams here in the LCK are on this list. Fiesta playing it 3 times. And of course, Victor here not faring much better. But Zeka picking up one of those losses against the Aurelia of Chovy, which I think was the big problem, as he just kept getting caught in sides.
Yeah, that was a bit of a rough one. But so far, both of these champions have been very underwhelming. So I'm looking forward to seeing one of them win, because we'll get to see what they look like when things are going well, which they haven't been necessarily in the past. Looking at the comps, though, I mean, I feel like KT's is very reminiscent of some of the others, and some of those comps where the Syndra did kind of just look a bit lost. You pick up one of these scaling bottom lanes, you've got Sejuani, you know, relatively tanky, not super flashy or anything, as Jun's taking a fair bit of damage here towards the bottom side, but it's not going to be eventuating in too much. And yeah, the longevity of the comp is where it kind of falls apart, because the top side falls off while the bottom side's trying to spike, and then not enough of a front line to keep that powerful bottom lane alive.
A lot of the time you pick Syndra into melees because you actually get that pushing power. Now with red side here, Kwangdong Freaks get to have the counter pick for the Victor, so he can kind of control this lane early if he plays it well, which, you know, he generally has. But what this is going to offer you specifically in the Zeri and Sivir handshake is we're going to see Sivir spike faster with Kraken Slayer. Taeyun is going to spike that early. Bulldog also not going to be as powerful in terms of CC setup as the Syndra in early game fights around Herald and early Drakes.
Ooh, a little bit cute.
Got scared for a second.
Indeed.
But
taking that Rift Scuttler, he'll be fine, and the Maokai going to move away. So, you are free to go about your point, Wolf.
Yeah, it's not much longer, I promise, guys.
That's totally fine. Arctic Assault there, as we're going to get a Bramble Smash to follow it up. Twisted Advance, Youngjae going to have to flash. Gets himself out of the way. Cuz going to clean up the popcorn chicken. Love that. Doesn't leave it on the floor. And now I think you'll be able to take it away, Wolf.
Yeah, well, I mean, things like Scour of the Week are so much more valuable in these early skirmishes than a Gravity Field. You know, Gravity Field can help you run away, can set something up if you have a really nice gank assist or it's a 2v1, but BD will always have more agency in the early game. He will always have less damage consistently in the late game. So that's what the difference between these two mages is going to be, particularly in this draft. But because Sivir is stronger, faster than Zeri, I think the Syndra does fit this this composition quite well here for KT if they could stack Drakes, if they could stack early objectives.
Yeah, the thing that is kind of cool about the Sivir and Syndra pairing specifically is the fact that aiming does do a heck of a lot of AoE. And there is a lot of single target focus for Syndra, but if you get all of your orbs on the floor, you have a lot of AoE CC. So that can create a bit of a playground for aiming to run around in, which I'm looking forward to seeing. Outside of that, though, I mean, Keen will just be a meatball in the late game, and Cuz is going to have to try and find these targets to set up for that first pick, that first unleashed power from BDD to start these fights off on the right foot. Whether they'll find the targets that they're looking for is going to be the big question moving forward, because there is a lot of cohesiveness for the late game team fighting of Kwangdong Freaks if they're on an even footing.
Yeah, Cuz comes over here, just going to clear this ward, and We talked about the laning phase for Bulldog and how he's been a bully against Syndra in the past on this Victor pick, but ever since Youngjae lost his flash, the danger of Cuz has pushed him back in the lane, and he is not actually pushing advantages anymore. BD actually starting to get more control in mid, which allows things like this roam here for Cuz, where he clears that control ward, and he's not committing to the gank, he's just paying a visit, because this lane, obviously, in the early parts can go Zeri Lulu favored.
Yep. Ooh, bit of a Doinby ultimate. Like to see it. Clearing out that wave, getting a nice back timing there for Bulldog. And BDD, let's see whether he actually is able to stop this. The answer is no, as he'll tidy up the wave pretty comfortably and head back home as well. So, very even as far as that mid lane matchup is concerned. Decent CS gap for Taeyoon and Jun, though, on that bottom side of the map.
With no flash here for Youngjae, knowing that Victor back, BD's just going to use his mana bar to push one more wave in. Easily done. And on the top side of the map, we haven't really taken much of a peek, but, you know, plated steel caps, as stated.
Stated pleo caps, indeed.
Yeah. Up here versus the Iron Spike Whip. Not a whole lot happening. And this is going to be KT taking the first Drake of the game here. With that timing of the back for Bulldog, you can't really do much to stop it.
Yeah, this is relatively glacial, isn't it, as far as the pace of this game? A lot of gentlemen's agreements. Youngjae throws out a flash and then opts out of the early game in its entirety. But KT, not going to push back too hard.
Without vision, actually, Atlas on where Youngjae was, and with that slight show there from Bulldog where he hit off the mid lane for just a second, Cousin Lehen's back off. Uh-oh.
Yeah, this is what we're up to with the lack of excitement. The most important thing is cannon minions, and we're not even going to watch Dudu because, you know, we could have been too sad if both of them missed cannon.
Oh, come on, that was a Drake denial, okay? By a vision.
Well,
nobody even showed up. It was just like, oh, I'm not sure.
Was it Drake denial, or was it we decided not to do Drake?
Yeah, it was a Drake cowardice.
Yeah, something like that. Oh, no, another one! Oh, dear, why did I draw attention to this? It's only sad. It's Cuz wrapping around. Let's see what he's going to be able to get done here. Is Bulldog down relatively low, and now some action, Wolf.
Okay, very difficult to gank a Cassante when he's got his Qs empowered, but now that that's worn off, might actually be an opportunity here if Cuz can hit this. He's got flash to buffer his charge as well.
Yeah, Youngjae going to be starting off this Drake as Dudu. Let's see how he's going to be able to do it. He just dies. So we hold on to the ult from Cuz as well. And Keen's going to invest the flash to make sure that the gank is successful. So, the Renekton off to a great start.
Youngjae has ult here, though, and aiming has stayed, and they got the Drake. So this actually could be a cross-map opportunity for Youngjae if he can hit a big ult here. He's just staying on red buff, though.
Yeah, on the hunt was actually just used as well. Lehen's only level 5, at least for the moment. See whether level 6 is going to be collected here from the Yuumi. Like you say, dive opportunity. But is that too much action?
Yeah, I mean, for this game, I think so.
It may just be.
Okay, he's coming for it, though. Meanwhile,
power, BDD, not wanting to get stunned up, doesn't.
Bot lane.
As the Dark Sphere does not connect, as now we've got an ult. Final chapter coming through. Was used as aiming just says, all right, that's my spell shield. You can have it.
Can't hit the cat, she's on my back.
Exactly. Well, Youngjae being frustrating once again, throwing aliens around the bottom side of the rift. We do have a plate taken. And you can see Taeyoon and Jun wanting to take even more than that.
I want to say that this is pretty good for Kwangdong Freaks because they're getting a lot of plate gold here for the Zeri. They also aren't going to be snowballed against on the top side of the map. Yes, Keen gets 2 plates worth of gold top side and grabs an assist. Actually, doesn't even pick up the kill. Let's hold on.
Yeah, we're ghosting. Jun's going to have to flash. Taeyoon does get shielded up by the Whimsy, and Cuz just not quite fast enough. He's on a steed and everything, but it's not quite going to work out.
I like that, the steed.
Yeah, maybe it is a boar, so less, it's a lot more beefy and a lot more powerful, but maybe a bit slower.
Well, this is going to turn around at least the story of the plate gold a little bit for the bottom duo here of KT Rolster. They're going to get this crash through of the Herald. But Kwangdong, you know, they got a lot of money for this Zeri. Taeyoon picking up quite a bit of it on the bottom side there, and they did get the first Drake, so... Yeah. See how impactful this Drake ends up being as we have one bad one and one good one here. Still Infernal as a potential option if Kwangdong can stack things up. We talked about KT with this draft. They want to be looking for skirmishes and fights a little bit earlier. We haven't quite gotten to that first spike for the Sivir just yet. But you know, letting Kwangdong have this first Drake definitely hurts for the momentum.
Ooh, that's a twisted advanced journey that Youngjae just went on. Bulldog making his way over. Jun's here as well, but just going to be Youngjae grabbing a phase rush and running away. And we'll head back to the river and collect his prize, which is that Rift Scuttler. Wolf, I got a question.
Sure. Len's just holding a wave. That's the most exciting thing about this game, so go ahead.
At what point does a story become a saga?
In terms of how many, like, books slash, like, iterations?
Volume?
Are you asking for, like, a number?
No,
or a time period?
Yeah, I'm just not quite sure. Like, what the difference between, like, a series and a saga is. You know?
I think a saga means it has to be kind of somewhat chronological, right? Because you can have a series where it's not always in order necessarily, but there's like characters involved in the same type of universe. But I think a saga goes chronologically. I think. I'm not an expert on this.
Something that makes sense. I like that. I'm sorry, just throwing out a random musing because there just hasn't been all that much action. You're exactly right. Cuz takes a bit of damage here. We're not going to raise our voices too high. Or get overly enthusiastic about this point in time, especially considering the fact that it's KT.
I don't think there's going to be a saga of Dudu getting dove in this game.
Ooh.
Just a solo death there on the top side because, or singular I should say.
Yeah, it's a one-off.
Yeah. And Taeyun pushing this lane in still has a pretty decent CS lead, but that's going to matter less and less as the game goes on. Is Keen.
All right, we're going for an ult. We're bringing the Crocodile away. Dominant's going to be popped here as in goes Youngjae, flashing forward, and Dudu gets his revenge. Everything has been equalized.
Yeah, I want to watch this one more time because usually you have a pretty good idea as Renekton where you can be. I might have to wait till the replay though because we're going to see a cross-map dive set up here onto Taeyun potentially.
Yeah, an attempt at least, and this is actually pretty sad for Quantum Freeze because last time they went for the cross map, they got themselves a Chemtech Drake. And now, KT might be able to get themselves a Mountain Drake.
Yeah.
That's way cooler.
Taeyun's going to be fine here for the time being. They do have a control ward there because even with Ultimate and Flash isn't going to commit any heavier here because June finally has level 6, so it does have his wild growth. Not really a gankable situation, but like you say, with Syndra now having control in mid, they should be able to group up and make this a 1-to-1 Drake score. Just the wave clear you talked about too with this Sivir making an impact here. This is the Kraken Slayer spike I was talking about. You get this one first before the Zeri really wants to fight.
Ooh, there's the scatter. Bulldog taking a lot of damage. Permafrost comes down. There's the follow-up. But the gravity field is going to stop any of BDD's damage coming down, and he still has the ulti.
Yeah, really huge actually that he can stop that from happening. The ulti from BDD, almost enough to kill Bulldog, but not only does he survive because the ulti doesn't go off, but can actually potentially come back and contest and fight this Drake. And KT Rolster not going to commit as a result. They really wanted to get a pick for the Drake.
Yeah.
And they're unsuccessful.
There's another thing that we really should start talking about because it's been a bit of a hot topic, and that is Rod of Ages being built here by Bulldog, likely to be followed up by that Archangel Staff for the I've Got Health and it's cool build. But
I would rather
doing boom boom damage build.
Yeah, I'd rather see Leandri's here myself. Just because you're dealing with a Sejuani and a Renekton frontline here, and getting that additional level and some of the tanky stats that you're going to get on Victor, even if he goes for like Lich Bane or something, it's not going to be too useful here in these longer fights. You're kind of already saying by the fact that you picked Victor that I am going to be in the backline. I'm not going to be in danger. I'm not going to win or lose a fight based on whether I have like level 14, 15, or 16. I think you're going to win or lose it based on how long you survive and do long-term damage. So Leandri's is kind of the easy way to make sure that happens.
You can also do Baron a lot faster and cool stuff like that, which is definitely important when you got the front line of a Maokai and a Cassante. You're probably going to be all right. But look, it's fine. See how it is going to go. It means that he can get a bit more brawly, get amongst it. Youngjae looking for Drake number 2. BDD is making his way over. He's got a cat. As here is the Nature's Grasp aiming. Does have the spell shield to stop that one, but it is going to be secured. It's in fact Jun that locks that one down. As now the final chapter is going to get decent snares. Taeyun going down exceptionally low, aiming with the ricochets, tearing them apart, but he's not able to lock down the kills. Taeyun going to have to get out of there, and finally the kill will come in. BDD collects that one as Dudu's over the wall. Keen looks to stun him up, gets out of the way of the final Q now, and Koldemeek should be available if he decides to dive. There it is! And that is the solo kill for Keen. A little bit of an overreach there for Dudu. When the play-by-play caster can see it's not going to work, you know you've done messed up.
I mean, Keen with a really nice dodge on the Q3, but he had so many ways to survive and get out of that. KT with a massive win. This is the fight you do not want to take as Guangdong Freaks against Kraken Slayer, against a Syndra. This is the exact type of spike I'm talking about here. Then Keen gets the cherry on top defensive solo kill here and is going to take out a whole turret. And yeah, as Guangdong, you got 2 Drakes, but unluckily, it's the Ocean Soul. And your composition is really going to, fall on its face a little bit here for quite some time now that you both have a bit of a trough here, and Guangdong Freaks just gave over so much gold to KT. As watching this again, notice how many resources are committed to Cuz here. The ult goes downwards, BDD completely untouched in this, and then Polymorph is committed to actually get the Drake itself, but you've now put yourself in a choke point, and the angle here for Lehens is easy. If you rotate into the choke, it gets even better. If you rotate and split halfway, then the Sivir's going to get tons of value. They just force themselves into an unwinnable fight here. And then on the top side, Keen actually starts this off. Dudu thinks he can force this. Ults him through the wall, and then he dodges the Q3. Good flash. Watch this dodge.
And full fury on the Cultimeek there as well. And I think this is the point where you're like, but he'll probably have that one back.
And this is when it gets really egregious, unfortunately, where you actually chase further. Ugh.
Yeah. So a little bit of a shame there for Dudu, maybe a bit of desperation showing through in that particular play, but what that did was really compounded the negatives the Guangdong Freaks are going through right now, and maybe gives us an idea of the amount of pressure that this team is under just in general. Bulldog, on the other hand, will be able to collect a tower on the bottom side of the map. So that's definitely real good. Sane taking a bit of damage here in this mid lane is surely going to hop on in. See how this one's going to go. Arctic Assault onto Jun. He's going to wild growth himself, but doesn't get a lot of value out of it. As Dudu tries to move Shirley out of the way. Oh, here's the final chapter. Starting to stack up this CC, but Guangdong Freaks, they've got so many more members in the area, and Dudu is going to really tell me to shut up, Wolf. That's what he's doing. Able to set up that fight.
This is one of those first few fights where you could see with a numbers advantage here, and even without wild growth, the damage isn't there for the side of KT Roll, so they don't have Syndra, and even if she was there, she might have been able to help them retreat, but she is not going to be able to compete with the damage output just overall here. And Youngjae, he ults, it's blocked by Cuz, so aiming isn't going to actually get locked down. There's no real threat. That was a scary moment. There's no real threat there onto the AD carry, but they still shouldn't have been up that far without the Renekton. Keen being missing here, BDD also kind of off heading towards sides, just means the numbers advantage is too great.
Yeah, it was just didn't quite do the math style of fight. 3 versus 5 generally isn't the way you're going to make things work. Keen's here this time, though, as they look for the turret, but they're not able to quite get it. Guangdong Freaks successfully defend with a sliver of health. That is pretty ripe for the taking now for KT.
Very messy little exchange there, but so much damage done to the turret for KT regardless of that death. So still going to be very worthwhile. The decision to macro just could have been a little bit cleaner. They wanted to say, okay, we could push this with Herald while also getting value in 2 lanes. Spreading too little butter over too much toast a little bit, but still successful.
If you're making Vegemite toast as well, I mean, that's just not going to taste good. It's all about the butter. You got to have as much of it as possible. And this is the example that we're talking about. BDD off to the side, and there is no Renekton in this fight. And with the Victor able to book it over there, he gets there in the nick of time.
Good block here from Cuz, but it causes him to die. Fortunately, still protects his AD carry, takes one for the team. I think June just panicking a little bit there, seeing Cuz does get caught and then self-ult after using his Shirelias, so not the greatest look there, but he definitely didn't hesitate to use his ultimate.
Yep. BDD building up these splinters, and with the ability to cast your Q while you're walking, it does mean that you can utilize things like the zoomies. It's kind of a cool combo that not a lot of mages necessarily have, as Youngjae running after Cuz here, and I think the Maokai value as this game goes on is going to be absolutely absurd. Now we have Ocean Soul, and the Drake has just spawned.
Keen trying to set up this choke point very well here.
All right, in they go. There's a twisted advance to start it up. Nature's Grasp coming through. Cuz pretty tanky though and isn't exactly the priority target. Final chapter to try and defend the Sejuani, who does make it out of the Chaos Storm for now. Great stun onto Dudu, but the Wild Growth is going to be there. And Taeyun, you cannot stand in front of BDD. He will hit you with a whole bunch of abilities and still has the R button left available. There's the exhaust, the flash forward, and the answer with the ultimate from Taeyun. They managed to rip Keen apart. Just an overstep. The rest of the team were not on the same page.
Definitely not on the same page. BDD could have followed up if he was looking.
Oh my goodness, that scatter was massive, and now Taeyun's taking damage, but aiming goes down low as well. They are just setting up the phalanx, man. It's Kwangdong Freaks, the spot.
Yeah, aiming here, just trying to get some ricochet value on these low health bars. BDD's got the choke point controlled. That's why he was away from that flash play on the left side. But still, I mean, even with losing players here as KT, you've done enough damage to health bars. You have a Sivir who could ricochet, who does have 2 items here. And Kwangdong Freak's like, I'm not going through that choke point against BDD's Syndra. Just not going to happen, not going to force it. And KT likewise will not get the Drake right away, but are able to push Kwangdong away and can commit some teleports now to collapse back into the Drake.
This is so scary with the Unleashed power still available though. If anyone is in range of BDD, he just kills them if they have half health, right? Like,
yep.
There's just no two ways about it. And the fact that he just keeps holding onto it is really frightening.
And Kwangdong kind of happy feeding here because they lost a lot of health. KT have the choke point controlled, and this is Keen's opportunity to say, I'm going to teleport bottom, and we can commit the Drake and this wave into the bottom side. Aiming.
Yeah, he does need to be a bit careful. Does have the spell shield at least for the extendo beam. As Youngjae's going to move over, but they know now that aiming is very low. Cuz going to tank up the Nature's Grasp. KT get into the brush. They are hiding for the moment. Extendo beam not going to find aiming right now as he's looking to group up with the rest of his team. The low health bars now on the side of KT, and there is the engage. Aiming's going to get in there, and another Chaos Storm is going to rain down. They have to be careful. That's a full health Sivir. They have the final chapter, but it gets basically 0 value. Youngjae's going to lock down Soul Point and Kwangdong Freaks. Can you make it out? Another scatter is fantastic, but is anyone gonna die?
Bulldog doing so much damage to Keen in the front line. He just can't chase. He cannot chase in the heights of the success. Kwangdong Freaks realize aiming is on the left side of the pit and are like, okay, we can actually push this through. We can take the Drake, and by the time aiming gets here, yes, he's gonna be full health, but we'll have done enough damage to the front line that he actually won't be able to walk up. They take the Drake, they take a turret. And signs of life here for Kwangdong Freaks, still behind on gold, but having this 3 Drake lead right now is quite significant for their composition, especially when we talk about things like side laning later on, where Renekton is going to start to have some problems against that Cassante. Zol starts off like this, aiming very far away from this fight. Look at Bulldog, also uncontested. This is just very disjointed on the side of KT. And so much of this game has just been a frontline fight versus the backline Sivir Zeri. And like, in this case, aiming's at full health, but where's the rest of his team trying to hold that choke point? And aiming has to back away. This is the kind of fighting where Kwangdong Freaks wait to see, is aiming kiting fully back? Okay, kill somebody, go in. Same situation here. As soon as aiming is missing, they know he's taking the long way around. Let's commit to the fight. Keen taking so much damage. Bulldog has used all of his mana essentially here to carry this fight with Taeyun, and they can commit to the Drake and then get out of here.
It's actually really, really cool watching BDD's positioning, because you can tell that he just wants to press R on Taeyun. That is the only person he wants to hit, because as soon as that is on cooldown, Taeyun has the ability to flash forward, get in amongst it. The gameplay button, as we like to call it, is not something that's very Zeriable. So I do really like that BDD holds onto it. Although, I think they may have gotten more than 0 kills if he had pressed R on someone.
I agree. I think that also Taeyun knows, and Kwangdong Freaks know the win con so well.
Well, that's a final chapter. Cuz making his way over. Glacial Prison available, but not used right now, as Keen's going to create a doorway, and Dudu has his ultimate available. This Chaos Storm doing a whole lot of work as aiming, getting the auto attack. Finally, we see the Syndra do an ultimate, but it's exactly what we were talking about. Taeyun can now pop off, and aiming's gonna go down for the triple, Cuz maybe giving a quadra. There it is with the extendo beam. Kwangdong Freaks, they'll go over to the Baron.
I'm just gonna stamp it right now. Just gonna stamp it right now, Atlas.
I'm so sad because I just explained that exact situation.
Yes, and then it happened exactly as you said, and now the Zeri is well and truly online because she hit her second item spike, picked up a BF sword, and is doing real damage in these fights. And Syndra is so desperately trying to look for an angle to either kill Taeyun here when he's low, look for that ultimate, or try to catch Bulldog. There's two threats here in terms of long-term damage, and KT don't have the range to be walking forward like this without good setup or initiation, and you can just see Dudu instantly goes in, and then Taeyun's like, all right, they ult, I'm in here, I'm in the thick of things, I'm going to clean this fight up, just gets over the wall, takes aiming out, and then is going to be able to extendo onto Cuz. And Bulldog is also doing so much damage in these fights. There's too many threats. This is June calling to go straight to Baron afterwards. This is the shot calling that we've heard so much about.
Yeah, and that's a very relieved Kwangdong Freaks there in the coach's booth as well. But great to see Jun back. And you are seeing a little bit more coordination, a little bit more of something, like better ideas here from Kwangdong Freaks. Outside of the fact that the early game, basically nothing really happened. It doesn't matter because ultimately Kwangdong Freaks had the better scaling draft anyway, and so they were able to sit back. KT didn't do enough. They've got themselves Soul Point on top of all of that, and now a 3,000 gold lead. Of course, anything can be thrown away, but I think it's looking pretty good at this stage.
It really is. And considering that KT Rolster now don't have map control, we talked about if you fall behind this comp, it gets hard. You know, more we were talking about earlier in the game than this, but at this stage with Baron buff up, BDD's angles to actually set up for big scatters and blow up one of these carries just gets tougher and tougher. You know, how is he going to be able to consistently do that damage? And the tankiness of this Rod on level 17 Bulldog here is significant against the Syndra, because if you use all of your cooldowns to kill this Victor, the Zeri pops, and vice versa.
Well, final chapter going to be used just to try and lock down Youngjae. Cuz going to turn up, does the same thing. Wouldn't say he's the priority target, however, they do at least get the Maokai out of there. Taeyun just eradicates the turret
TP
in an instant, as now here's the flank play. BDD moving on over, gets the scatter onto a couple. The AoE damage is massive, but Youngjae will survive, and Dudu is just too big of a problem. They can't do anything about him.
Oh, that was the best angle they could have hoped for. This is the, okay, teleport for the big scatter angle for BDD, and it's a big one, but they can't actually get any effective damage done. The rest of the team is just too far away. So Kwangdong Freaks will lose a lot of Baron time here, but everybody survives. KT here now just trying to group up for this Drake fight.
Yeah, this entire minion wave is just going to waste, though, and Kwangdong Freaks are allowed to regroup. The flank for the Syndra is an interesting option here, but it's one that may work out. Let's see how many of these Qs he's going to be able to land, as Cuz just not even going to go for the steal. So KT just came to spectate the taking of an Ocean Soul, and they'll go back to trying to salvage the remainder of their base.
Yeah, that's an inhibitor turret gone. All the minions, like you said, wasted. And Kwangdong Freaks got so much out of this Baron. 3,200, 3,300, the power play at the end. You can see the big spike in gold with those last two team fights where Taeyun pops off. And the audience, the crowd, I feel like I haven't heard it this loud.
Yeah, super animated today.
Yeah, because everybody wants to see this team do well, right? It's a 0-4 Kwangdong Freaks. They're finding their strides in terms of macro. The front-to-back team fighting is great here. And just like Hanwha Life yesterday, it just feels like a breath of fresh air. It feels like, finally, if you're a Kwangdong fan, you could just say, oh, I knew we could do it, you know? And so far they're doing it, and it's not over yet, but the game state is so Kwangdong favored. They could just group up in 4-1 super hard. And as Keen in this case, you have to push a long way to get that bounty gold on the bottom turret.
Oh, absolutely. There is not a lot of options here, as Keen's going to come back. But what is he going to do as this Renekton, right? Like, you're just going to run up and do your very best to lock someone down, but the rest of the team is going to be there as they stand in front of aiming. Cuz able to tank things up decently. But as soon as Scatter is on cooldown, BDD not as much of a threat. Does have Shadow Flame at least.
Yeah.
Built up for now. Wants to get that Void Staff though, and doesn't really have the kind of damage that Kwangdong Freaks at this stage of the game are all that scared about.
Dudu really just is unkillable, unfortunately for them, and Death Cap is almost done for Bulldog here. And the idea behind that Youngjae ult is just to lock down this turret. Good defense for KT, while Keen was able to stay inside. But what are you really getting out of it? Aiming, just catching waves in mid, trying so desperately to catch up here. In a game where he's had a great performance himself too, but it's been the team effort of Kwangdong Freaks, and the peel for Taeyun that has been the biggest problem. Is BDD's gone fishing, but isn't coming up with anything, man. He's
119. We need one more.
Yeah, please get it. I've seen him walk away from that 119 before.
I was gonna.
No, don't do it, BDD.
Yeah, I was. Please. Oh, if it died to the turret. Oh,
there it is.
Man, I would have been so frightened. Well, there we go. That is 120th Splinter, so a bit of an upgrade here for BDD. Can we update it? Update the little image. 120.
I think it might have been called a little bit too early on our API, but you guys saw it there on his click on him. See?
Yep.
He's got it.
Bulldog, instead of that, collects a Rabbidan's Death Cab.
Yes. Like I was saying, he's feeling pretty good about the game state at this moment in time.
Yeah.
And I mean, because of the ways in which KT can defend with their wave clear and Keen's really nice sides, KT are actually still in this game. And this game could be decided by an Elder fight, so props to KT for sticking in this one, defending extremely well, stopping Kwangdong from turning that Baron into an inhibitor. All 3 inhibitors up mean they can manage their waves here with this Sivir pick, and they will get a quote-unquote fair fight here, 5v5 for the Elder.
Well, we'll see whether Dudu can actually start something up here as he was looking for that Q, fishing, as you can see there. 5 seconds on this Baron as Taeyoon's dashing forward. Aiming has the backup of Lehens right now, and this is of course a Yuumi composition, so not to be underestimated, but still Kwangdong are in so much control. The Maokai is so powerful with point-and-click CC of his own. Follow-up Bramble Smash really being a problem for especially BDD on this Syndra.
Look at the angles BDD is trying to set up here. Doesn't have 16 yet. Just desperately trying to cut somebody off. The second, like, if Dudu gets caught by a scatter only alone, and they try to collapse on him, they just turn instantly. This comp has such good turn right now with all the vision they have in these choke points. And more minions stacking up bottom side. That inhibitor is going to start to take damage here. KT between a rock and a hard place, as we say here in the LCK.
Yeah. And I think that we need to continue saying it, because that bottom wave, it's like it doesn't exist. Throughout this entire game, KT dropping the ball a little bit when it comes to taking care of the homework, you know, which is dealing with side lanes and making sure that things are sorted out. BDD will go down there, but that's going to provide the space for Kwangdong Freaks to walk on over and check out the Baron. Jern now going to get engaged alongside Bulldog, who does get McHale's immediately. Nature's Grasp comes through, but they're buying space. This Zeri is just tearing apart the Baron. Kwangdong Freaks, let's see whether they can escape, and the answer looks like no maybe for Bulldog, but he has a flash, and he's going to get out. The Baron's taken, and KT once again just get nothing.
It just tunnel visioned on trying to catch Bulldog, who has Flash and McHale's available. You know they're on Baron. You don't have vision, and perhaps KT thought it's doomed. They're already probably got it down to 2,000 health. If we try to move over to Baron, we're going to fail to get Baron, and we're not going to get Bulldog. So KT make the call to try to push for Bulldog. Wild Growth, Flash, McHale's. You can't kill this Victor, who has Rod of Ages stacks. He's more survivable as a result. He's got Merc Treads. You're not going to lock this guy down, but you've got to try something as KT. You can't split push in this game either. So now you're just catching more Baron waves here, and this time Kwangdong Freaks should be able to use that power to take the Elder. The timing here is great. They don't have waves set up, but with all the vision and the prio they have, how do you walk into Kwangdong Freaks now as KT?
Well, I hope they at least try to stop this Elder from going down, because watching the enemy team take it will lose you the game. That's Exodia right there. Decent scatter is going to come through as now Dudu taking control of Cuz. He's very tanky, but Bulldog is keeping everybody else locked down. And yeah, Cuz is there to be tanky, but it just does not work out. And now Dudu can do what he wants. He finds the Q. The final chapter comes down, and this could be a Penta. We've got a Quadra already, and there it is! Pentakill for Taeyoon as they run down the mid lane and pick up game 1 versus KT.
Second win of the season here, game-wise for Kwangdong Freaks. A one-sided affair. Amazing mid-game team fighting, and BDD just could not find his targets. And I think a lot of this game was about how Dudu played the Cassante, because there's so many threats.
Yeah.
In this draft, on the side of Kwangdong Freaks, you have to deal with the Zeri, you have to deal with Cassante's damage when he all out, so you can push the Renekton away, and then you're just not winning a front-to-back team fight because there's a Zeri and a Victor versus a Sivir and a Syndra, and we saw half the health bars go down many times for Kwangdong Freaks. Go down to half health, Syndra hits a big scatter, and there's a ricochet that goes through. But then there's no follow-up. You got to break through that front line, and they could not do it. They just could not do it.
I mean, these compositions, it was like fresh milk versus long life milk, man. And as the time went on, that long life milk just looked so much better. And that's precisely what happened. Quantum Freaks just waited it out. They got to the point where the Victor was extraordinarily powerful. Like you say, better frontline in especially Maokai and Cassante. I mean, that is extraordinarily strong. AoE CC available as well.
This is a game that Victor makes sense in. This is a draft where Victor makes sense in the comp. I know everyone's got their conclusion about whether Victor is terrible or not, but Bulldog played it well in a draft that scales against a comp that doesn't snowball well, so he doesn't get punished. There's no Aurelia in this game to chase him down, and he had so much free reign. Look at the difference in damage between him and BDD.
Yeah, no, it's massive, and I'm just sick of seeing Syndra. I don't want to see it ever again. I'm done. That's the last of the Syndra experimentation that I'm prepared for. I'm sorry, BDD. The pick is just not really it at this point in time. Doesn't quite offer enough. But Quantum Freaks, absolutely extraordinary game. Taeyun having a day out so far, and we'll see whether they can augment that with another victory. We're going to go to a short break. When we get back, the Space and game number 2.
그래도 큐 빠졌다. 세드 빠져.
야, 앞으로 궁 묶였어.
야, 렉스 노플이야. 넘길까 볼겠어. 신드라.
신드라 풀.
야, 저가.
잡아.
펜타.
대박 고마워. 뭐냐고. 감동 태윤. 나이스.
뭔데?
고마워. 나이스. 이거지.
이겼다.
형 나이스.
Willa now over the wall. BDD trying to stop him. He steals it away, and it's a massive gnaw from Bertle into the wall as well, as Willa's going to be taken down, and now KT.
They're collapsing lead.
Oh, Willa, he just walks in and steals it. That's the soul, but he's going to have to give up his life for it. Going to connect as Lahan's getting taken down very low. Willa gets on in there, and they need to stay stolen again. Are you kidding me, KT? Why?
How did this happen again?
Yeah, I think that might be a dead Gumushi. He's going to dash and try and get out of the way of this one, but final chapter's there. It's a drive-by from Kellen, and now Carrier is not going to be super safe, but Owner is in the area. Looks like D plus Kia.
Baron has started up.
Speaking of that dance again, Chronicler, they are going to do it one more time. All right, there's the steel pin. What? Def steals the Baron, and the seismic shove is extraordinary. Carrier is going to go down as well, and now D plus Kia. They've turned the whole game on its head. Zayas, can he try to fight this? I think he possibly can, as the arrow is going to sail into the mid lane.
How's your riposte?
The riposte doesn't come in! The Torrential Maelstrom. That's not the ability. It's
Oh
Slicing
my
Maelstrom,
God!
and he's gonna pick up the kill. All right, here we go. The Ornhorn gonna come through. It's gonna get denied as now he tries to get back, but it's actually the Rend that locks down the Ocean Soul. But still, the Sejuani gonna go down low. But look at the Kassadin damage. It is absurd. And this game, ladies and gentlemen, I think is just over. It's gonna be the Quadra kill. Or was it? I'm not entirely sure, but it doesn't matter. This game is over. T1 will take another 2-1 and claim the place as the only undefeated team. Security by missing 2 skill shots in a row and then nails the 2 that matter.
Oh, Berto.
Well, let's see whether Morgan can keep himself alive here. He does manage to break all the weaknesses. The flash goes forward and Morgan, he may have done it, he did it! Oh, the Lord himself picks up the solo kill under the turret. He baits him in. Peanut diving forward one more time, but the Heimerdinger's already dead and Pro are winning the fight. Oh my goodness! Pace is popping off though! And that is going to be the win, the triple kill in the end!
But will come down to the side laning, I think. As Viper might be in a little bit of trouble. They're actually going for life here as he does not have flash. He's just going to get sniped and killed. And we do have flash here for Viper, but he's just not even going to use it.
Hello and welcome to the space after that first game. Guys, I'll be honest with you, I slept for 11 hours last night and I came to the studio, I was feeling a little bit, groggy and stuff. That's a lot of hours to sleep. I think I was more awake than KT in that first game, as K-Ram is the name of the story there. KT did force lots and lots and lots of fights, and Guangdong were like, sure, let's do it, and they were able to get the win with June back in the lineup. A pretty good look for them.
Yeah, overall, this game was a game of League of Legends where the drafts were cookie cutter, the play was cookie cutter, and really there's not a lot of interesting things to say. We've seen this exact draft a million times, so in case you missed it, the first 2 weeks, scaling bot lanes, everyone tries to play towards bot, doesn't end up really breaking one way or the other. So then we get into mid-game team fights on even footing, and then Guangdong out-team fight the opponents, or do KT out-team fight themselves? I don't really know. I think based on this draft, KT had way more potential in the early to mid-game in terms of picks. And it just never happened. Like, your single target damage and lockdown is really good.
Yeah.
And they were just kind of like, no, you do us something.
Pretty much. That's what they did. They're like, we're gonna fight.
And then nothing happened.
Yeah, they were not very coordinated. It was kind of all over the place. We're gonna take a look at highlight number 1, which in the beginning.
So what's really important here is that this is actually somewhat of a mistake, because here it's Guangdong that is slow on the trigger, right? If they were a little bit earlier, they would have been able to engage on the bot side much earlier on, because BAD and Lands were actually quite late to display, but it doesn't actually end up mattering. Also do know that Bulldog has gone for a very more tanky-oriented build, which we'll talk about in a little bit, but as a result, this is how I think the early team fight should look, with actual pressure being there for the team that has the Syndra, right, that has the Sejuani, that can really try and take these early fights, and then they do here, even though they don't get a Drake, which ends up being really big because it sets up a very early soul point for Guangdong.
Yeah, and it's like you said, every fight kind of needs to look like that. It needs to be crisp. It needs to be capitalizing on Guangdong's mistakes. Unfortunately, after that fight, we had about, it felt like 10 to 15 more skirmishes and like squabbles that happened between the two teams.
Same skirmish.
And it was just over and over, and the players were not dying. KT were not cleanly, acquiring targets and actually focusing people down. Kwangdong kind of similar as well, like their target selection was not great in some of those team fights, but eventually they figured it out before KT could. And I mean, this is kind of what Highlight 2 is about.
To me, the Maokai is such a big pick because the composition of KT is relatively short-ranged, right? And Maokai just wrecks you. Like, you want to play forward, but you can't really. You're playing into a Zeri, into a Victor, into a Maokai, so even though into a lot of comps, I think the composition from KT has good team fighting. Here we see, like, in the mid-game, they can't really do anything, right? Like, they walk up and then Maokai re-engages on them. They're stuck against Zeri kiting back. They're stuck against a Victor, right? So it just wasn't very inspiring. I think that the Maokai should have gone over or should have been banned away so that you don't run into this problem, because if you can actually isolate a single target, you can definitely win fights. You do still have the Sivir Yuumi win condition, but it didn't really happen.
And that's part of, we didn't talk a lot about the draft, but that's part of the problem with, like, okay, we're just going to handshake the Sivir Yuumi, except we're going to give you Maokai as well. And we're going to draft a lot of things that aren't great into the Maokai. So, I don't think this was a huge draft issue, but as you're mentioning, that was one champ that kind of really made it difficult for KT. And KT did select red side. They did not sub anybody in. Not too surprising, but we perhaps will see a little bit of a different look in this game number 2, hopefully, Chronicler. But we do have the POG ready already, so let's see who did pick it up for game number 1. Young Jay.
And overall, I think there were a couple of good options. You were actually cheekily talking about the June vote, which I wouldn't have minded. To me, though, this was about the top side of the map. Young Jay, Dudu, and Bulldog, I think, all played really, really well. Were able to set up a ton of fights.
Dudu highlight.
Well, this is a Dudu highlight, but Dudu also had a couple of not so great fights. As, Maokai just presses R and goes in. And that's what the champion does, and he does that very well. And I'm expecting to see a somewhat split vote here. And as much as we joke about it, it is actually, to me, really big that the Maokai got through, right? And Young Jay obviously was under a lot of pressure in the first couple of series that he played.
Just saying, I think a lot of it, as you're mentioning, I think it might just be a split vote.
It's a team.
There were a lot of players that were involved in a lot of these, and yes, we do have 4 votes for Young Jay, but we also have 3 votes for the Zeri. We had 3 votes for Dudu, and then 1 vote for Bulldog, which I think is totally fine. But guys, we're done here on the space. Hoping to see a little bit better League of Legends. Maybe my standards are a bit too high. Hopefully KT can step it up. Kwangdong really bringing the fire today. So let's jump into game number 2. Back to the casters now.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for the breakdown of a game where KT didn't really do enough and then lost.
Valdez's standards, by the way, don't lower your standards, Valdez. You keep your standards right where you want.
Yeah, keep them high.
That's what we do here at the LCK. 3 out of 4 teams in the World Semis. It's not a scam, okay? Like, we're actually a really good region, and when teams don't play their win conditions, we do. Is commentators, it's our job to say, like, hey, I was a little bit disappointed with how that was played out, and I was a little bit disappointed myself as well.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't even necessarily feel like it's about that. It's about knowing what the players are capable of, and when you don't see them play to their potential, we get a bit sad.
Yeah.
It is kind of the life of a KT fan, though, so I imagine that all KT fans are absolutely feeling right at home. Certainly, any E-word usage is going to be at an all-time low right now. So I think KT have everything they need in order to wrap this one up. As I think the Elise is going to be banned away.
I think we're going to see the same bans here for Kwangdong Freaks. Just do not allow a strong bottom 2v2. Just play around scaling, try to handshake, and be decisive around that. Because that is 100% what their identity was in Game 1 with their draft. And then in game, going into the game itself, the gameplay was, all right, we have 2 threats. We're going to protect them. Dudu's going to play great in the front line. And the Maokai just kind of held it all together.
Well,
that's no longer an option.
Yeah. Blew his flash early in the last game. Did not matter at all. Even a little bit. But what I'm scared of, Wolf, if you're a KT fan, I'm scared of the CVMAX factor. Because a lot of teams have been fumbling on the blue side. And one thing that CVMAX always has, regardless of whether they're good or not, is ideas. And he may have an idea of how to take down KT on the blue side this time around. And it may also be a good one. He sometimes has those.
Guangdong Freaks have not drafted around the early game very much in terms of the bottom side, so I expect that with the Yuumi banned here, we could just see, okay, they're going to switch it up. I was going to say we could even see some like a first pick Wukong or Sejuani here, but going to look for the Varus now saying, hey, your Sivir/Zeri is going to be the weaker variant here, so we're pushing into a completely different type of game here in Game 2 than 1. It's not the handshake, it is going to be the wave clear battle on the bottom side. Things like Heimerdinger, their stock is going way up right now. Karma, which is also open, going way up in terms of priority here. It's the Varus archetype. We're not handshaking. KT, what will the Hens play? Going to find out here shortly what the answer KT thinks is with the jungle pick as well.
Yeah, KT could go back to a Sejuani if they want to, now that the Maokai is off the table.
Yep.
And I guess that's the cookie cutter way of looking at it. They could then lock away some... Oh, no. It's Sej Karma, isn't it?
It's Sejuani Karma or Sejuani Heimerdinger. It's one of the two.
I hope it's Heimerdinger, because denying that from Guangdong Freaks is extremely necessary. Otherwise, you just run into, what is it, Wukong Heimerdinger, probably?
Yes.
And that is very difficult for KT to deal with. 8 seconds to go.
KT really thinking about this. They're going to prioritize the K'Sante here. They really just want to react to what June is going to play first, but this can be a whole can of worms, because now you don't get to pick your 80 carries together, and maybe we'll see, as they're going to say, well, if you're going to do that, we'll take the early Sylas. Very unusual drafting here for this meta on patch 13.1.
Yeah, Youngjae might be coming up with something a little bit more interesting, but I mean, Wukong Heimerdinger is so good.
It's so good. I mean, it feels just very basic.
Okay.
I mean, they're just hovering mid laners now. Are they actually going to commit to this? So the identity of the comp couldn't be more different with the Sylas and the...
I mean, I'm getting a bit worried because I'd already written down Wukong Heimerdinger, so I was just hoping that that one would actually be picked up, but there it is.
So now KT can't get their bottom duo as a package. And if you reveal your second soul lane, the draft becomes so easy here for Guangdong Freaks. So you could somewhat protect this Kassadin pick. You can ban the Rise away from Bulldog. You know, because that one ends up being a lot of prio in the early game. You have the Varus lane already. But Guangdong Freaks get to remove the Karma now. And they have a lot of ways they could just make the life of aiming in the Hens hellish down the bottom side.
So you ban Yone, I guess, as option 1. Bulldog really likes playing control mages, so I think Kassadin is a kind of cool option into him thematically.
Yeah.
Gwen going to be taken away from Dudu, just because Dudu, bit of a Gwen player, and has been one of the options that's kind of half pseudo-worked into K'Sante.
Yeah. So protecting the K'Sante more than the Kassadin. I think if they give Bulldog Rise here, it will be a huge mistake.
I don't think
what you can do.
I mean, the LCK players and a lot of people do feel like Rise isn't good enough later in the game to actually handle the Kassadin. So I don't know whether they'll ban it, but I think you might be right when it comes to being able to grab a hold of the early to mid game. It could work out.
I mean, you already have so much prio on the bottom side here. They took away one of the best picks you can grab with the Karma in the Ezreal, so they didn't ban the Karma, but they weakened the Karma pick in general. Feels like kind of like a trap. There's the Yone ban you were talking about instead of the Rise. We did not see this find success with Faker yesterday in the mid lane. Completely different situation as Draven will also be removed, so they're not going to allow Draven Kalista, which I think was another option here for KT if they really wanted to really push hard on the bottom side. So what's going to be the angle here aiming in the Hens? Is it just going to be Sivir, Lulu in the bottom side here? I feel like you are really asking for trouble in terms of your early mid if you lock this in.
I'd like the Rogue special, man. I want to see some like Kalista Soraka or something like that. I don't know about Sivir without Yuumi.
Aiming looks pretty upset too. I think this is a situation where no one on KT is happy with how this draft went in the early parts of it. This is your side selection too, though, KT, and kind of pushing up those solo lane priorities, making it very base up exactly what you're looking for. And now Guangdong Freaks have so many options.
Yeah.
They already know what they're playing.
Oh, he's doing
Tristana,
it!
yes!
Okay. We did see this one over in the LEC. We've seen it,
Twice.
I believe, twice in the LEC. So Tristana, an oldie but a goodie into the Kassadin. We were discussing this as a team just before this series started. And Trist going to be coming back out yet again, the classic Kassadin counter. And Jack's going to be picked up by Dudu. Man, I mean, I don't even know whether this is necessarily something that CV Max has cooked up, but this is just a great draft.
It also is, the crazy thing about doing the Kassadin pick is it's going to be Sivir Karma. Okay, it's a lot of wave clear. It's going to be...
It's a lot of movie fast.
Yes.
Fasty move.
But the weird thing about this for Bulldog is picking Kassadin face up like this with the Cassante and then, you know, taking away one mid pick in the Yone is basically just saying, Bulldog, you are... weirdly enough, one of the best laners right now in terms of early game and pushing advantages. Like, in a few years, he could be Chovy, right? If he continues to grow very quickly. And you've given Bulldog the opportunity to say, what's your answer to Kassadin to actually lane early when Kassadin is at its weakest? And he says, I'm going to all in with Tristana. We're going to win the game early. Got Wukong to help me out.
Yeah.
And we're just going to try to snowball this game super quickly. We have a Varus pick. I think this is definitely going to be the lethality variation, where Quantum Freaks are going to try to win the game very early and just make it impossible to come back. Shut down side lanes. They have the Jax pick here. I think the draft of KT Rolster can work, and it is very much the stronger draft in the late game, but surviving until that point is going to be a very uphill battle. We'll see how Bulldog fares in comparison to players like Perks and Larson, who have picked this one up in the mid lane. Both of those games were losses in the LEC. Bulldog, a rookie player, but amazing at his early game laning. I'm really excited to see how this one pans out, Atlas.
Yeah, me too. I was going through his solo queue, man. I was trying to find the Tristana. It does not exist, but there is a heck of a lot of Kassadin games, and I think he knows that it can be pretty frustrating to go against that Trist in the mid lane. Very interested to see whether the Trist debut is going to work here as we jump onto the Rift for game 2. All right, and here we are, onto the Rift for game number 2.
We've had some discussions about the Relic Shield start here for the Karma, where you can stave off the pressure early, delete those minions, get some extra health regen because you're going to need it. Nice try, Lens.
Not bad.
Second part of the activation.
Gonna get some cash money though. Feeling good about that one. Is Young Jay walking over a ward. I believe they know that it's there.
Yep, they pinged it. You can see that above the ward. And you know, the early game here for the Karma Sivir is just sit back and kill the minions, and agency is low, unless there's a big mistake made by June and Taeyun here in the lane. Taeyun, with some flashy debut games when he first was playing for the DRX roster, we saw him play the Varus if I'm not mistaken, also a lot of early game Aphelios was very impressive to see from him. He is a player who is really good at laning when he has the strong side matchup. It hasn't been given it too many times this season. Played mostly the Zeri. It's 0-2 on the Ashe. 80 carry, so yeah, very different look for him this time now that he's given the Heimerdinger lane into a Karma Sivir.
Yeah, I think that this lane should be very comfortable for Quantum Freaks. Of course, Karma, decent laning, but not the same as the Heimerdinger, and the range advantage that Varus has over Sivir really should help push them into the forefront. This is also, like you say, going to be the more auto-attack focused variant.
Well, I thought maybe it would actually be lethality here, just for double comet, extra pressure, but they end up seeing the Karma and they're like, I don't know how much value we'll get out of that necessarily here. We'll see what he builds, because we have seen lethal tempo into just the lethality build anyways. I think it depends on their lead.
Oh, wow, okay. Well. And remember at the beginning of the season, we saw Heimerdinger on like a 4-game losing streak, and now he's popping off 6 in a row. It's like our players are learning the value of Heimerdinger in real time, Wolf, and it's great to see.
Yeah, I think it's a lot about the lane matchups too. This is what you were talking about, picking the Sejuani early with the Wukong available. Wukong can bully with the winning bottom side, and that's exactly what Youngjae is looking to do here. Deny the blue buff.
And he can do it, because look at this, like BDD taking so much damage.
Perma Pro.
Explosive charge, yeah.
He might all in him here in a second if BDD does not respect. He has not used his dematerializers yet. He just has to back off.
How many plates does Bulldog get without Rift Herald in this game?
I'd say at least 2.
Well, BDD is in a lot of trouble. Cuz is moving on in, but the flash does come out. There's the rocket jump, and he gets Goomba stomped! It's not Bulldog, it's Mario!
Yeah, he just doesn't respect it, Atlas. I was like, does he all in? If BDD doesn't respect it, BDD says, I'm not going to respect it. He all ins. Guess what? Tristana can go over that wall without a flash. So you were never safe. You just wasted your flash. Tristana follows. She's got flash for a follow-up all in where you can't flash.
You said flash a lot of times, Wolf, and all I saw was a dead BDD and a great start for this Tristana in the mid lane. Another thing that makes it very curious that Taehoon hasn't gone towards lethality.
Hey, look
they've
at this.
got an 80 carry.
Yeah, I mean, he has...
What's better than just 2 that are auto-attacking all the time? Seems good.
He has so many opportunities for explosive damage in the early parts, but I guess they just want to shore up some of the damage problems later on. In terms of range, is Dudu.
Dudu. Okay, just wants to get an Empower. So this is Grasp on the Jax as well.
I could see from here Valdez rolling his eyes. I could see it.
Well, Bulldog is just destroying this turret as, rocket jump.
Sidesteps the stun there.
Yeah.
Clean.
And it's been 713 days since Chovy played this when he was on Humble Life into an Azir. So, a couple of years ago was the last time we saw this Tristana, some of the dark technology utilized by Chovy when he was on that team.
It was very popular in the LEC in 2021 and a little bit in 2022, but never really took off in Korea. Yeah, this is...
How are you supposed to play this lane?
This is why the Kassadin has a specific place right now in our drafts. It's in the second ban phase because you don't pick him early because there's too many options, and then you don't pick him after the second ban phase because he gets banned.
But we saw what happened yesterday, right? And the Yone is considered a decent matchup into it, and we saw that not necessarily work out. We saw the Yone banned, but I'm like, why not just ban Tristana? She seems way better as Lahens is going to come on over. There's the interruption as Bulldog may have to flash this time. He does so, but Permafrost is built up and BDD will get some revenge. So maybe that's why the Tristana isn't picked up, because 3 versus 1, she's just not good enough.
Yeah, and this is unfortunately, I think, a little bit on Youngjae here. Not actually there to help out his teammate. He's down here to see if he can make something happen.
He certainly is. Piercing Arrow going to come through there. I believe W empowered also. Very nicely done. But they get the flash out of aiming. They get the ghost out of aiming. They do not manage to get the kill. So KT feeling a little bit better after that particular exchange. And the kill gold going over to the Kassadin, absolutely huge.
Massive. Does pick up the Catalyst now. Still holding on to one of those dematerializers. Also can afford a tier with some of that extra money. So he's on his way to the Kassadin build. There is only one Kassadin build. It's only one way to play.
Yeah, and it's the Kassadin build that was always the Kassadin build, and then they took out his item, so they took out Kassadin, and they put back in his item, and they put back in Kassadin.
You know, in advertising, usually the thing that you use is like so much versatility, so many ways to play, so many different ways you can do this. Like, build your own sandwich. With Kassadin, like, you don't want any of that. There's one way to play, and it's busted. Yeah. There's one way, and you're going to do it, and you're probably going to win if you don't lose really early. And
if you don't do it, you're going to be like, why is this champion even in the game? It just doesn't do anything. I don't understand.
Well, the 2 plates we were talking about at minimum, we're already kind of cresting the 3rd here potentially.
Yeah, that was my estimate. So at 7 minutes into the game, halfway to plates falling down, he's already almost got there as rocket jump comes through. Bulldog is very comfortably able to make it back to his tower.
Yeah, the silence just doesn't last very long. Bulldog can easily rocket jump away as long as he has advance notice. This lane continues to be a 20 CS deficit. So 2 lanes where you have Prio, you've turned it into a lot of plate gold for the Tristana, and you stack the first rake. So far, so good. Minus, yes, they did overextend the mid once. But it's okay, because the job is still being done here by Bulldog that he set out to do. Could he win even harder? Probably. but he's winning hard enough, and he's winning. So.
Yep. And Tristana also scales exceptionally well.
Yeah.
It's another reason why it's considered a decent pick into the Kassadin, because if you get to level 18, you have like a billion range, and you can do a heck of a lot of damage from relative safety. As there is the front flip utilized by Bulldog to get himself out of there.
Just respecting the range of Cuz's ultimate here at level 6 very well. Just goes down through the river instead of going back to the mid lane. Comes over here, catches the next wave. It's just like, if you're going to hang around, Cuz, you're just wasting your time.
Yep. One of the really cool things about picking Tristana Varus in this situation is you've got the classic Sejuani composition, right? Where KT's, I want to pick as many melee champions as possible so I can activate the permafrost. We're going to check out Bulldog getting closed in on by everyone.
Yeah.
Like Lahen's flashing in the way to make sure that they get the snare.
You know, we could, if we wanted to get really technical, if he saves his flash, it's a better scenario, but was hoping he'd get out there. Really nice play from Lahen's, though, with the roam.
There's that third plate as Bulldog, once again, rocket jump, gets himself to safety as Cuz. Arctic Assault onto Taint, gets his flash, actually, as that's a lot of damage onto the Piggy. Throws out an ultimate, just in solidarity. I like that, you know, gentleman's agreement. It's like, well, you threw yours, I'll throw mine.
Yeah, June comes down here just a little bit too late to try to catch, stun him up with a grenade or anything like that. So, pretty huge to have the Varus flashless here. Before this next objective fight will be the Mountain Soul, or Mountain Drake, excuse me, for the second Elemental. And, I mean, small win here for KT. Your whole game plan as KT is not to lose the game by, you know, 15 to 20 minutes. And you've lost a lot of money. You certainly have as KT, but this is normal, right? This is exactly how this is supposed to go. And I don't think by any means the deficit here for KT is not recoverable. Like, this is about average, I'd say, with this kind of draft, with how well Bulldog has executed it, how well the Varus lane has pushed. And this is why we like this draft for Kwangdong and how much potential it has.
Yeah.
Now, things can get worse for KT, and if they do, that's when we have to start worrying. But right now, still just going to be probably a 2 Drake stack against you. Herald goes over. That's okay. You don't want to fight yet as KT.
Yeah, and the cool thing would be is if Kwangdong rolls the nuts and they gather a Hextech Soul. Double static
nasty.
Shiv on these massively attack speed heavy carries is a very frightening prospect. I mean, Dudu as well. Technically Wukong as well as Jun's flashing. KT looking for opportunities, and this is what the space was talking about, right? KT not really finding any avenues into this game, into the last game, and then sort of gave up even trying to look for it. And we can't see that happen from KT again as Bulldog's going in. He's looking for Lahen's right now, just ignoring BDD because he can. Buster shot was weird, but that was because of the heal.
Well, that's a whole turret.
Meaning that the calculation wasn't going to work. And yeah, Rift Herald's going to go down. So my estimation of 3 plates was actually 5.
Well, I think
shame on me, I guess.
Well, I mean, I think you were still correct in how we got him in the early game, right?
Oh, that's true. Unassisted. Is Young Jay going to have to worry? Trickster gets himself over as Cuz is flashing. There's the flash, but he still gets hit. Oh, the heal's too good, though. And now Young Jay's going to get the double knockups. Bulldog is looking for even more. The resets are coming in. And Lahen's doesn't have heal this time. Press the attack is stacked. And now aiming is going to try and answer this. Bulldog's pretty strong, though, so he's going to have to run. Not enough ricochets here, as now he might be able to close in. Not sure about that one there, Bulldog.
Hey, we'll give him credit for all the parts he did right before that, though, Atlas.
Hey, yeah, there we go. I think he had an explosive shot, and he wanted to stack it up and thought he might be able to get the kill after he saw that the spell shield was down.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely what he was thinking. Keen was also coming down, though, and June's not going to be able to offer much there, unfortunately, so...
Oh, my goodness. The amount of plates that had gone down this game would have sold out IKEA, Wolf. 100%.
Let's watch this one more time here. Look at Lahen's health bar. It's super low, and they decide, okay, we're going to go into Young Jay. And he unfortunately gets healed up. And look at the trade back damage here. BDD is made of whatever is like lighter and like wimpier than paper in this game. He just explodes. He's like a dried leaf in the wind. And he dies instantly, and then Bulldog overextends here for this one. Keen's coming down, so Jax gets some pressure topside, but...
Oh, no, okay, so he didn't have the explosive shot on, and so there was just a little bit Bulldog expecting that he wasn't going to be able to make it out. And now Lahen's going to take the Heimerdinger for a walk, but oh my goodness, the Sejuani's dead extraordinarily quickly.
And we have to ask the question, we came out of a replay, but why is KT fighting?
Oh, it's another fight against a Cassante near a turret. Dudu presses Counter-Strike and sidesteps the Q pretty nicely as these minions are frustrating. What's this turnaround, Dudu? Leap Strike, is it going to be back up in time is the question. And the answer is no, we're just going to hit the turret. We'll get another plate. Crockery is the goal, and I respect it.
Lahen's coming up here to try to punish, though.
Okay, taking Jax for a walk this time around. Is aiming, throws out the boomerang, and oh, Counter-Strike yet again. This time it's not going to last long enough as Bulldog's looking for another turret. So how many plates is that?
Look at Taeyun in the mid lane pushing an inner turret during this as well. Like, this is a huge win. 3 people to kill a Jax who almost gets a solo kill, still gets plate gold, and then a whole turret goes over to Bulldog, his second of the game, and Taeyun is able to push all the way down to inner here on this Varus and take a massive amount of gold while Cuz is just desperately catching minions. And yes, Kwangdong Freaks will get a little bit of pressure on this top turret, but they can't take the whole thing down. And so this is still a huge win for Kwangdong Freaks on both sides of the map, or all 3 really lanes.
Yeah, all 3 sides of the triangle map wolf.
Yeah. As going back to this scenario here, definitely a big overextension. And KT, why fight against the strongest point of the game for your opponent while you're at your weakest state? To stop Drake stacking is the answer. That's why.
And like,
unfortunately,
just
it's not
do
right.
what you did in game 1.
Yeah, it's not the right call here. This was beautifully played from Dudu. Actually, the Counter-Strike absorbing all this damage. Now he's vulnerable and Keen goes for him. He dodges this one and then flashes the Q3. That was so beautifully done. Unfortunately, doesn't have his Leap Strike to get the kill. And then he gets the collapse on, but it's still a win because he grabs a plate. And look at the minimap where Varus is pushing mid and Tristana gets bottom turret.
Yeah, and Tristana, I think, gets 3 plates in that point in time. So technically it's 4 plates for a kill onto Jax and a couple of plates, I think, afterwards. As Youngjae is going to look to interrupt Cuz, does so, doesn't find the knock-up with the Cyclone, which is a little bit of a shame.
It was kind of weird, too. It was like Cuz it looked like he was in the animation, but he's not get hit by it.
Yeah, an odd situation, one could say.
Look at the control of the map.
Corruption going to get dashed by one of Cassante's abilities.
Keen is just getting bullied here. They're trying to find value in this mid lane. Dudu can shut it down.
Dudu's like, I'm just passing by, guys. Just passing by. Please, I don't want any trouble. It's Cuz doing exactly the same thing. Ricochet's not going to interrupt the Jax this time.
So we have looks like it was about, 15-ish minutes on this Rod of Ages here for BDD. So he does have that now. It's not the worst possible time. We have seen worse. But it's going to be a while before he comes online here in this game, even with the kill he picked up earlier on.
All right, Bulldog is looking for another target. The charge is going to go off, but not exactly fully stacked or anything like that, so Cassante going to be fine.
Look at Taeyun. Look at Varus push up to inner turret.
Yeah.
Again.
When is Varus that safe ever?
No. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, well, now Youngjae's making his way in, and KT with 4 members, they can't dive Dudu again because he has 1 friend. And maybe they'll turn it around because Bulldog's teleported in. He's finding free autos now, and he's shooting so fast with the rapid fire cannon. Enforced alcove gaming here for KT as Cuz is just limping away from this fight. BDD is going to die as an afterthought as the reset comes through. Bulldog grabs the pickup. He's going to let his team take care of the rest of it as he's just jumping a billion times. God, I love this player. Kwangdong Freaks is so good.
I'm so glad Taeyun didn't steal the kill after having no part in that entire exchange, just pushing mid. AFK! He's like AFK mid!
Yeah.
This is Kwangdong Freaks. The comp is so ahead that Varus' job is just to push mid.
And now we know why he took lethal tempo, man. It's so that he could do as much turret damage
Yeah, that's
possible.
the real reason. That's the real reason.
Although I think that the lethality build would have done fine damage to Charos, but never mind. Still think it's cool.
I mean,
Gets to shoot it faster.
this draft from KT was greedy and disrespectful. We saw the punish come through with an unusual pick of the Tristana. But the Jax has such a big part to play in this as well against the Cassante. You know, you could shut the Cassante down. You could side lane by the Cassante later on, too, if KT somehow miraculously recover from this 10,000 gold lead. Look at what Jax could also do defensively in this, like, 4-man group up. Like, what are you hoping for? What are you trying to achieve here as KT? Trying to get money on this Caston, but you pushed so deep. The Buster Shot just pushed him into the alcove. It's not the alcove for gaming that you want.
Bulldog's hit by, like, 2 auto attacks or something. Like, this entire exchange, he's just taking, like, just walking with everyone.
He's a slinky going up the stairs.
Yeah, he is, actually.
A slinky going up the stairs. That's what he is. That's not how slinkies are supposed to work.
That's not how they work at all.
That's how it works in this comp.
Oh, man. This is a very happy
crazy.
CV
This
Max.
is crazy. Like, he's super happy because the draft of KT was disrespectful. He had the answer. Bulldog was ready to play it, whether he's played it in solo queue or not. Maybe he's played against it, as you mentioned, on the Caston, knows how to play the Tristana well enough to hit these all-ins, push this Caston down, and then bounce around the map. And Guangdong Freaks have now hit the point where I talked about earlier, like KT, like, oh yeah, this is about normal, you know, 2,000 gold down. It's not the end of the world. There's still a way to bounce back here if you play it right. If there's some mistakes, some extensions. Now, this is unrecoverable.
Yep.
This is no longer a winnable game.
And, Wolf, I did it. I found a game that Bulldog was in where there was a Tristana in the mid lane. He was playing the Kassadin.
Okay.
And he got smashed by, I think it's Nongshim's Academy player, which is not Challenger, it's Academy.
Was it Calyx? Who just recently became a Challengers player who was at the Academy mid laner?
It says Nongshim Kolmi.
Not
it's
sure.
in Korean, so I'm not entirely sure. G-Sun might know
Call
something
me.
about-
Call me, yeah.
Oh, Call Me.
Yeah, he just got replaced
it's
by
just-
Calyx,
Yeah, sorry. So it is their Challenger mid laner. And he smacked Bulldog. And they'd have a lot of experience playing against one another, Bulldog and Call Me, so that's cool. Yeah, and Call Me actually was the guy that really impressed us in Challenger as well.
Yeah.
My ability to read Korean characters is sometimes a little bit of a problem. As Kane fighting a shadow of a Wukong.
Well, it's okay. I think you've had a pretty good read on this game so far, and I don't know if there's much else to say about it, you know?
Yeah, I mean, me and really good reads, Wolf, because we're staring down the barrel of Max going 0-7. Sorry, 0-5.
0-5 so far.
0-5 so far. But it feels like 0-7, you know? That's how egregious my lack of being able to predict has been thus far.
So the 4-1 here with, you know, the base of the best turret damage you can ask for outside of a Ziggs with this Tristana.
I'd almost argue better.
Better in this game state, for sure. And then a Jax pushing with impunity, and you just rotate the Varus mid. Like we can be in all 3 lanes and take a Baron. That's how far ahead we are. The Jax just adds so much to this comp, though.
Is this the classic 20-minute Tristana Heimerdinger Baron?
Yes.
Oh, man. We
Bulldog
should have
asked,
known.
Bulldog was like, we can't do it because I wanted to solo it, like solo queue, but you ruined it. So we're just going to cancel that.
Yeah, it's like when your Master Yi goes AFK because you interrupted him trying to solo the Baron.
As I make this point about the Jax, like, you see Jax disappears off the map, KT realize, okay, they're doing Baron, they push him off the Baron, then guess who goes straight back to the bottom lane? Dudu, he's pushing this through.
Lurks out of the shadows, slinks out of the shadows, sorry. Bulldog has an Infinity Edge. I think that Baron is
I
sweating.
think you definitely could take it. At this point, they're going to grab red buff here for Taeyun real quick. As KT just have no real deep vision here, going to drop that control ward in and get the, at least for now, good news. As KT loves to buy a bunch of control wards, very famous for that this season around objectives. You can see the inventory is getting filled up with them right now for who can afford it. Just hoping to come in here and creep through this vision, and maybe somebody overextends. Maybe Tristana goes in and is blown up. But, I mean, there's not a whole lot of blow-up damage here, to be honest with you, on the side of KT. 2-item Sivir.
Yeah, it's not quite there yet, right? I mean, there is still that... I don't know whether it's like Monka W looking at the watch right now. It might be a different emote looking at the watch. But, I mean, I think the Kassadin should hit level 16 in this game. I just don't know whether it is going to be enough to actually affect the outcome of said game.
Yeah, if you asked me about a minute ago if he would hit 16 this game, I probably would have said no.
But if Guangdong Freaks don't, you know, keep pushing and keep suffocating KT out, then this composition certainly does do things late game. I mean, it's Sivir and Kassadin, right?
Yeah.
They should never get there. right? We need to add that it should never actually happen. And once again, we're going to
not
see,
gonna happen with this Baron.
yeah, the Infinity Edge really does sort of help lock this one down. And Kwangdong Freaks, by the book, they push them out and they go to the Baron. They guarantee it. They have so much damage in order to take it
Now
down.
what they can do is put Jax with this Baron buff on top side and allow him to push this inner. He can team
Yeah,
it down.
1-3-1 with Tristana Jax. You're feeling pretty good about that.
Exactly, so you put the Jax top side here. There has to be a reaction or he will kill an inhibitor. And then you push bottom side here with the Baron buff, and then you have a free dragon. It's going to be the Ocean Soul they take here at about 23.5 minutes. And it's just checkmate, essentially, macro-wise here for KT. Not that the game is over. I mean, it essentially is, but KT will get one Elder fight here in about 5.5 minutes' time. Or maybe that casting comes into play. But again, he's sitting at level 13. And if inhibitors go down, which looks very likely at this point from this Baron buff, you're just never going to be able to walk towards the Elder.
Well, I mean, Bulldog, this is so dead. Like, the most dead inhibitor turret I've ever seen. And Taeyeon's here as well. Look at how many auto attacks he's got. He's got his Rage Blade stacked up. There we go. Inhibitor goes down. Bulldog can move to the next lane that he wants to obliterate. Dudu is taking care of business towards that top side, and you can't even go near the fence. KT are getting shot within their own fence, Wolf.
Yeah, it's messed up, man.
They're saying, get off my lawn, but the other guy has the shotgun. Like, what's going on here?
It's no longer your lawn, KT Rolster. It's been annexed.
Yeah, it's not great. Is Jun also in a rough... never mind.
He's the same level as Cuz in this game.
Who is this guy?
Cuz and Jun are on the same experience this game.
And
level 11.
I just want to shout out Kevin Kim as well, who tweeted today just saying how excited he is to see Taeyeon and Jun performing here in the LCK. Really felt like they did great things for DRX, and we've been saying this a lot as well. But his timing for the tweet, which was just before this series, I don't think could have been any better.
Nope.
So definitely deserved shout out. As Inhibitor goes down in the mid lane, and the top lane should follow as well. Like, this is an absolute shellacking. And it's not even just KT messed up and they didn't, like,
They messed up a draft
the
phase,
thing right. But they messed up the draft. They went straight into whatever Kwangdong Freaks wanted to do. But Kwangdong Freaks also had an amazing idea. They had this guy in the mid lane willing to make this Tristana look completely busted in this matchup, as the explosive charge is continuing to just destroy these turrets. Kane getting a decent knockback, but I mean, at this point, I think the minions are going to be too strong. Youngjae fighting against Kane, and the turrets are just falling. Taeyeon getting these autos down right into the back line goes Youngjae, but the Nexus is dead, and it's a 2-0 for Kwangdong Freaks. Look at Bulldog, he's so happy, man.
Very well-deserved 2-0 here. KT Rolster with disrespect in the draft. And finally, Kwangdong fans have something to celebrate tonight as KT loses in a 2-0 upset. And both games, there were some draft problems for KT, but in the second game, they walked right into it. You picked red side, and you picked your soul laners before the second ban phase. You went way face-up into this, while also giving a prio bottom lane to Kwangdong Freaks. I mean, the disrespect couldn't have been higher. And KT, I think, came to this game and said, we're going to execute better. We're the better team. It's going to be okay. And it absolutely wasn't. And Bulldog just took this Tristana pick and shoved it all over the map. Destroyed all the turrets, so they got all the plate gold. This is a definition of a prio lead in all three lanes.
And remember, they'd won one game prior to this, right? And so now Bulldog goes from 0 POG points to, I believe after this game, 200. I think he's going to get so many more. Deserved hug from CV Max there, who is absolutely ecstatic. We saw him in the coach's booth as well.
This is the kind of game, though, for Bulldog's playstyle that you absolutely want. You want the all-in Tristana lane counter matchup where, Victor, you're like, okay, I can get 15 CS ahead on that Syndra. You know, that's cool. Like, and people are like, ooh, that was kind of interesting. This is where he's like, I will destroy the Kassadin and his turret, and I will win the game by myself, essentially. And, I mean, Bulldog lane prowess just continues to be true. This time with a counter matchup, he defines the game. And Kwangdong will take the 2-0. An unexpected result, another one here this week, the week of upsets.
They hadn't won a single game outside of that one against Bro, which was uninspiring to say the least. That whole series was not exactly the greatest League of Legends. This was not only a 2-0 for Kwangdong Freaks, their first match win, but also really good League of Legends, and in Game 2 especially, great drafting.
Yeah.
I'm blown away, man.
The
and
fans,
the first pentakill of the season? Was it? I think it was.
I think it was. The fans also super excited for this resurgence here, and it's something they've been waiting for. They deserve, the players do, the praise they're getting for this series. And nothing that we saw before this from CV Max, to be totally honest, leads into this. It was not a saga. Let's
no, it was not a. This was a non sequitur, if ever I've seen one, Wolf.
Because we were seeing all sorts of weird drafts. We were seeing no prio in bottom side and a lot of trial and error. And then this time, it's just a laser-focused punish draft here in Game 2. And it feels like I'm a little bit sad about how the start of the season went, because we could have seen greater things. But let's focus on where we're going here, because maybe, just maybe, like the resurgence of Hanwha Life Esports, if Kwangdong Freaks can take some upset wins, there's still a small chance. It is very small.
Yeah.
But maybe there's a playoffs in the future here if they can keep winning games. And this is terrible for KT in terms of their race to the playoffs, with Hanwha on the rise right now with Live Sandbox overperforming. This is one of those losses that might be the one you look back up when we're doing our playoff calculations going, man, if they just didn't lose that series to Kwangdong early in the season, maybe they could make playoffs. This is, unfortunately for KT, a tragic loss. The first loss to Kwangdong Freaks by any team, and no team wants to be the first loss.
No, it is. It feels very KT. I'm not going to lie to you. But unfortunately, they just didn't seem on the same page today. We have seen some great things out of KT. We've seen very different problems to what we saw today. But this really wasn't it. So hopefully they can regroup after a difficult loss like this and come back stronger. But from what we've experienced with a lot of these players, it is difficult to get to that, right? It's difficult to get to that conclusion in what we expect.
Nice try on the spell shield.
Yeah. Decent attempt, as we'll have a listen in and see how crazy Kwangdong Freaks go after their first win here in the LCK 2023.
Notice June and Dudu making the main shot calls here. And that's what, again, June has been famous for. We keep talking about this story because it's hard to see unless he's on comms, right, on camera.
Yeah. And it's very easy to see if you watch DRX challenges, because the lack of Jun definitely has been felt over there. But they really have come into their own towards the later parts of the game, right?
Young Jay's just like, I'm going in, and gets instantly pulled back, but then hits the knockups. Doesn't matter, Nexus goes down. Oh man, the hype here is real. Except not for Dudu so much.
Yeah, I mean, Dudu has been around the block a little bit more than the rest of his teammates, and Bulldog, 20.7k damage, over double that of what BDD was able to put out, and just an extraordinary performance and demonstration of why blind picking Kassadin is a rather rough decision to make.
The light-colored damage on the graph here is for the early game, and this is a comp that's supposed to be mostly light-colored.
I want to see the turret damage. I want to see the turret damage so bad. But, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to see no more of us. Let's throw it over to the space so they can break down that series.
Thank you, casters, and thank you, Bulldog, for that wonderful performance. And we have him right here on the screen. He's unfortunately not able to answer us as he is just a picture, but wow, what a game. What do you think, Chronicler?
Well, I have been excited about Bulldog for a really long time, but before we get into me telling you how amazing this player is and how he's been amazing for a while, and he's only 17, which is mind-blowing. Yeah. I want to highlight this draft because, as mentioned many times by the casters, with a draft like this, you need to go in very in-depth about, KT, what are you doing? Because overall, as of course the sides are flipped here, I got caught up there for a second, because giving over the Heimerdinger and the Varus right from the get-go to Kwangdong is straight up disrespect, right? That in of itself is already a big risk that you're taking, because that to me is the most punishing bot lane that we have at the moment. But then you lock in the blind Kassadin and you can't do it. Like, it's not allowed. This time it was the Tristana, which was amazing, but even with the Yone ban, I'm pretty sure that as long as you have any AD mid in your arsenal, you're gonna completely ruin his day. And that's what happened. And guess what? If you then add not just a Tristana, but Wukong, who has the edge on Sedge in the early game, and is shoving bot lane. And we also saw that Dudu played really well, so even he was able to find some early edges against the Cassante at the cost of his own health. Like, what are you going to do?
Yeah, I mean, in the draft, Wolf said it, you said it, just a little bit of disrespect, just assuming like, okay, we can just pick this and get away with it. And they did not. This was the absolute best way to say, okay, this is not allowed. And Bulldog comes out, he's like, yeah, let me show you a piece of my mind. I'm going to play the Tristana, and he is able to crush him. So, very one-sided game, all led by the Tristana. Let's go into highlight number 1 and see how he was able to pull it off.
So already here, he has a substantial amount of control of the lane, right? Because this is a Kassadin. Kassadin just can't walk up at any point because you get out-traded, and you just immediately go down. Gets his first Demolish proc this early on, and as a result, right, like Bulldog gets in all these pot shots, has the PTA as well, and something that we'll go into after the highlight is that I actually really like the setup that he went for here. Like already, look at our production with the teleport and the demolish combined. This is not about killing Keen, right? If you go Halo Blades and Ignite, that will be the case. But this setup allows you to just relentlessly push from the get-go, and with Youngjae backing him up, there's nothing to be done, right? Like, cause like, oh, maybe I can help. No, I cannot help. In fact, I get bullied away. So Bulldog is about to get a plate here, like 3 minutes in, gets more pot shots off, and like King or BDD can't really do anything about this. This is just what you draft yourself into.
Yeah.
SKT, and most teams in the LCK that have more experienced players are going to be better than our challenger, mashup, or younger teams. But that doesn't mean that you can give them edges like this, right? Like they're still individually really good players.
Yeah.
And trying to be like, oh yeah, with Kassadin and Sivir, blind.
If they let you get to a late game with mid Tristana, then I guess, congratulations, you got away with murder basically. Not supposed to happen, and Bulldog did not let that happen. As his team didn't as well, and we're going to get into this fight, which is basically the end of the game, right? So the karma's gone.
Like, what are you even doing here, right? You have a Tristana that is monstrously fed versus a Kassadin. He's not even a champion. He's just showing up here for giggles. As then look at the amount of damage, right, that they do here. Like, Youngjae gets hit by this. It doesn't matter. Like, Bulldog is so fed. We actually requested if we could get an image of an actual Goomba that he would then stomp on, but obviously that didn't actually work out. But there were like 3 more highlights of him like hopping and hopping and hopping and hopping, and
look at this. The two of these guys coming together, CV Max, who's been around for a long time, and Bulldog, his new mid laner here. Awesome to see they finally make it happen, and it's just a great moment because these guys have been getting Goomba stomps, and then they quite literally Goomba stomped their opponents, which KT today, they did not come out with a very good performance, and they did not respect Kwangdong, and Kwangdong gave them a piece of their mind. So let's take a look at the POG and, well, the Bulldog of the game, as 200 points now. The second one, his first one was for Victor. I think we'll be seeing more as long as Kwangdong continue to win.
This player was the only reason, together with Ilima, the only reason that at any point in Challengers or Kwangdong's Challenger team, they were able to string together wins, right? It was, if either of them didn't perform, there was nothing that happened. There was nothing going on. And his Victor we were very aware of, but as the casters also kind of talked about, as we got into the previous champ select and as we got out of it and loaded in the game, very different look here from Bulldog. But in Challenger we have actually seen him be able to pull it off, but doing it in Challengers is one thing. There's a lot more mistakes that are being made. But being able to pull it off in the LCK against a team with some of the most veteran players that we have, hitting the 11 out of 11. It took a little bit, the first week wasn't great, but Challenger fans are eating very well with Paze and Bulldog now stringing together. A couple POGs back to back.
Yeah, it's great to see that Bulldog is performing. Paze we kind of expected. Bulldog, I think you expected, and now he's kind of proving it bit by bit. It's still very early on in the season. It's still the spring season. Give this guy time, and we're going to be seeing more of this. Less blind Kassadin drafts.
Yes, please.
I think that's going to be one big thing for this as well. Maybe they assumed from game one, they're like, okay, well, we were just able to handshake, you know, the Yumi Sivir and the Zera Yumi and, you know, all this stuff. And not the case. Not the case. But either way, guys, we do have the interview ready to go. Let's hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POG interview translation. We are here joined by Youngjae and Bulldog from Kwangdong Freaks. Congratulations! A very long-awaited first win of the season. How do you feel, Youngjae? Well, today, yeah, we were on a 4-match losing streak. You know, we had a lot of lows. We were not actually having the best atmosphere, but I think today will be a huge turning point for us. To be completely honest, I was feeling like nervous. Very nervous, but I'm so happy that I was able to lead my team to victory, and it just feels amazing. I mean, yeah, speaking of losing streak, you know, it must have been very tough for you guys, but today you guys were able to step up so much and get this win. What did you have in mind today? I mean, our scrims are pretty decent, but whenever we get to play in the LCK, we get extra nervous, so we will do better. We will keep working hard. Youngjae, in game number 1, on Maokai, you are like initiating all the team fights, always there for your teammates. Are you happy with your performance in game 1? No, we only got 1 match win, so we have a very long way to go. So today should be our turning point, and we will come back stronger from now on. What do you think was the best play on Maokai today? I think like BDD flashed after getting rooted by me, so that was pretty, you know, impressive. And we also had a pentakill by Kwangdong Freaks. How did Taeyeon react to it? Taeyeon was crying for the penta. And then, if we had like 10 wins already, I would have just stolen that. But this was our first win, so I was like, maybe next time. Yeah, I'm just gonna let him take his penta today. In game number 1, we had another Victor, a champion that was on a 5-game losing streak, and also Syndra was on a very long losing streak as well. Whoa, were you aware of it? Kind of. Why do you think they are struggling right now? Well, I think we are having a lot of skirmishes in the current meta, but Victor and Syndra, they require, you know, quite longer time in order to do some work done early on. So their potential early on is pretty low. But Bulldog, you played 6 Victors so far. Youngjae, do you still have faith in Victor itself? I mean, he's like strong in lane. You know, he's decent, so as long as you can play it correctly, it's still a good pick. So you went for Roa and then, you know, another mana item, which is not that strong early on. Could you break down your item build for us? Well, I get tankier though, you know, with those 2 items. So I can kind of, you know, walk forward, be annoying, and like make opponents actually want to open team fight because I get to, you know, do some more work in the front line. In game 2, we had Tristana mid unlocked. Was that something you prepped early on this season? I kind of tried it sometimes, but I had no idea that I was going to play that today, but it was fun. And Canyon actually said Youngjae is a great and strong jungler. Were you happy to hear that? I mean, he was speaking of scrims, I guess. But still, I'm so glad the best jungler actually gave me a praise. It feels great. However, your next opponent is D plus Kia. You're gonna be facing up against Canyon. Thank you for calling me a Gosu. So I will show you some Gosu performance on that day, and let's have fun. What about you, Bulldog? I hope we can replicate our performance today, you know, not feeling small, doing our own work. So we will be able to, you know, get a win if we do so. So we will keep working hard. And this will be the end of the interview from Youngjae Bulldog from Kwangdong Freaks, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, for that awesome translation as always. And Gwangmu Freaks, they get their first win. Those guys were so adorable there.
So cute, right? Like, this is the first interview that Bulldog ever had. And hey, as far as 17-year-old challengers doing interviews does, he did better than Pace, so that's a win. Also, might I remind you, in case you were unaware, Atlas is still sitting at 0 correct predictions this week. All of us are taking a big beating, but Atlas has it the worst. So by that logic, Sandbox is about to 2-0 Genji.
I mean, could happen. Although Genji did spank D plus Kia, so pretty unlikely. But we'll have to see, you know, KT looks great in their last match against Hanwha, and then all of a sudden, this. But guys, taking a look at our standings now, KT 2-2, definitely very middling. I think they do have more in the tank than this. It's still early in spring, still round 1. Gwangmu Freaks able to pick up their first win as well.
Yeah, it does mean that we still don't really have a good idea of where a lot of our teams stand in relation to one another, because it has been kind of a revolving door of everyone beats everyone, and we'll see if that continues.
Definitely could. We'll have to see. This is Genji versus Live Sandbox, which will be the next one, not Gwangmu Freaks, who did just play. A massive matchup, actually. Live Sandbox looking very, very strong. Genji obviously incredibly strong, proving that in their last match against D+ as well. So make sure you guys are watching. This should be about 50 minutes for this next match, so we'll see you then.
DRX come in as defending world champion spot. Looks like there's still a lot of growth that needs to happen here.
Life Esports going to have to figure something out because they're looking a little bit DRX-y to me.
여러분 안녕하세요. 목요일마다 찾아오는 리뷰데스크의 헬리오스 신동진입니다. 오늘 함께 해주실 모래폭풍의 주역 리브 샌드박스의 버돌 선수와 윌러 선수를 모셨습니다. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. 리브 샌드박스 정글 윌러 김정현입니다.
안녕하세요. 리브 샌드박스 버돌 탑 노티현입니다.
와! 와우! 모래폭풍의 주역! 네, 영상을 본 후에 2주차 리브 샌드박스의 팀원들 중 3연승을 할 때 가장 큰 지분을 누가 가졌는지에 대해서 얘기 듣고 나눠볼 겁니다. 준비되셨나요?
네, 됐습니다.
그러면 첫 번째 영상부터 바로 확인해 보겠습니다.
그래도 엘리스 지금 준비. 와! 엘리스! 윌러! KT 세트에서 윌러를 찾아라 이거.
아스마 싸움 지렸다. 나 신의 아스마 싸움. 저런 장면도 있어요.
그러게 나도 기억 안 나는데?
다시 넘어간다. 우리 시합. 윌러!
저건 네가 잘하겠다. 너가 시선 잘 끌었다 저거. 나못 들어가는 거였는데.
얘들아,
그냥 대정연인데.
앨리스로는 안 뺏겨.
좀 재수가 없는데 저거? 다시 보니까 재수 살짝 없긴 하네요 확실히.
윌러 선수가 진짜 스틸을 잘했어요. 이 장면을 보고 좀 설명해 주실 수 있을까요?
상대방의 조합은 깡싸움이 워낙 센 조합이었기 때문에 저희가 먼저 자리를 잡고 했어야 되는데 시야톤을 잡기가 쉽지 않았었거든요. 근데 그러던 악재 속에서 주현이도 잘리는 실수를 해서 이거 안 하면 진다 그런 느낌이었는데 다시 한번 제가 잘했다고 스스로 느낀 게 하나 있었는데요. BD 선수가 저한테 목줄을 걸었거든요. 그래서 딱 이게 지금 걸리기 직전에 지금 풀 써야겠다. 그때 인게임 콜로 바로 스킬랑 맞추자 하고 지금 들어가서 쏴봐라. 그럼 내가 강제 쏘겠다. 해서 딱 맞춘 거였는데 MB 선수랑도 좀 굉장히 호흡이 잘 맞았던 것 같고 타이밍도 좋았던 것 같습니다.
완벽한 설계였네요. 버들 선수는 어떻게 생각하세요? 이 장면을 보고
여기서 좀 제가 안 들어갔으면, 그러니까 천천히 했으면 제가 봤을 때 싸움도 이길만 했는데 너무 성급하게 들어간 것 같아서 이때 좀만 만약에 천천히 했으면 한타까지 이겨볼만 하지 않았나.
그건 맞긴 하네 보니까. 들어간 것도 좋았는데 궁을 이렇게 밀쳤으면 어땠을까? 약간 이렇게
안쪽으로
이 벽에 막히게. 네, 이 벽에 막히게.
마우스가 잘못 돌아가나.
버돌 선수가 살짝 이거 내가 잘못한 것 같다라고 얘기를 하셨는데 장로 스틸 장면이 있잖아요. 또 그거 봐야겠죠?
이쪽에서 엘리스 거미 줄을 타도 넘어가지 못한 상황이었기 때문에 탈 게 없어서 그래서 각이 이쪽밖에 없었는데 태현이가 이렇게 몸 던져줘서 오공의 시선을 빼앗고 제가 이렇게 들어갈 각이 나왔기 때문에 이 줄타기가 사실 태현이가 다 만들어준 거라 생각해서 굉장히 또 잘했다고 생각해요, 태현이가.
이전에 또 스마를 너무 잘 써가지고
그렇지, 나를 믿어야지.
싸움이 잘 된 것 같아요.
근데 또 궁금한 게 혹시 이때 앨리스로 일부러 좀 장로용에 비벼서 강타 실수를 유도한 건가요?
맞습니다. 이게 아무래도 저도 그렇고 이럴 때 좀 비벼져서 챔피언 머리에 쓴 경우가 많았거든요. 그래서 이거를 좀 토대로 확률을 좀 높이는 것 같습니다.
여기까지는 확실히 윌러 선수의 플레이가 너무 좋았네요. 거의 한 지금 7대3 정도로 마음이 기울고 있어요, 지금. 여기서 끝나면 안 되거든요. 3경기에서 또 기가 막힌 장면들이 많았는데 3경기도 좀 봐볼까요?
상경기 내가 뭐였지?
오늘 상경이는 크샨테의 신이었지.
뒤로 오는데 버돌은 불사예요. 버돌은 불사예요. 버돌 그냥 맞으면서 때려요? 버돌은 불사예요.
그래가지고 죽지도 않네 그냥.
버돌 때리다 보니까 끝났네요.
이게 뭔가 싶죠? 이 버돌 뭔가 싶죠?
이게 챔피언이 맞나? 이게 왜 안 죽는 거죠, 크산테?
좀 편하게 성장돼서 좀 성능 차이 좀 많이 나가지고 와도 안 죽을 것 같다. 근데 이때 상황이 이제 세주가 뒤에 돌아오는 게 보여가지고 원래는 빼려고 했는데 각오일도 있어서 그냥 안 죽을 것 같아서 팀원들도 좀 잘 봐줘가지고 좀 좋은 장면 나온 것 같아요.
이 장면 말고도 엄청 화려한 장면들, 좋은 장면들이 많았거든요.
원래는 하면 안 되는데 이제 한번 뭐 죽어도 괜찮겠지 약간 그런 템 차이가 너무 나가지고 제가 느꼈을
너
때는
그게 무슨 무책임한 말이야 그게.
또 거기에 시골까지 맞아서 이제 좀 싸웠는데 스릴 있었어요 이때. 원래는 중동을 제가 느꼈을 때는
쫀득쫀득했거든요.
근데 확실히
이렇게 플레이한 것
또
같아요.
이런 퍼포먼스들이 있어야 또 이제 슈퍼플레이도 나오는 거고. 또
한끗
이렇게
차이라고 생각해서
POG는 근데 클로저 선수가 받았어요.
이 게임이 상대가 이기려면 제가 생각했을 때는 좀 잭스가 좀 잘 커야 되는데 제가 그걸 이제 수도꼭지 이제 끄듯이 맞긴 했었는데 못 먹어서 POG 좀 아쉬웠던 것 같아요.
수도꼭지는 나였다. 결국에 이렐리아가 커서 캐리할 수 있었던 거는 내가 만들어준 발판이다.
그렇죠. 네.
그렇죠.
네.
윌러 선수 어떻게 생각하나요? 맞나요? 맞는 말인가요?
결국에 이렐리아 챔피언 자체가 딱 인상 깊은 챔프잖아요. 잘했을 때.
그렇죠.
주인공은 이렐리아가 또 맞는 것 같습니다. 결국에.
혹시 결정하기 전에 저의 마음을 움직일 만한 한마디가 남아 있을까요?
현재 게임은 정글이 중요하기 때문에 제가 또 잘하는 부분이 있지 않나.
뭐 윌러우 선수 아니면 이제 클로저 선수라고 좀 생각하는데 윌러우 선수가 좀 스마를 잘 써줬기 때문에 뭐 브리온존도 극적으로 구출해줬고 뭐 KT 존이나 뭐 하나존도 정현이가 구출 작전 해줬기 때문에
네.
진짜 너가 그렇게 하면 내가 뭐가 돼?
나 근데 너가 맞긴 해.
저도 마음을 결정을 했습니다. 2주차 샌드박스 모래 폭풍의 MVP는 윌러 선수입니다. 와, 아니 윌러 선수 왜 이렇게 안 좋아하세요? 자, 이렇게 해서 오늘 리뷰 데스크를 함께 해봤습니다. 두 분 오늘 어떠셨나요?
이 자리에 있게 된 게 또 저희 팀원들이 다 같이 잘해줘서 그리고 팬분들이 열심히 응원해줬기 때문에 이렇게 이 자리에 앉을 수 있는 것 같아서 너무 감사하고 또 고맙고 또 이 자리에 서 있으니까 또 뭔가 감회가 새롭네요.
뭐 이런 자리 만들어주셔서 감사하고 다음에도 불러주시면 열심히 뛰쳐나가겠습니다.
네, 두 분 오늘 함께 해주셔서 너무 감사하고 다음 주 목요일에 돌아오겠습니다. 안녕!
안녕.
안녕!
Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, bloodstains washing underneath the waves. A beat reaching out to give you hope. As we fall, I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the LCK for Spring 2023. I'm still Atlas. I'm still joined by Wolf here as we prepare to get into our second series of the evening. The cool kids that never panic versus that Tiger Nation over there. Very excited to see how this
I am excited for this series. I mean, look, Genji with a bit of an upset win over D+, or, you know, depends on how you look at it. Relatively, right? Over D+, and going into this series, I'd say with Liv Sandbox on this upward trajectory, this matchup becomes more hyped in some ways than I think it should be, right? Because we do expect Genji to take the win tonight, and I think most people expect it to be a 2-0, but it has been the week of upsets. Atlas, you haven't gotten any of your predictions right so far. The rest of us have gotten the one prediction right, the Brion series, which was a risky prediction.
And the Nongshim one. I think everyone got that one right. Or was that
the same one?
Brion?
Same
that
one.
Was Brion versus Nongshim. That was the other Brion versus DRX that I also messed up.
But the standings-wise here, Ellis, if Liv Sandbox win this, they will, at least until T1 play against Nongshim later on this week, tomorrow in fact, take first place in the standings. And we're like, we're on our 6th game of Liv Sandbox. It's no longer at, well, it's early in the season, like standings can look a little bit weird. This is a top 4 team, I think, right now, depending on how Hanwha, does, because they're on the up and up, but if they win this tonight, it means a lot. It cannot be overstated.
It absolutely does. Like, this is a crazy world where we're living in. As points of the match are going to copy my intro here. Welcome to Tiger Nation. Cool kids who never lose is a new one because they don't panic. And in their not panicking, they also seem to do a whole bunch of winning is what it looks like. And they've come a long way since their initial loss against D+ Kia, a team that Genji just handily dispatched.
I love this. Operation Peanut, the OG God of Smite versus where is Willard? Where is he going to be? Which angle does he take? How does he get these smites off? Because it is so calculated and so calm and collected how Liv Sandbox play their games. They have second lowest combined kills in the LCK right now thus far. Second only to Brion, and that needs no explanation. But
yeah,
they do not overextend. They do not make mistakes. As we take a look at Chovy versus Closer here, Closer having the rougher end of this one, but a higher win rate than you'd expect considering his history with the organization.
Yeah, absolutely. Chovy also 1 arm less in the celebration. I don't know what that means necessarily, but it might be important as we head into this matchup. 12-6 in favor of Chovy. I think a lot of people would assume that would be a little bit more Chovy favored, but Closer in his time on T1 also had a few games. I believe it was in the Griffin era where he was able to take a few against Chovy.
Yeah, the T1 Closer as well might be one or two of those as well. And taking a look at the stats here, Genji definitely having the better end of things here. In terms of First Herald, Liv Sandbox have not focused there. They put their focus on First Drake, and taking and stacking Drakes and playing around that as a win condition and trying to force their opponents into bad team fights is why they have so few combined kills and why they do not team fight very often, which is the exact opposite identity of what Liv Sandbox was last year.
Yeah.
Where it was team fighting all the time, constantly trying to force engages. They get a small lead and they hold on to it.
Well, we'll see whether they can hold on to it here today against this team right here. Genji making their way out onto the stage, of course, the LCK defending champions of 2022 summer. And they do have a change up on that bottom side. Of course, I think a lot of people have been having a look at what Ruler's been up to. The guy is smurfing, to say the least, in the LCK, in the LPL. And Genji, based on their recent performance, don't seem to miss him as much as I think a lot of people were expecting.
Yeah, I mean, Pays is growing into his role so quickly. I think quicker than most people expected, especially considering the somewhat rocky start. You know, he's had some isolated deaths. He's definitely been caught in the Ruler spot, really living with Ruler in that way. A few times caught clearing a ward.
It's also Peanut's birthday as well.
Yes.
So happy birthday to Peanut. I believe there was another Genji birthday that happened actually just 3 days ago or something like that. So just, it's a Feels birthday man kind of moment, as here are the cool kids that never panic. Let's see how they do up against Genji here today.
It's been a weak season for Birdall, and the team has succeeded despite some of his errors in side lanes. Willard, a player who saved Hanwha's chances at Worlds once, coming in and having some heroic moments here because this team is calm, all right, around these objectives. He's been able to sneak his way into 4 major objective steals this season, and this team knows its win conditions so extremely well. You've got Kyle with a new 80 carry partner, right? New, relatively speaking, because Prince, of course, is off the roster now and MB stepped back in. They've got Closer, who's got an eclectic champion pool in a meta where that is honored, and I mean, this team is so strong right now, even though the names don't look great.
It makes no sense, Wolf.
Yeah,
it really doesn't.
You look at what the team is and how it works together, though, and you start to see it a little bit. It's still hard to believe, but you can start to see it, right? And looking at
it's like those the Magic Eye puzzles. You know, you have to make sure you look at it just the right way, and then it comes out and you're like, oh, it's a teacup. I knew it all along.
The biggest difference here that I zoomed in on when I saw these stats today was the damage per minute stat. Peanut being way more of his team's damage, playing a lot of Elise, for example.
And Maokai.
Maokai. Willer playing the Elise himself a little bit, finding some steals with it, but he hasn't been as much of a damage carry type player as much as he's just been a facilitator here. Also lowest kill participation. He just waits for opportunities. He's not always involved, but when he is, he makes a huge impact.
Yeah. Of course, the Gen G series against D+ Kia, I think, had a lot to do with how well Peanut was playing in a patient way, right? He didn't necessarily go toe-to-toe with Canyon and outplay him at every instance mechanically or anything like that, but Gen G kind of outthought them throughout that whole series, and we'll see whether they can do it again here today against Live Sandbox, because, they might require a bit of panic to take advantage of, and we all know Live Sandbox are not that team.
Yeah, certainly not. In terms of objectives, that the mid-game for Live Sandbox is where they've been at the strongest. We talked about their Drake percentage, how they honor first Drake over that Herald take. They like to stack those. That's how they play, as around Drake fights, where they are so good at it. They have also the highest number of wards placed as well as purchased in terms of control wards on this roster. They use that vision control and control ward vision specifically to secure some of these Drake steals we've seen from Willer and to secure some of the turns we've seen from Live Sandbox overall. On the opposite side, we see Gen G as the least control wards purchased because they've had so many dominant games and so many leads. Feels like they have so much vision set up already, they don't need it. But could be a window that could be exploited here. And one of the big outlier stats, when you see number 1 and number 10 right next to each other, it makes you wonder if it'll come into play in a series like this.
We'll see whether it does. Of course, Gen G will be selecting the blue side this time around. Score, we'll see what he has planned for, first picks and things like that, because we've seen blue fall into a few traps here. As Score taking on Ryu, a tale as old as time. Of course, both of them legends of KT Rolster back in the day.
It's insane to see them now face off against each other as coaches here. One particular pick, as Gen G has chosen blue side here, that I think is a huge standout for both of these teams and will likely be banned, is the Heimerdinger that both of these supports have played a lot of. 3-1 for Kyle, 3-0 for Delight, so a huge amount of games between the two of them on this pick, and has been a huge impactful one for both squads, especially with Live Sandbox's slow play style. Definitely one that I think should be taken a look at here going into these the first phase of bans.
Well, speaking of phases of bans, here we are, into pick and pan for game number 1. The Akali going to be taken away first off. There's the Cassidy as well. Yeah, there was talk that Chovy had honored Closer by saying he is a good mid laner, which is pretty animated for Chovy, to be perfectly honest. And they are going to continue doing that by banning 2 of his champions already, Lucian and Yuumi, to be taken off the board. There is the Caitlyn, as Ashe is standing out like a sore thumb.
Really is. Heimerdinger's still up here too. The Varus Heimerdinger can be a strong lane. If Gen G pick up the Varus here, it was a little bit less easy for Live Sandbox to deny that Heimerdinger pick away, unless they want to do a Zeri Heimer, which we have seen sometimes, but hasn't found that much success. As do see the Elise banned away from Peanut here.
Yep. I think this is actually really dangerous. Gen G are going to pick up Maokai. Live Sandbox can just go Ashe Heimer.
Yep. Or
the original
Varus.
Really. And Varus Ashe, yeah. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, this is a big tell, right, for Gen G. Peanut says, my Maokai pick and what we could do with it is more important than the strongest bottom lane in the meta. Like, there's S tier, and then there's
Varus Ashe. Yeah,
that's in its own tier. And Gen G now can pick a Heimerdinger lane
Oh no, no, no. Oh, thank goodness. Oh my good. Oh.
You thought it was going to be Karma.
I was actually about to have a heart attack. It was happening. It still hasn't been locked in yet.
This is a really strong response.
There we go.
And Gen G were 100% prepared for the Varus Ashe, because like we said, it's in its own tier. And you can play around Maokai Ultimate with the Curtain Call, and with Heimerdinger damage too, it works out extremely well to stave some of that pressure, and it's great for objective setup here too. We've seen so much Maokai Jhin in the LCK, and we knew this was going to be the Sejuani pick. It's not a game where you want the Wukong as much here. We want some more pick potential here and some frontlining for that Jhin.
We're going to be digging deep into Closer's champion pool as well, especially if he's going to look for these melee champions.
I mean, Aurelia.
I think an Aurelia Sylas set of bans for Gen G sounds like a good move.
I think so.
Just quietly.
Rise taken away from Chovy here, unsurprisingly. Considering what he could do with it with the Prio in this game with the Maokai, and with Realm Warp, set up some nice angles. The priority here so far on taking away this Cassante from Birdall, who's looked very weak when he's forced onto the Jax or the Fiora. The side laning has had some problems, as Birdall's been a very emotional player so far this season. Moving into this last ban for Gen G, I think a lot of consideration needs to be on that Sylas, because it's just so powerful into this comp in particular.
They thought about it a very, very long time. That is a big tell in the LeBlanc being banned away. The Aurelia are going to be taken off the board, though, and Gen G are not going to risk the Aurelia, of all things. Of course, I feel like Sylas is completely ridiculous at the moment, but still, Closer deserves the respect.
I mean, with long-range engage, like what Live Sandbox have with Varus, Ashe, and Sejuani, the Sylas just becomes so easy. You follow up, you get that additional stun, you could steal the Maokai ultimate and make even more engage opportunities for yourself in this draft.
Yeah.
Feels like somewhat of a mistake here to say Sylas is less impactful than the Aurelia in this draft, especially when you consider that you've got Jhin, Maokai lock down the Aurelia, and the Heimerdinger turrets are hard to fight into. This is, I think, Chovy making a statement saying, yes, we know that Sylas is one of the old counters to Azir, but I could actually play this matchup well, and I have, and I will, and we have Renekton available.
Yeah, and also this does give them a lot more consistent damage. What a Jhin composition generally lacks is that ability to consistently hit you with damage. And with an Azir, you definitely can do that from range, which feels pretty good. As the Gnar is going to be
a lot of pressure
picked up here by Birdall, and yeah, this is a bit of a classic top lane, one that we don't really need to talk about too much.
A lot of pressure on Birdall with this pick. If he had played something like a tank here instead, the Hanwha Life Esports example, right, where you go for a Scion or an Ornn top here to lock things down with your already insane set of engage. You've already got Sylas on your team comp. Can be very strong, but now Birdall is going to have to manage his Narbar. Top side becomes a lot stronger for Peanut because he's got a great target up here for the Maokai when you're already going to be pushed in very hard by the Varus Ashe, very likely down on the bottom side, where Wheeler is going to try to be shadowing over there. Peanut now has opportunities to gank this Gnar top side, and then you have really great early team fighting with Renekton, Azir's ultimate. And once he gets that online, the skirmish power of Gen G in the early game is very strong here before Sylas gets his Rod of Ages completed. So
yeah,
risky call on the Gnar, I think, opens up a lot of possibilities here for Gen G's early game.
I think it's going to depend on how much this Varus Ashe is going to be a problem for Gen G, because if it is, calls a lot of resources down there, then the Sylas gets to buy that time, and then if they get that time, Live Sandbox's teamfight is so scary, it's absurd. I'm really, really looking forward to seeing how this one is going to go, and I think so much hinges on, yes, the bottom lane, but also that mid lane matchup like you were talking about. Closer, his ability to carry on this Sylas, and Chovy being Chovy on the Azir and finding the team fights, because we've seen his Azir either be a mega carry or a farm machine. And you don't want a tractor. We need someone to play League of Legends.
Yeah, and there are, for the insane amount of single target damage for the side of Live Sandbox, there are very few targets that you feel great about catching here. Even Peanut should be difficult to kill. Chovy and Pays will need to position well. Delight needs to play very safely, because you get by a Sejuani ult, there is more follow-up than you could even imagine on the roster here of Live Sandbox. So need to be careful with positioning and vision control.
Yep, this is very interesting drafts. Let's get onto the Rift and see how it goes. The more I think about it, Wolf, the more I feel like Live Sandbox have really gotten a decent draft edge in this game.
I would give him like 55-45 here just because you have the Varus Ashe, right? And you know how strong that is. Sylas has been extremely difficult to deal with. And this is just the closer Aurelia power. Like that he can play this pick. It's his best pick historically when he first came into the scene, right? That was the one he was most famous for. And you have to ban that so Sylas goes through. Sylas is much more meta and arguably much more well-rounded.
Yeah.
It feels really terrible if you're Gen G. The Gnar pick is, though, where I'm like, okay, well, things could go wrong here. And it's also Gen G, right? These players are veterans. They have more experience. They are the stronger team. And so, yeah, we're talking about draft, but how draft execution comes into play here, I think, is important when we are talking about these 10 champions and how they interact with each other.
No, I agree. And I struggle to get on the dislike of the Gnar bandwagon because it's Bertel, and he has really struggled in these melee versus melee matchups. I think that having a champion that will just always be able to teamfight pretty well kind of makes sense for a player like Bertel, and it made sense for a player like Doran as well. Like, he has been one to do exactly this. They, of course, played together. Well, actually, no. That was a slightly different era, but Bertel was very recently on Gen G.
Yes. I mean, they basically, like, right before Doran.
Yeah.
In the Rascal era.
They high-fived the doorway as they went their separate ways.
Even still, obviously, there was definitely a lot of consideration between the two of them. You know, they were competing against each other at some point in terms of Gen G, how they're going to form their roster, how are they going to think about the next year.
Ooh, Delight doesn't find the grenade. They are actually standing their ground pretty well, though, here on the Gen G side.
Yeah, that turret placement was really good. You can block some of the Ashe W stuff with the turrets if you do it right, as Delight is trying to do here.
Yep. Kyle going to Hawkshot. Peanut, perfect timing there on that one.
This is another reason why this lane is so oppressive, is you can just always know where the jungler is or isn't, right, with this Ashe. If you know, if you find the jungler, that's amazing. If you don't find it, you know that the jungler is not at a specific place, so you feel pretty good about that. You feel like you know when you can push really hard and when it's time to back away, because you also know where Willer is at all times. So you have a lot of power. Ashe just does too many things. Does a lot of damage, the slows, the utility, the ultimate, the vision.
She can be built multiple ways as well, although we only really see one here in the LCK. She is definitely very versatile. Will be an Umbral Glaive being picked up this time around, though, into the Mandate, which is how the support Ashes are put together in general. Just abusing two items that are extraordinarily strong. Sickle charging up, as we can see, and now Will is going to come on over and see whether he can get closer into this lane, because so far, things have been pretty difficult. See whether a dash chain is going to connect, and it does. Chovy has to flash before he even shifts the sands. Doesn't want to be interrupted there by Willer. Chain CC to death.
Yep. Willer has flash, he has to respect it. Will flash first, so it means Willer doesn't have to use his or anything like that to force it. I think it's the right call for Chovy. Feels frustrating, though, where you're dominating the Sylas lane with this first strike. You're trying to get ahead because you know that Closer is racing towards as quickly as he can. That really annoying Rod of Aegis, where Sylas becomes this side lane beast. And as much pressure as you can put on is what your goal is, but now you're limited by a really nice gank timing from Willer.
Yeah, it's really well played. Here towards the top side, we're watching Doran and Bertel hit each other with buttons that they have at their disposal. And that will continue for the majority of this game, and then one of them will win.
This is the power I was talking about.
All right, well, Twisted Advance and availability here as Gen G walk in, get a teleport, walk out.
Closer should be able to rush right back down mid. It's a teleport lost here, but the timing of this with his back is actually amazing, as he can just come down. Yeah, he lost some mana out of this, but he's actually not going to lose too much. And this means, like, this teleport and this reaction time here from Bertel, where he's got the lane position, means that Live Sandbox absolutely knew this is where Peanut's going to play around in this draft with the Renekton. We're going to have the Ashe sitting down here bottom side with the Varus. It's not going to be about that. We're not going to push this one up. And if they gank, we just commit the teleport. They were so well prepared for this. And Closer now pushing the mid lane through. He gets back in, doesn't lose anything but some mana, really, like I said.
Yeah, not too bad. I mean, Chovy still has that 5 CS gap, but that is no real different to how it was going in the early game anyway, as Willer is going to... okay, first Smite battle won by Willer. It's a happy penguin from Peanut as Delight gonna have to be healed. He flashes away. Envy's gonna pick up first blood, and Gen G already on the back foot.
Live Sandbox, this team is so ready to pull the trigger, and all the time they're just setting up threats, and it feels like, oh man, there's this Gnar target up top side. Peanut goes for a gank. You get Closer's teleport, but he goes straight back in. He pushes a wave in. Now you're seeing Chovy utilize his, and the lane state is actually pretty good for Closer considering he had to rescue his top laner with the TP. Live Sandbox get that kill bottom side and get first Drake. The news doesn't really get better than this.
No, this is absolutely what you want as this composition, and honestly, my money's kind of on them if the game goes late as well. So, really cool stuff. Yeah, really beautiful sidestep, and as soon as you miss a grenade, the Heimerdinger really does not stand a chance.
Yeah, grenade miss, you don't have that many turrets set up to actually push the enemy team back, and it's Jhin. You know, if there's another AD carry that can trade back some of that damage on the Ashe, maybe you actually win that longer trade there with the heal, for example, and the turret setup, but not with a Jhin, who's sitting on no items, really, at this point. Just some long swords he's picked up now after the back. And feeling really good right now about this draft for Live Sandbox, and I think the Genji coaching staff is probably talking about maybe we won't be giving the Ashe over again.
Yeah, maybe the Aurelia wasn't as important to ban away. Because, of course, Chovy, immediately after Closer played the Aurelia, Chovy also did, and I believe won against Showmaker in that particular game.
Yeah, against he played it, no, actually he played it against Bulldog, wasn't it? Or no, it was Zeka. Zeka's victor.
Got it.
Well, we eventually got there, but
yeah.
I remember that specific game where he just dunked on Zeka on the side with the Aurelia.
Yeah, and then Zeka tried it and struggled just a little bit. But they are tales of older games, as this volley going to get blocked by a turret.
Yeah, he's using the turrets pretty well here, but it's still a losing war of attrition where, in a weird way, you're giving gold up for 2 the whole time. And
I think that the turrets cost a little bit more than that of a volley, and have a decent cooldown as well for each of those charges. As Genji just forced to farm under turret over here, and that is the position you absolutely don't want to be against this combo, because they will just keep throwing arrows at you of all different varieties.
And you don't go Comet in this lane because you know that Jhin is never going to be able to compete with you attack speed-wise here in the early game. He can't do anything. Like, he shoots.
Yeah, you just outrange him completely.
You just Halo Blades him. You hit him repeatedly, and he has to back off under turret. He cannot compete. A lot of other lanes you go Comet in this for both players even. We've seen it, but not in this matchup, where Heimer is also just going to get run down if he gets caught and slowed. There's no self-heal outside of his grenade.
Yeah. Well, Kyle going to come on over and help Envy secure this plate. Hayes getting taken down to 50% as an arrow is just going to soar in there and collect a cleanse.
Wheeler's coming down now, too.
That is some cleanse timing right there, and I think Hayes knows exactly what was on order, and so he's going to vacate the area immediately.
And all of our stats point to this moment, right? Early Drake for Live Sandbox, Genji get Herald, but Live Sandbox play around bottom side. Envy and Kyle picking up so much money here. Peanut leaving this lane out to dry. And it's really unfortunate, but I think it's the right call for Genji. If Peanut comes over here, it can be a disaster for him. It could go even worse. You lose that Herald power. And now you have to try to play around Doran on this Renekton once again.
Yeah.
And look at where Closer is. He's just shadowing the lane. He buys enough time. Wheeler comes up here. There's just no angle.
Oh, okay, here we go. Envy going to get caught out, trying to get the damage down onto the light. The bullets are going to land as he gets into the brush, and the last one misses. So Envy is going to be able to walk away from this one.
And, you know, Kyle, always such a bro, man. He's trying to flash to block. It misses, but you know what? You have to respect that he's willing to take one for his AD carry.
You got to do that.
Yeah, I mean, not perfect. Like, if we're talking about, like, insane accuracies. Oh, under turret!
Okay, yeah, Emperor's Divide going to come through. The arrow was soaring by as well, as there's Chovy's version of the ult. But the permafrost is there, and Chovy's just dead. Closer locks down that kill.
Atlas week of upsets continues, maybe, here in the LCK.
0-6!
Oh, that was so unfortunate for Chovy. Pushed into turret there, super greedy, and then doesn't catch Wheeler with his ultimate. And Wheeler is able to come in there and take him out. He saves the flash at least, but no good news here for Genji across the map. Yeah, small CS lead in the solo lanes, but negligible compared to the advantages that Live Sandbox now have. 30 seconds here to the Drake. 2 bad Drakes, by the way. They've stacked, so it's going to be a good soul, chances are.
Yeah, this soul could be Infernal, a Mountain, a Hextech, a Cloud. All the best ones is, yep, Willa just not going to get hit by it.
Yeah, greed here from Chovy too, feeling like he's safe because he has his own ultimate to peel. Gets caught there, max range on the chains. And the cheers warranted here in the Live Sandbox booth.
They are definitely not counting their chickens just yet, though, as you could hear as Delight. Going to get caught out. Okay, maybe it's time to start counting, as Nature's Grasp is going to come through. Pays fighting against Envy, but losing that battle. Chovy comes down, though, and Willa will be taken down. Closer is coming, and Genji will need to be very careful. This is not a battle that they can fight, as a Nature's Grasp is picked up via the hijack.
Yeah, so it's a trade of kills here, and Chovy picking up one is very nice, but it's also Avaris picking up a kill, and Pays, can he stay under turret? That's huge if he can.
All right, well, Chovy is just going to keep some vision here as Envy's going to walk it on out, as Kyle going to get missed by the last one, but I think the Sand Soldiers and the Deadly Flourish are going to be enough to pick that one up. Peanut, happy birthday, mate. Grabs his first kill of the game.
A little bit greedy by Live Sandbox here with Closer coming down. They felt like, okay, we could stay, we could force Pays away from this turret so he can't farm anymore. Meanwhile,
yeah, Doran's in a bit of trouble. Oh no, is this handbag Renekton?
Might be. He's got Narbar.
That is a flash. Nah, the crush is going to come in, but he gets flashed. Doran is going to find the slice and the dice. He wants to fight, but I don't know whether he really should, as the wallop is going to miss as well. My God.
Bertol has PTSD from the last time he tried to kill a Renekton under turret, and he is going to walk away. You guys have been watching that in the Mad Movie. Any hardcore LCK fans who watch the Mad Movie when it plays every other match?
Hey, that's against the Lord, okay? That is a different moment.
Yeah, but it feels similar, doesn't it? Where Bertol is trying to commit, doesn't get the kill. Great flash from Doran. It's a flash exchange. But Live Sandbox, despite overextending bottom side there and a kill going over to Peanut here, they're still going to group up faster for this Drake. They still got Silas a lot of free farming. He's 2 stacks already on his Rod of Ages. Just running out of cooldown on this one. Yep. But, I mean, the Silas is accelerated. The Varus is accelerated.
Oh, Peanut is not so accelerated. Shirley is going to pop out as Peanut's going to flash the wall, but that is another snare to come in. Chovy looks for it. There's the Emperor's Divide. Closer getting taken down low. Chovy's the first to die, though. And Genji, they don't have enough damage. They don't have enough people. There's no chance. And Peanut goes down. That is not the fight you wanted to take.
Yeah, Chovy with a really clutch ult there, but unfortunately, as you say, there's just not enough damage. This is all happening while Rift Herald crashes through, but Envy has Pays under a turret here, and so it looks like a microcosm where Genji is winning at first glance, but you see it's not, and good slice and dice out of there. And Genji trade one for 2 and lose control of the map at the same time. Sure, some plate gold does go down with the crashing Herald, but this is a greedy drop that Live Sandbox punished, and Chovy actually has a great moment here. Good flash from Peanut to dodge the arrow, and then Chovy's like, I'm going in, but where's the rest of the damage? Delight and Peanut are far away. No turret set up here, and a lot of that W damage from Delight goes through, but it's just, unfortunately, a little bit too late.
Yeah, the damage is split as well, so 2 for 1, like you were talking about. The Silas does go down, but still, needs to be a little bit more follow-up, and Chovy has gone for a build that does damage, which I do very much enjoy. Leandri is going to be picked up here. Delight not going for the dash cannon build that we saw Life really, really loves, and has instead picked up the Rylai's, which has a heck of a lot of utility for
Kyle going for the faster mandate, actually, this game too. Not going for Umbroglaive first.
Oh, interesting.
Just saying, okay, I think I can go for this. It's going to allow me to empower my AD carry when Halo Blade's a little bit faster here in this game. So, pretty unique choice, but they have a lot of vision control already.
Yeah, the maybe they just don't worry about it.
Yeah, the Umbroglaive is great for if you're trying to play a comp that's oppressive and chasing, whereas Live Sandbox said, nope, play for objectives. Sit back, let Heralds go. Look at the Drake control. They couldn't have more words around there if they tried.
Well, Shirley is going to be the focus here for Genji. We're going to start this one off. Willa, let's see how that smite button's going, as a couple of turrets are going to dissuade him from getting on in here. There's a Deadly Flourish as well. The CC is certainly a big deal as it's secured by Peanut. Doran going to come in as well as the Nature's Grasp is now done with. We'll see what this Silas can get done as he misses the chains. There's a double Nardo, and first the Renekton is going to go down. The bullets are raining as a Deadly Flourish will connect, but there's no follow-up. Delight's going to go far too far forward, and the Silas picks up a double kill. And Gen G, I feel like this comp just doesn't have enough damage right now to follow up on all the CC options.
Yeah, it does not. I mean, they have the Leandres. We like that. We like that build choice. You know, the Ghost Blade here for FaZe definitely not working out in terms of build so far here. Not that it's wrong. It's just not a lot of damage at this stage in time. And the angle for the curtain call for FaZe in that fight was kind of off a little bit because Gen G is actually pushed on so hard that he doesn't have the angle to hit the prio targets. He can only really hit the front line. So when FaZe kites back here and sets up this ultimate, you're going to see that it's a little bit disjointed. Delight also getting completely isolated here. And look at FaZe. He's missing here so much of the critical damage on the front line. It can only hit Envy really on this angle, and Bertle blocks the majority of that damage. So just not an effective ult. And Chovy's so low that even though he has a Leandres, he can't get that critical, effective finishing damage.
See whether it is going to be enough as this game goes on, because we know that even Jin will get a little bit more. And with so many squishy targets on this side as well, I mean, Bertle's not going to be building tanky stats for a while. The lethality will still work. But I think we're still looking at Chovy hitting those couple of items. Void Staff coming in next. By the looks of things, and he'll be a large portion of the coordinated damage. But they need to be in position so that there is a DPS player that can do damage after the CC happens.
And a lot of this is the vision game. We talked about this right before jumping into the Rift, is look at all the wards around this Drake that spawns in 25 seconds. They were there earlier too, and Live Sandbox just don't leave anything to chance. And because of this, Gen G are struggling to actually push towards a comp that can just chain CC like crazy and blow up a single target that's up trying to clear vision. And it's a Heimerdinger who's the support in this game. So very tough.
Well, there's a chance of corruption. Nature's Grasp is flying across both sides of the rift. It connects with Peanut. He is going to survive for the moment, but I don't think Doran is going to be so lucky. He gets healed, though, by the rest of his team. But Willa, he's in from the flank. The flash comes out from Doran here.
Chovy doing
Peanut's
so
still
much.
going home. Yeah, Chovy does a lot of work. But Gen G still have to back away.
Yeah, they have to back away. Now, luckily, those two members of Gen G survive, Peanut and Doran.
Oh, okay. Chains are going to connect here onto Delight, who has to flash to get out of the way of this one. Of course, sets up the turrets, and with that Rylai's, he's able to create a fair bit of space, but still, Chovy sort of by himself is dissuading them from doing this Drake.
If Peanut and Doran die there, you can't actually do this Drake as Gen G, but they're running over, not even at full health, just rushing back to this Drake as soon as they feel like they have enough health to come over here.
Arrow, it's back off cooldown. Doran is going to find the flank onto Closer. Slices and dices, gets himself out, but now Liv Sandbox have got themselves grouped back up again. The Jin picks up the Drake. Peanut has flash available. He is not in too much danger right now, but they're not going in. They're going to take the Dragon and back away.
Gen G's such a good team. The call to go back with Peanut and Doran instantly, come over at 60-70% health, rush over the Drake while Chovy does an insane amount of damage, while the focal point is those two tanky targets. He does enough damage with his Leandres that he can actually, by himself, hold the Drake for long enough for Peanut and Doran to get back to the fight. Live Sandbox low health bars can't really commit or contest, even though they're really spiking right now on this Silas. This cannot actually force it to go. And so Gen G barely escaped disaster.
Oh dear.
Turn.
Well, Delight could be in trouble. Peanut's going to come on over. The arrow is going to miss, however, and there's the deadly flourish. And now I think they're starting to have the damage built up for themselves. FaZe locks down that kill after the flash. You love to see it. I feel like they've worked it out, you know? They had a bit of a slow start, but now they're making the moves to finish off these kills and engagements.
Yeah, Liv Sandbox tunneling a little bit hard there on the Heimerdinger. I feel like that specific place on the map with the Heimerdinger has trapped so many teams this season.
True.
That one particular place.
For the Heimerdinger and against him, depending on who's
Kyle
watching.
has trapped people here. Beryl has trapped people here.
Beryl has trapped himself there.
Yes. This is just a choke point here that is controlled by Gen G, and you've got so much CC like we've talked about here, but the damage is real and the range is insane. Bit of a mistake here, and I'm really sad we didn't actually go back and watch that team fight in the mid lane where Doran and Peanut almost died, because you could see illustrated how much pick potential this comp has, but also how the tanks have blocked so much of it, absorbed that damage. And Gen G absolutely know their win conditions here in terms of how to front-to-back team fight this.
Yeah, but Closer has so much power in this game. Because Live Sandbox, they not only have all of their really cool abilities, but they also have all of Gen G's. And Emperor's Divide and Nature's Grasp are both game changers when it comes to ultimates. As Bertle taking a bit of damage here from Doran, but he's not too worried about it. Actually going to gnar him back again.
Willer's here.
Yeah, Willer's going to turn up, and so the teleport is going to be invested. Permafrost going to stop him. The arrow will connect, and all right, that is saying stay to the Crocodile. As Peanut taken down to half health. Envy a lot of damage now with these with the lethality built up. A couple of items now completed, Clips and the Ghost Blade.
It's like with the Heimerdinger turrets, they're able to save mid-turret, but it really looked like this was such a good macro play here from Live Sandbox to try to collapse onto bottom lane. If you get the kill, you feel amazing. If you get a teleport, you can collapse then in onto the mid turret and take it out, but Delight was pre-set up with the turrets. They do save it. It feels like Gen G is definitely one step behind in this game, but the damage on this Azir is becoming a problem. As you've said many times, Void Staff is done. The Jhin has so much agency now with the Maokai starting to get online now too, and this next team fight on this Drake in about 2 minutes time is going to be so critical, as once again Live Sandbox have all their vision down there, playing around the potential Gen G Baron. It's Leandri's on Azir. Not going to be likely at this stage, but you have to check, you have to identify, put some wards in that pit.
Yeah. And Gen G do have all of that topside vision. It's so interesting, right? Because like you were talking about, the clear difference of focus between these two teams when it comes to each side of the map. Gen G luckily have denied the soul point from Live Sandbox, and in doing so, they've got 100% of the good Drakes, and Live Sandbox have got the not so good moving towards the Drakes. Still, looking at the money, it's Peanut with a lead, but outside of that, everybody else is doing fantastically well on Live Sandbox's side. And Arrow's going to connect. All right, Peanut may not be in the lead for much longer, as Twisted Advance to the side's going to get him out. Deadly Flourish misses. And yeah, like you were saying, Closer on the flank.
But now he's kind of caught and trapped here. He's going to have to force his way out, and will be able to do so. They have a lot of vision around that Baron. They try to make a play here to catch Peanut right before this objective spawns in 35 seconds, but unsuccessful, and they keep hitting the tanks with this single target CC, and Peanut gets away, or Doran gets away, and then Gen G are like, all right, now you use your tools and you're engaged. We have a ton of damage. A bit ambitious, I think, to hope for that flank angle.
Well, that's a big old bouncy grenade. Pays is very lucky to be able to walk out of the way of it as Deadly Flourish comes in. The double stun as Doran gets there as well, but it's just one extra auto. And the Varus is going to happily take down the turret. Bertle was looking for a flank angle, doesn't have a lot of Naba, and also doesn't have a lot to fight for here. Outside of the Drake that's spawning in 5 seconds time, I tell a lie.
There's no real critical ultimates here for Live Sandbox either, outside of that Gnar, to use for this fight. Ash Arrow and the Varus, Chains of Corruption, but they're not in position for it.
Yeah, Hijack will be up very, very soon, as the arrow is going to connect onto Pace. He immediately uses the cleanse as Closer on the flank. Can Gen G find a fight before he gets here, though? And the answer is no, as Pace going to flash to get out of the way of the chains. The Emperor's Divide going to be picked up. The Gnar is not massive, but the Emperor's Divide is! And Closer will tear them all up! He's going to bounce on top of the Renekton, goes golden beautifully, and Chovy is still alive. Can he get it done? Another Emperor's Divide, this time on the Gen G side as he flashes out of the way of Envy, but Envy's going to have a flash of his own, and that is the ace for Live Sandbox.
Live Sandbox here losing a lot, though, not actually securing the Drake, and perhaps they can teleport back, or rather recall back and then grab Baron, but I just don't think they have the damage here, actually, so Birdall's just going to push bottom side, so Gen G with a valiant fight regardless here. Drake going to go over to the side of Gen G. Closer avoids this Nature's Grasp, is going to get all the way back here into the backline, and it looks doomed until Birdall gets on top of Gen G here, and then Closer sets up the Emperor's Divide. Beautifully played, and Gen G, luckily they secure the Drake, because if this is Drake going over to Live Sandbox and Soul Point, you feel awful about this. But at least you stop that one, and it seems unlikely they could take the Baron. We'll see what's happening in live, but I don't think they have the damage.
Yeah, not quite yet, I don't think, but we'll have to see. Of course, Gen G had relatively long death timers, as Envy with the dab after taking down Chovy.
They're setting up for it.
Yeah, cool kids definitely don't panic. That was very cute, the Twisted Advance to avoid getting stunned by the arrow. Kyle is going to have that one back off cooldown in about 20 seconds, and he'll just throw another one. So you don't have to worry about that. 3-0-6 here for Envy.
Void
on this,
Staff.
Varus is doing a lot of work.
Void Staff for Closer too.
Well, Peanut's going to do the same thing again. Twisted Advance Bramble Smash. Pretty good for disengage. And that works out, but they have a lot of wards to clear. They have a lot of ground to cover getting towards this Baron, but it is another do-si-do. We've got another set of jostling for position around this Baron.
Merc Tread's here for Peanut and Chovy, so these Varus arrows are still hitting pretty hard. Even this late into the game. To be respectful of it.
Another arrow going to come through. Wallop is going to connect onto Doran though, as there is a double Gnar into the wall. Peanut the target as Nature's Grasp comes down. I don't know whether they should be focusing the Maokai as Doran jumps over. They clear out the Gnar, and Closer, he hits the air because Chovy goes golden. Now Delight is trying to fight him. He's trying to be the hero as the Silas is not going to fall yet. The Emperor's Divide pushes him under another turret. What do you need to do to kill this man? It's insane. In the meantime, Pays is dead. It's a double kill as the arrow is going to pierce right through the knee of the Heimerdinger. And look at this, they cannot get to them.
They cannot. They cannot. Toby's Leandri's damage makes it so difficult to actually chase them down, but Envy's range is massive here, and with Pays down, you can just kind of kite back and do tons of damage, even without the on-hit variation here of the Varus. And it looks like another win here for Liv Sandbox, albeit small. And the engage was so disjointed. Imagine if they'd been on the same page, because watch this again. Arrow goes wide, and Birdall's like, all right, I'm flashing in for this one. Doran's over here like, all right, well, now I can actually get into the enemy backline. So you see how Envy and Kyle kite back as he goes in. So this ends up being a huge mistake, and Closer's flank is completely destroyed because of it. He ends up just stealing the grenade and going down.
And in the meantime, Envy is just sitting in the back, killing people. Look, Delight is at a third health. Bye.
Yeah.
He did the same thing to Pays, and if he wasn't there hitting those arrows, then it's 5 and there's another one. 6-0-6.
I mean,
Varus is huge.
The guy is primed for saving this game, as there have been some shaky engages from Birdall. Not everyone's been on the same page in terms of target selection, but there's no jungler for Gen G now for this Baron.
Well, there is a teleport, there is a dream, but I don't know how much hope there is, as there are bullets flying towards Willa now. This Baron is still very healthy, but Doran, not so much. He's going to slice, dice, flash, try and get out, but the Gnar is going to stop him, and Kyle will lock down the kill. Now Closer's going to get Deadly Flourish. That's a lot of rockets in the shape of bees going into his back.
This Baron is still very healthy. I think Gen G absolutely can contest with this. Leandri's on Chovy, and they actually kind of messed this one up, but it's the follow-up that you're, as Liv Sandbox here, you either need to be so lightning fast on it, or you have to commit to the Baron harder, as Peanut gets caught by an arrow here and dies, and they pull the trigger instantly on the Baron call. Peanut buys a little bit of time here, but they have the choke point control. Look at how much control Liv Sandbox have with this, and yet some of these shots still actually get into the backline, and Envy is so low from the Baron alone. And the one that you see the flash back here and Birdall goes through, you just can't chase this against the Leandri's damage. Or you have to well, you can either chase it and give Baron, or turn on Baron faster, but they kind of did neither. Is okay.
Well, here is the fight onto Closer, as the Jhin almost just dies from being close to him. I think that's what happened. The arrow is going to be flashed as there's another big Gnar. Chovy's taken down the Ashe though, and there's the flash out from Willa. Closer, Deadly Flourish misses with Sandbox relatively low, and look at this. The Pigeon is coming in. Can he shift Sand enough in order to get over here and stop this? Conquering Sands comes in. There is Closer with the Zhonya's, and Chovy can have to do the same thing. Now in an awkward position, Doran is the one that picks up on it. Chovy, he goes down. Envy's going to get, oh, he flashes, and he gets out. Oh my goodness, this Varus is just insane right now, but
insane.
Genji are still alive.
Genji's still alive. Chovy goes down. That steal from Closer as well, getting the Thomas at the last second, barely surviving. He actually being alive here is massive for the team. Could actually just go straight back to a side lane here. Unbelievable fight.
This is,
it all starts off like this.
Nuts.
This is a crazy game. Who knew this was going to be the best series of the week? And Root comes down here onto Varus. Envy here very exposed right now. Kyle already taken out by Chovy at the beginning of this fight. And look at how well Liv Sandbox kite this back and play this. As watch Closer, he's holding on to his hijack here. What am I going to take? Do I want to try to outplay Chovy here, or do I want to go for survivability? Perfect Zhonya's, goes for Doran here. grabs that extra survivability and barely gets out. His Envy perfect stopwatch here. Beautiful fight for Liv Sandbox in a fight that looked frankly doomed. It looked completely doomed.
Yeah, and the Emperor's Divide was mistimed by Chovy as well. Maybe a little bit of panic, given the fact that he was right in amongst like 4 people. And so had to kind of use it before he was guaranteed the hit onto the Varus.
I mean, Envy, he said, I want to change my reputation this season. It's changed.
Yeah, this game is doing it.
It's rewritten. The history is rewritten. You were always good.
If it wasn't already rewritten, it is now, is the way I'm thinking about it.
We'll have nothing but great things to say about your Ezreal and your Felios 2021, 2022. It's fun.
Yep. Looking forward to seeing that Samira again. I want to see that one back. Really, really excited about it.
They say history is written by the 708 Varus. That's the quote. That's what they say.
Yeah, no, I think that's a tattoo that I'm going to get later. As Closer might be in trouble. He is going to... okay, that's a lot of dividing by the Emperors being done here. As Chovy is going to get a very high value Zhonya's, avoids a lot of Freljordian ultimates. And Willa going to be put at a safe distance, but now Envy's moving in. He's got the Chains of Corruption. They miss. So never mind. We got back away. And there's the Deadly Flourish. Will we see the follow-up? The answer is yes, finally! They managed to kill the Varus. But is that going to be enough? Because that's a lot expended now on both sides. But Doran, is it the Crocodile's time to shine? Kyle going to get taken down. Gen G come alive. And it's just in time for Baron.
It seems like every single team fight that Liv Sandbox loses, it's by tunneling on one specific zone where all of that AoE damage, all of the Leandri's damage comes through, as this could be a disaster for Birdall. So much damage here with the TP coming through.
Is Willa alive?
We'll find out.
Well, Closer is alive as well. This is such a scary moment. Gen G, please turn, for goodness sake. There it is. They pick up the Sejuani and take her down. Willa cannot smite from the grave. It's the hard counter to the Liv Sandbox playstyle as they just do a bit of a drive-by, check it out, see the Baron going down. So Liv Sandbox had to give it up.
I think Liv Sandbox might have just lost this game off of a tunneling on this call here. Look at how quickly Gen G are rotating. Doran is already on his way up too. You have no Gnar here. And Closer gets knocked away, gets out of the Pays ultimate, but it's a war of attrition. You are not going to win. Chovy Zhonya's dodges the arrow perfectly. And there's just so much damage. You don't have damage long-term ranged as Sylas here. You go super low, and then Envy oversteps his bounds towards an Azir turret, and it's one flourish that may win this game for Gen G. He's dead. They cannot contest Baron anymore, and Gen G are now in full control. This is a great turn, too. Not messing this up as many other teams have against Willer. Delete him, then kill the Baron.
It's as simple as that, guys. If anyone's watching who is in the LCK, just turn off your Barons, kill the enemy jungler if he's in the area. It's a really good way of making sure that there is only one smite that's available to kill the Baron.
And just like that, it's like the lead has been trash compacted.
Yeah, we now need to start talking up Gen G, because that's when we'll get the turn once again. I think the caster curse has been a little bit absurd during this series, but I'm kind of all for it because I like the back and forth. It's kind of fun. Closer is going to find himself a sapling. The presents are in as Will is getting taken down very low, but Gen G going to prioritize taking down the turret, trying to get themselves further in the lead. 1 minute until Hextech Soul point for Gen G. Liv Sandbox, if they can get there, Hextech Soul will be huge.
Kyle waiting for that arrow to come back up. If they can hit Chovy or Pays.
All right, H's Grasp to set up for these arrows. Never mind.
Bit of a waste here, unfortunately, but you know, it's still helping secure the zone here around these inhibitors for Gen G. Baron buff still up for 65 seconds. They're going to take a back timer here. Not going to commit any further with this pick comp for Liv Sandbox on the other side to grabbing inhibs. So looks like Gen G get a gold lead from this, get control of the map temporarily, but it's actually Liv Sandbox in the driver's seat pushing now back towards the Soul for this Hextech as they push with the Varus in mid. And man, this might be the last fight of the game.
Yeah, I think it should be. 6th Elemental Drake. Could potentially be 7 if the game does go longer, but I think you might be right, Wolf, as Willa is going to start it up. He backs away immediately. The rest of the team not into it. Oh my god, the Chains of Corruption, the Piercing Arrow. Chovy has to get out. Nature's Grasp flying through on the opposite side, and Chovy, he can't fight. He's still going to try to, but Closer will find him, and I think Closer will say goodnight to the game. It's a triple kill for the Sylas. It is game over for Gen G. and we are just living in Live Sandbox land, I guess.
We are, and you know I said they're second lowest combined champion kills right now. Well, let's add 35 in this game to where we're at. I think the stats are changing after this one. A 35-minute game, 35 kills.
Well, is it over yet? There's a never mind. There isn't a Renekton. Live Sandbox will close in. The double dabs to come through here from Live Sandbox as they trample Gen G in game number 1 in the very end. Gave them a Baron to let them feel like they're having a good time, and then snatched away the Nexus.
Cool kids never panic, Atlas. There were so many situations in this game where it looked hopeless, it looked doomed. They defend the push, and with the last minute of Baron, Gen G are like, we have to back and get set up for this, or not the Baron, rather the more important objective, the Hex Tech Soul. Gen G back off and go, we gotta reset up for this. We gotta get back into mid, push those lanes. They have great wave clear. If we mess around too much bomb side, try to get an inhibitor and fail, that's when the Ash Arrow comes out, that's when the pick comes out. And yet still, while they were trying to mess around mid, getting that pile for that Hex Tech Soul, they get caught in mid. Chovy and Peanut deleted instantly. And this team composition that Gen G gave to Live Sandbox is insanely strong when it has a lead. And yes, the leads went up and down in this game, but the Varus play was consistent throughout.
It was so good, man. Normally, I don't like the big boom boom lethality Varus POG votes, but if he doesn't get it for this one, I'll be really, really sad. Look at that blip. A little bit of a blip there. But Live Sandbox brought it back in the end.
I mean, everybody's a closer enjoyer, okay? I enjoy closer Silas, you enjoy closer Silas.
Yeah.
That Gen G fan over there is guiltily enjoying closer Silas right now.
Very quietly, yeah.
But I locked in the Envy vote for this one. He did so much on Lethality Varus, got full build, but Sorrel by the end. The guy just popped off, and he was by far the most consistent part of this team in this first game.
Yeah, and it was kind of poke versus poke, you know? Pick versus pick, throwing around all these ultimates, things like that, trying to catch people out. And Envy caught people out more than everybody else did on the map. So, really riveting. Game number 1. We'll see whether Gen G can turn it around, bring us to the 3 games after this break and after the space breaks down game 1.
랜턴 옆에 있고 나 가는 쌈바 너무 빨리지 마
상대 안 좋다. 앞라인 봐봐. 천천히 앞라인부터 봐봐. 앞라인부터
끝내자 라인 가봐 라인 얘들아 나이스
막어.
끝내자
나이스.
얘들아 좀 릴렉스만 하면 될 것 같아
천천히만 하자.
잘했으니까 다음 판 이거 열심히 하자. 이거 너무 이번 판 불침착했다.
아니야 일단 집중해봐
잘했어.
얘들아 일단 나이스야
일단 나이스야. 난 앞에 밀어봐.
세주 공만 봐봐.
레넥이 그냥 내가 봐줄게.
라인부터 지어 라인
줄게.
라인 가져봐.
라인 지어봐
라인. 오케이. 마음복 빠졌어. 야 연계해봐.
간다.
공 쓸게 연계 그냥.
야 죽여.
나이스
잘했다 얘들아.
나이스 일단 나이스 얘들아
일단 나이스.
된 거야 일단 이겼어 나이스
다행이다. 걱정하지 말고. 걱정하지 마. 반반 화이팅.
Willa now over the wall. BDD trying to stop him. He steals it away, and it's a massive gnaw from Bertle into the wall as well as Willa's going to be taken down, and now KT
They're collapsing late.
Oh, Willa, he just walked in and steals it. That's the soul, but he's going to have to give up his life for it. Going to connect as Lahan's getting taken down very, very low. Willa gets on in there and they need to stay stolen again! Are you kidding me, KT? Why? Why?
How did this happen again?
Yeah, I think that might be a dead Gumushi. He's going to dash and try and get out of the way of this one, but final chapter's there. It's a drive-by from Kellen, and now Carrier is not going to be super safe, but Owner is in the area. Looks like D plus Kia.
Baron has started up.
Speaking to that dance again, Chronicler, they are going to do it one more time. All right, there's the steel paint. What? Deft steals the Baron, and the seismic shove is extraordinary. Carrier is going to go down as well, and now D plus Kia. They've turned the whole game on its head. Zayas, can he try to fight this? I think he possibly can, as the arrow is going to sail into the mid lane.
How's your riposte?
The riposte doesn't come in! The Ventral Maelstrom, that's not the ability. It's Slicing Maelstrom, and he's going to pick up the kill. All right, here we go. The Ornhorn going to come through. It's going to get denied as now he tries to get back, but it's actually the Rend that locks down the Ocean Soul. But still, the Sejuani going to go down low. But look at the Kassadin damage. It is absurd. And this game, ladies and gentlemen, I think is just over. It's going to be the Quadra kill. Or was it? I'm not entirely sure, but it doesn't matter. This game is over. T1 will take another 2-1 and claim the place as the only undefeated team. Security by missing 2 skill shots in a row and then nails the 2 that matter.
Oh, Berto.
Well, let's see whether Morgan can keep himself alive here. He does manage to break all the weaknesses. The flash goes forward, and Morgan, he may have done it. He did it. Oh, the Lord himself picks up the solo kill under the turret. He baits him in. Peanut diving forward one more time, but the Heimerdinger's already dead, and Bro are winning the fight. Oh my goodness! Pace is popping off though, and that is going to be the win, the triple kill in the end.
But will come down to the side laning, I think. As Viper might be in a little bit of trouble. They're actually going for life here as he does not have flash. He's just going to get sniped and killed. And we do have flash here for Viper, but he's just not even going to use it.
Hello and welcome back to the space after the first game of Gen G versus Liv Sandbox. Liv Sandbox able to take the first win in a really cool back and forth one. What was your thought on that one, Chronicler?
Atlas going 0-6. Can we make it happen? I don't know. This could definitely go all the way. I think there was both a couple of mistakes from. As look at that. That's we actually requested
combo rainbow box.
Combo rainbow box. Yeah, and that's what we got, because I think the Ashe and Varus in particular are almost uncounterable. I'm sure there's tech that works against it, but to me, it is the epitome of both having a really strong laning phase, but the Ashe support is also unique in that it literally won them the game, right? Like the arrows are just incredible, and then add to that the follow-up CC that's available. You can just throw out non-committal Ashe ults constantly, and you have Varus or Sejuani or Sylas follow up. So overall, I think the Sandbox comp is really nice. I actually didn't mind as much the Gen G comp barring the Renekton. I think Renekton here is always going to feel bad because you have to blind something, right? but overall, I didn't mind the Jin. I think Jin Heimer is fine. If it was Jin Karma, I would be sad as well, but it wasn't really about the damage, it was just about Liv Sandbox playing really well.
Absolutely, and guys, we need to get into our first highlight because I am about to go crazy with the amount of Sylas that we have in the LCK. We can take a look here at the first one, and, you know, as you mentioned, arrow comes in, cleanse has to be used, and an immaculate flank comes through from Closer.
It looks bad here initially, and then Sylas and Gnar, the Goon squad, comes in for the flank, and even though Bertel doesn't find that many people initially, he just lines them up for Closer, who, again, wasn't playing Azir. He was playing Sylas, but as it turns out, doesn't matter. In his current form, all the attention goes to the Kassadin and the Rise for the disgusting way that they're able to utilize the power of Rod of Ages at the moment. But guess what? Sylas did it as well. And this is not me, this is Veldas.
Yeah, this is...
Get him, Veldas.
It's actually even more crazy on Sylas because not only, by the way, 13-4 currently, also Closer, 100% win rate, 3-0. He oftentimes gets banned on this champion. They don't let him get Sylas. But in this one, not only did they give the Ashe Varus, they also gave Closer his best champion. And you can see his item builds here. He actually, I think he went Merc Treads. He might have switched to Stork Boots towards the end. But the Merc Treads and the Rod of Ages early on into the Zhonyas. He is unkillable. We saw in the first highlight and also in multiple fights before that, he just will not die and he does incredible damage. He can just run straight at them. And this champ needs to be banned more often, especially against guys like Closer, because he can just do insane things all the time.
It's a Veldas rant. Gonna put that one in your back pocket as it literally is just an arrow. Like, that really showcases, and we haven't really talked about it yet because of the draft, but man, Envy has actually been, Envy and Kael to me have been kind of a revelation because we knew Kael was good. He was a big part of what made Prince as good, and even though Prince is obviously still doing well individually, this was his first game in the LCK. He was talking about, I want to come back, I want to get it done. And then it's not just the KDA, right? But like the way he played it, he had the one mistake, sure. But overall, to me, Envy looking like a legitimately good AD carry is so much more surprising than all the challenger players doing well, because we could have kind of seen that coming. But Envy was not good last year. He was pretty abhorrent in his first game. And to then have a couple of these games and then top it off with this, I think is so impressive, and he really deserves a lot of credit.
He almost 100x'd his KDA from the first game to this game. And as you mentioned, it's not even really about the stats, but they do show
how he played
on paper, how insanely he played in this game, and just a huge shout out to him. So they're playing really well. They keep giving Closer his best pick, which is also super OP in my mind. I think Sylas is broken right now in the LCK. Let's take a look at the POG here. It will be Envy, his first, and 1100 DPM I think will get the job done.
And I hope there's a lot of votes for Envy, but I wouldn't mind, you know, a cheeky Kael vote. I really think that these two go hand in hand. And overall, we already highlighted that Envy story really has been one of redemption. His positioning in these fights was very, very good. He was able to take the lead that he was given through some good team fighting from the rest of his team. And the biggest difference, right, between this player that we've seen here today and the player that he was a couple of weeks ago is that fight in the bot lane. I don't even know if it's going to be in the highlight reel. There's a lot of them. Although, again, note how many of them also involve Kael. But moments like this right here, like the amount of damage that he was able to do on Lethality Varus and finding all these angles in a scenario where you are a lot slower, right? You're a lot more vulnerable than if you actually do get in range than an unhit Varus would be. And
perfect.
Love that as well. Yeah, the Silas vote's also completely on board with. I should have gone for the 1 Kael vote. I think he also had a wonderful job, but overall, it's a team game, and Sandbox showed that here.
What can you say? I think Liv Sandbox are, they took off. We didn't believe. They took off again, won another game. We still were like, they're better than we expected. But now, I mean, now they're beating Gen G, who beat D+, who we thought were really good.
So Sandbox are just good, I guess.
Who's the best team in the LCK? I don't know. T1 just lost yesterday. DK lost to Gen G, and now Liv Sandbox is winning.
We don't know.
It's all over the place. One thing for certain, though, ban Sylas. Guys, we do have game number 2. Let's jump back to the casters for that.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that breakdown. And yes, while I agree, Sylas completely ridiculous, I also think that Jin isn't very good. So definitely some things to look at when it comes to picking champions in the beginning of the game.
Hey, I'm not. We talked about counting chickens before they're hatched and stuff like that, and there was a lot going on. And I know this is only a 1-0 lead, but
I'm going to 0-6, Wolf. I know it. I know what's happening.
I was like, well, when does Live Sandbox play against T1? And I pulled out my schedule.
Oh,
right?
okay.
I went all the way in. It's the last game of round robin 1, match 45.
Oh, is that a Saturday showdown?
Could it be? It's no, it's on Friday. The round robin is on Friday. But
guess the LCK didn't know.
but that could be the thing that decides first place in round robin 1. Atlas is the last match. Let's talk ahead of ourselves because they have to close out this series now. Genji blue side.
And they're going to remain on blue side. I find that very interesting because I think that red side this week has been a lot more powerful, weirdly enough. Live Sandbox have also played the majority of their games on red side. They've won 100% of the games that they've been on blue side, which is very strange. It's only 2. Outside of that, they're 50% win rate on red, but it's just so many more games. And they have come out ahead.
They gave Live Sandbox Ashe Varus. That's a choice that Genji made.
Yeah.
And a choice they absolutely regret. And I would like to see FaZe given the opportunity to play Varus himself in B1 here if the same sort of bans continue to persist, because it is just such a strong duo.
I think the Kassadin ban also is very strange to me because Genji are so good at playing into Kassadin. They have Chovy, right? Who is an excellent LA mid lane player. Like, he plays all of the champions that destroy Kassadin in lane very, very well. I just find it a very odd first ban, but they are going to do so. Wukong going to be banned away here as Live Sandbox just looking for the Sejuani.
Yeah, Live Sandbox going to grab the Sejuani rotation. I think this is a Varus first pick here.
Well, Ashe.
Oh, Ashe is still up, true.
Yeah, one of those two.
Yeah, well, the thing is, if you pick the Ashe here, you don't get both, but you get Ashe, which is the stronger part.
Well, now it has to be Varus Heimerdinger.
Yeah, but you can't. Yeah, now the question becomes, do you get Heimer here instead of the Sejuani?
Yeah, no, I think it has to be.
But Sejuani plus Ashe is one of the main reasons why Live Sandbox had so much pick in that last game. I actually like taking Sejuani instead, to be honest, because there are other champions you can pick that won't be bannable until the second phase, like the Karma, for example. We have seen to have some success. I do think Heimer is stronger, but don't give the Sejuani Ashe. That's too much.
All right, well, the Elise, which was banned away last time around, is being considered. Let's see where Peanut is going to go, cycling through a few different options here as he makes up his mind. I would really like the Elise, though. Stick on that sort of pick style of play, but instead he's going to go for that one. And Sivir Ashe is going to be the bottom lane here for FaZe and Delight. They are going to step away from the Heimerdinger. As Live Sandbox, I don't see why you wouldn't just lock in Silas.
As Live Sandbox here?
Yeah, I mean, there are plenty of things that you can play with Varus.
Yeah, there certainly are, but I think the two main ones are Heimer, Karma. They'll both be banned, but it's a choice. It's a choice that they're willing to make because Closer is just so good at this champion, and he has that smile on his face because he knows, like, the coaching staff and my team believes that even though Heimerdinger is super busted, Silas is more busted if he's in my hands, and I'm going to take this instead. And I think we will see the Heimerdinger ban here for Genji now. Rise taken away from Chovy, a wise decision.
I find this Sivir pick very interesting.
It's a lot of wave clear and a lot of damage around early game skirmishes, but I agree with you in that let's feel weaker in some regards is interesting Gnar ban.
Yeah, not wanting to deal with Bertle, who did find the timings on his Mega Gnars in the team fights was actually very, very good. So we'll give that to him. Was certainly something that Genji struggled to play around. As final ban here for Live Sandbox, already the Rise goes, and there is the Akali to be taken away as well. Looks like the classic into Silas pick.
Yeah, it looks like it might be another Azir game here for Chovy. Could see almost the same draft in terms of the soul lanes here, potentially.
Is it an Ahri game?
I was thinking the same thing earlier, but it's Ahri into Silas. Can be very risky. She's very squishy into this Varus pick. They decide the Heimer is the worst of two evils. They're more willing to deal with that Karma pick, if that's what it's going to be. Live Sandbox going to save that 5th pick for last here, in fact, just to make sure they can get this Cassante in case Doran was planning on playing it.
Yep.
And I think Renekton Azir here actually works quite well. Jax, another win condition you could pick up here for Doran if you'd like. We have talked so much about how you are very vulnerable in this K'Sante matchup with the Jax, and sometimes it's very difficult to play out the early game. Azir, we're pretty sure that's going to be the pick. The question is, Renekton, Jax, Fiora, how do you buy time in the side lane for this?
What about the Ornn? I want more team fighting for Doran. I want the Ornn. That's what I really want.
It's not a bad call in this game.
We saw it yesterday. We saw Kingen teach the world that you can just play big tanks in the top lane and win.
Would definitely hurt Varus too.
This definitely isn't that.
No, certainly not. It's a lot of magic damage in this composition.
Yeah. Well, Pei's gonna have a field day. Not a lot of MR being built up as the Twitch support.
I think Kalista is a better choice.
There are so many picks that Kyle could do.
Karma also makes a lot of sense, but they'll lock in Kalista, and this is going to be a duo that is very difficult to deal with here for the Sivir because you can't spell shield a large majority of this damage that's coming through. And it's not about the Sejuani. You know, yeah, you could spell shield her ultimate if you get caught, for example, in the middle of the map. But it's a cleanse game. There's a lot of different threats. There's a lot of different CC. And Kalista can save the Varus at any given point in time and then send him in as a bomb to link the CC of the Sylas and Sejuani.
Yep.
You could Azir's ult steal here.
And the really cool thing about Kalista's ultimate that not a lot of people talk about because you don't necessarily have to in a lot of instances. Of course, when Soraka was paired with her a lot, you would utilize it. But when you pop out of the ult, you get to go to your max range. So you knock them up, and then immediately you're at max range.
You're in the perfect spot.
Yeah. And so kind of really good for spacing as well as CC, as well as lining up skill shots. And we'll see whether it works.
This is going to be the Umberglaive variation 100%. There's no Imperial Mandate variation that you see here. And on the side of Gen G, the Ashe pick isn't going to be able to compete. Remember I talked about last time, a lot of AD carries, a lot of supports. You can't actually push up with the Ashe like they did last game. This is one of those types of games where you're trying to push Sivir Ashe, you have the slows, but Kalista will just turn around and say, I out-damage you, you can't push this.
Yeah. I mean, I do kind of like the idea of the chase down, the fact that Sivir, with her passive, speeds herself up and Ashe slows them down. So if you do get on top of them, then that is dangerous, but it'll have to work out. We'll see whether it does as we hop onto the Rift for Game 2. Any Lucy Lawless fans in the chat? Any Xena Warrior Princess fans? Because that is the Xena Warrior Princess Sivir skin. Probably my second favorite after Pack Sivir, which is my favorite skin in the game.
Where's Pizza on your tier list?
It's third as far as Sivir skins are concerned.
For me, it's Pax first, Pizza second. The rest, it's not Pax.
It's not even. It's not even the Pizza. It's the sneaky skin. We know. Definitely the sneaky skin. But
Closer, by the way, Sylas also gives you a lot of power here, Atlas, at level 1, because you cannot... A lot of teams will go, oh, okay, we might lose this 2v2 here because they have the AD support, the Caitlyn, the Kalista, etc., or one of these Varus Ashe lanes. So Sylas just comes over and says, nope, can't fight that, can't level 1 this, can't trick us, can't do anything. There's no like, aha, I tricked them at level 1 and we got an advantage. Can't do that. Sylas just shows up and it's over.
Yeah, he says no. It's kind of what Valdez was talking about. If there's a Sylas in the game, things just become really difficult. Closer, going to be emoting. We got thumbs up on both sides. As Peanut and Doran, let's see what they can get done in this game. Of course, we did see this in Challenger, the Gwen answer into the K'Sante. We've seen it banned a couple of times here in the LCK in order to stop it. I think it was banned against Dudu, who was a very notable Gwen player when she was very meta. As we're going to see, Genji, if you miss the volley, then you don't necessarily get to play the game.
Yeah, at level 1, it's on such a long cooldown. Very frustrating if you miss that.
Well, they're going to try and go for it. Another very early heal here is Envy going down low. But with all these sticks, you're going to have to back away. Pays doesn't have them wrenched out, at least for now, as Exhaust and Heal in trade for Ignite and Heal.
Yeah. These items were nerfed, these potions, the consumables were nerfed on durability. Imagine if they were back up to normal, this would just be a crazy situation down here.
Yeah.
Still, doing a lot to make these trades less important for the Delight Pays side of things, because it looked like, oh man, they actually might be able to turn this one around with the next volley. But no, the heals come through and level 2 gets reached here first for Envy and Kyle. Kyle not going to land that one, unfortunately, but...
Well, it's a bit of a Hail of Blades diff at the moment.
Yes.
As Liv Sandbox have 2 of them, which is giving them a slight advantage. Peanut will find Willa, turning up to fight him. Should be able to vault break him, but as you can see, it's a big advantage for the Sejuani.
These types of lanes much stronger on blue side because of the awkward interactions here on red side, where you're like, oh, I can't get that red buff, I can't really take Krugs, but you can still be annoying, as Willer is doing here, and trying to deny CS away from Pays, and it's working out pretty well so far.
Yeah. Decent volley value there, as Envy and Kyle are taken down relatively low, but Hawkshot going to be used just to spot out Willa. And he's using this health advantage that he has over Peanut to control, and it's also controlling the bottom lane as well. Like, I love this. Double duty being performed by Willa. Allows his bottom lane to push up whilst also wasting Peanut's time.
Yeah, so if you're tuning into the LCK and you haven't been seeing this new AD carry support meta, this is actually, it was at first kind of niche, but it has now become standard. And yes, it is less common than something like the Karma or the Heimerdinger that you see with the Varus, because that's kind of free, easy push. But something like Callista allows you to do tons of damage quickly with Hail of Blades and just push these lanes out and get perma-prio and then get plate gold and lock your opponents in so they can't actually go and fight for objectives like First Drake, like Rift Herald. Liv Sandbox loves their First Drakes, love their prio lanes here for Envy on the bottom side, whether it's Illusion, whether it's that Varus that he played last game, or in this case, the Varus and the Callista. Callista support has so much utility with her vision, so she can, you know, see threats coming. She can save the enemy AD carry with her ultimate.
Yeah.
Can be a second smite button, you know, on an objective.
And we saw Kerry utilize that very well when he brought out the Callista the first time. It was Callista Draven in that particular game. I believe Varus was banned away, so even if they wanted to do that, it was not a possibility, as Kyle not going to get boomeranged this time around, but his back is going to be delayed, and so they might wait for another wave. They do so. Delight checking to see whether there are any junglers lurking in the shadows.
There is.
Sentinel's going to go down, and yeah, Gen G, they've got one. As losing out on the trade here towards this bottom side, Pays spell shields the air as Delight's the one that's going to be the priority target. But now let's see. Nope, not going to be able to make our way in. So Peanut backs away, and he loses out on the Scuttle, the second one of the game, I believe, as well.
Envy has that arrow charging when Peanut sees him, and he's pretty far back. They both have flash, and also the Ignite is back up for Kyle. So Peanut's just like, we don't have exhaust. Let's not commit to this. This could backfire as Myrtle.
That hurt. Bertle might choose to go back to base and teleport himself in.
Look at Willer's creep score advantage here in the jungle. 36 to 26 with all the bullying he did to Peanut earlier. Just gets to freely come up here and take his farm now. Peanut will catch up a little bit here, but still quite a significant difference as Peanut did spend that time going down for that potential gank and is not rewarded. I do not think Chovy will get killed by turret again this time around.
Yep, I would suggest not doing that. That would be the best course of action. He's not going to get caught out by a stray Callista making her way up the lane. Bertle does hit level 6 as he teleports back to the lane. Bleaching Leer done here for Doran. Of course, the classic first choice for the Gwen. Been a while since we've seen her.
Yeah.
Wonder how immune she's going to be this game.
At times, very.
Yeah. At other times, maybe not so much. But
yeah, very temporarily.
Yeah.
Extremely immune. But only for a brief moment. As these boomerangs are not hitting very well for Pays in terms of getting the champions. He's trying to push these waves out and grab some CS, but he is really having a rough time against all this range, and Envy is just not missing.
Yeah, that boomerang didn't quite work either. Ooh, okay, Hail of Arrows going to be spell shielded. Some Blight stacking up, then that is a worthy choice.
Sentinel here can cover him while he goes into the Drake pit while they have this push through. It's very difficult for Chovy to come down and assist. They don't have any vision of this. Peanut is just behind the curve a little bit here, unfortunately. So it's going to be first Drake going over to Liv Sandbox here without even a contest, without a hitch. Bozer has his Silas hijack. Very safe at the moment.
Yeah.
And they should know because Kyle is missing, but there's nothing they can do.
No. And they get word now that the Drake does fall down. Has a bit of a yell. And lets everyone know. So once again, Liv Sandbox playing towards the Dragon. and continuing to not really care too much about Rift Herald, which is going to be spawning in a little bit of time.
Kyle will build the Umbroglaive, just to kind of explain this to people who, again, who's heard about how hyped this series has randomly become because the Sandbox are performing well and a lot of people tuned in. You go for Umbroglaive, doesn't have enough for the Dirk just yet, but should be backing fairly soon here. They haven't been able to secure this plate either. But that's another reason why AD carries in the support role are so viable right now, is because the Umbroglaive gives you extra utilities. Here comes Willer with 6. This could be a successful dive here if the ult is good. Peanut also shows up, but they could turn and kill the Vi.
Yeah, we'll see where the Chains of Corruption will come through, and yeah, there it is. Delight gonna have to walk it out though, as Peanut Vault Breakers to get himself back over to the rest of his team. Hawkshot to spot out what's going on. As Closer makes his way down, and you might say that that was a failed gank, but they get heal, flash, and they're gonna get plates.
Yep, gonna get so much plate money here, 100% worth, and Peanut just kind of walks over to say, all I'm here to do is to maybe make sure one of my bot laners doesn't die, and then leave. That's all I can do. That's the maximum value. Peanut got maximum value with that rotation. It's just nothing else he could do. They turn on him and kill him if he tries to stay and fight it out. Just too early in the game for the Sivir to be relevant. And that's why it's kind of a bizarre pick here with the Ashe that was picked up. We're a little bit surprised to see.
Yeah, it's odd because it could have been Heimerdinger.
Yes.
As Delight did have an okay game on it last time around, but I guess it wasn't the most fantastic. Bit of a lane swap situation going on here, as we do have the Gwen towards the bottom side. Genji playing towards Rift Herald, and Willa is going to start it up. Vision, I believe, available, as Peanut is well and truly on the other side of the map. Peanut doesn't know that.
Yeah, Peanut going to stick around here bottom side to make sure there's no shenanigans for this Doran lane swap, and Envy's just going to try to catch waves here without a disaster. Kyle spots Peanut out.
Yeah, just barely as well, as Peanut's going to go for it anyway. The needlework being thrown through. There it is. Cease and desist to come down. Envy's going to go, and Closer teleports in. The Gwen is indeed immune, as we were talking about. Flash out from Peanut, though, and there's the flash forward from Kyle. They can slow him with the Rend, and Closer should be able to find another set of arrows. There it is. It's going to be collected by Doran, but it doesn't actually matter. Peanut still goes down, and Doran takes a lot of damage.
Doran will barely survive here. Great block from him. Just in terms of the concept of it, it's almost enough to save Peanut in this particular case. Flash down now on the Vi. Lane swap here. Very successful, though, in that it's given a lot of space here for Pays to farm. Peanut's able to trade a kill here on the bottom side, and Doran just sits down there and is catching all those waves. So Genji turning what looked like it was a very bad and snowbally situation here with this Kalista support into a pretty viable situation. You know, Birdall up there on the top side just kind of having to catch against the Sivir, and Genji have stemmed the bleeding with this lane mismatch for a little while here.
Yeah. Oh, man. Liv Sandbox just so impressive, the way that they've played out this early stage of the game. Their drafting also has been very impressive, but it's how they move and how they understand when their champions are strong that really has caught me unawares, Wolf. I think I'm going to have to give them a public apology from what I said on the POG stage. It was definitely a long time ago, and the improvement has just continued. As we're going to check this out one more time.
Yeah, Chains here onto the Vi, but he can just ult, so unfortunately not going to matter at all. Doran is immune, gets away. And then Doran actually is such a teammate here. Goes in and blocks the Chains, but Peanut's still going to burn down and die. And Doran almost does himself, but will just barely get out with the Rend on cooldown. With the Sandbox here, going to go ahead and take this Herald now.
Yeah.
It's a very late take, but still going to go into their pockets. A lot of gold and some more plating for this Varus here now in the mid lane with the lane swaps.
Well, arrow.
Okay.
He fired forward, traded back immediately. As Delight says, please no. That was my arrow.
It's like, there's no way he dies here, right? There's Ashe, he has the Sivir.
Well, Chovy might be in trouble, but there's a cease and desist. Willa getting taken down very low. Chovy was CC'd the entire time, however, so couldn't offer any follow-up. And Shelly, the value going to come through. So, a couple of plates, and Envy picking up even more gold. Another minion wave coming through as well. Might be looking for another one.
I mean,
has the man advantage right now.
We like to joke about how Varus is kind of an old school counter to the Azir,
yeah.
But they just put Envy in the mid lane, and Chovy is dealing with this pressure 1v2. On the bottom side, solo experience going over to Pays on the Sivir, but that's not going to matter as much as Chovy actually losing control of his lane. Plate Gold going over to the Varus here, so looks like the lane swap was working very well for Gen G initially here, but still, they don't have a lot of control over the map whatsoever here right now. And as this second Drake has spawned, Live Sandbox rushing towards it. They're going to have the faster prio, even though there's a lot of vision behind the Drake pit here for Gen G. There's only one ward in the pit itself. And I think they're just planning on giving this one up at this point with the power in this early Varus Kalista. Stacking Drakes early is usually a big problem, but two of these Drakes are the really relevant ones. If it ends up being Hextech Soul again, though.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that would be pretty high value. Jack Show now completed here for Bertle. Up towards that top side. Doran, it's been a while since he's been home. I think Riftmaker should be done relatively soon. And, all right, the Drake not going to get taken just yet. Peanut is actually allowed to walk on over. As Chovy moving out of the way of Closer right now. Live Sandbox just slinking back into Fog of War. Doran gets a couple of plates, though. Definitely high value. Puts Gen G in the lead by about 500 after being very, very even for the majority of the game. That Drake that Live Sandbox picked up certainly should even that out.
Live Sandbox really passive in these types of fights this season. They're only looking for the perfect fight. Not an okay one, the perfect fight, the best possible fight for them, so they back away from the Drake. Going to use this choke point control to try to punish elsewhere.
Yeah. Our observers were like, it's time to leave, but then Closer dashes over the wall, confuses them a little bit. I respect them immediately going back there as Doran clears out the wave. Will is going to start it up again.
And then walk away from it again. As Closer's just trying to hold this choke. They do want to actually hold on to this Drake aggro now, getting a TP out of Doran. This is seen by the ward.
Yeah, and I think they might just give it because Bertle doesn't have his teleport available, and as you can see, they just scatter. They get themselves out of the way. Gen G get into position. Let's see whether Willa can go for another steal as Doran. He's in his mist, so he's absolutely fine. Envy has to deal with a Gwen now as the Fate's Call has to be invested. Obviously, you can't just do that. So he's absolutely fine. There's the Hextech Soul that you were talking about, Wolf.
Man, back to back. This is crazy.
Yeah, and there are a lot of AD carries in this game.
Yeah.
There's also an Azir and a Silas. And a Gwen. Oh, God.
It's pretty strong.
Yeah, it's pretty Hextech-y.
Please make the Drakes fair, right? Because before it was like, oh, it's RNG, but they're all pretty decent.
Yeah, they're all good.
Now it's like, well, there is one that is clearly the best, and then two that are almost as good, and then two that are, you know, we're like, oh.
And then there's one that is Giga God tier that no one even really understands how to quantify, like the Cloud Drake.
Yeah. This is Closer's attempt to kind of flank in here and set up for the Emperor's Divide, but unfortunately Doran just does way too much here. His teleport advantage being massive for them, and actually the main reason why, as you pointed out, Gen G can actually trade this a Drake for a Drake here. So 1-1 on that scoreline. And we're going into a game state now where Live Sandbox got a lead with their Kalista support, but then the lane swap kind of stifled it a little bit, and now Gen G have slowed the game down so significantly that the Sivir, the Azir, the Gwen, these three late game win conditions, the side laning power they have, start to feel very scary.
Well, Bertle going to try and do the Cassante things as the needlework is coming in. Teleport to come forward as well, though, as Closer makes it an unfair fight. That is going to secure him a kill as an arrow connects in the mid lane. And here's the pick potential on the Gen G side as they take down Envy.
Kyle doesn't have his Fate's Call. You can see his cooldown there, about 3/4 of the way done, but they have an opportunity, Gen G do, and they know that cooldown timer, so they instantly cross-map there for the punish. And there's no teleport here for Closer because he used it topside to come over here and look for a flank or anything like that. So this is being another trade even here for Gen G until Chovy gets this turret. It's a trade up now for Gen G. And Gen G is starting to go either even or up right now in the second game. And when you consider the scaling aspects of this draft, this lead and the snowball is really just kind of fallen by the wayside here. This is a pretty nice play from Birdall to set up, and then you have the pullback into the teleport. This is clean. But unfortunately, the resources committed to this are so high, and because you don't even get the turret here, the result is very middling. Meanwhile, over here, you have Ash Arrow engage. This is why this champion is so incredibly broken. Followed up by ult, and Chovy is pushing a bottom turret. So much of a trade-up here for Gen G.
Certainly is, and this time around you do have a heck of a lot of AoE follow-up damage. Pays now has his Kraken Slayer complete, Zeal on top of it. This is Gen G with a composition that, yeah, it does damage. It does damage. Doesn't quite have, you know, the Nature's Grasp and things like that that Peanut was utilizing in order to get things started, but you just press his cease and desist button, and if Pays is there, able to get into position on the hunt, of course, helps out, then those damage woes that they had in Game 1 are certainly not going to exist. However, they're still against the Silas, so I'm not counting Live Sandbox out in any way, shape, or form.
Peanut unseen over here. Okay, they're going to maybe commit to this onto Birdall rather than the mid lane. It's a little bit surprising. Peanut in this position can threaten both sides because they have so much control of both lanes with the wave clear that Gwen gives you, the wave clear that Sivir gives you. And unfortunately for Live Sandbox, they're just out so far behind the play.
Well, Arrow is going to sail by, and Peanut going to go in anyway, even though it missed. Birdall under a turret, pretty happy. He's a pretty happy chappy. But still, going to lose out on a bit of health on this inner. Chovy over here as well. Delight seen. Kyle's going to move on over. And Live Sandbox, they'll just take Shirley. They'll move it into the mid lane. They'll take Closer, put him in top lane, and they are winning all over the place. Like, why? Like, Birdall's fine. Like, I don't know.
This was a really greedy call, and I'm surprised, like I said, Peanut didn't actually want to commit further to the mid lane, but it's a Varus with ult. They have, of course, the Fate's Call, so if he committed there, it might be suicidal. You know, it might actually backfire really hard, so he decides he wants to go bottom side there. And they grouped up at a very awkward timing where Closer is given an extremely long leash, decides he's going to go for the full turret. He's just 2 stacks now away from finishing his rod. Oh, that's all right. Last possible second, gets out. Close call.
Sometimes you just want to press your ultimate button, I guess.
Wanted to interrupt it really badly.
Yeah. Did manage to do so. Teleport was available there for Birdall, though, so not as punished, I guess, for delaying it back.
20 seconds until this Drake. And with a lot of extra gold picked up here, the one thing Live Sandbox don't have that they wish they had so badly for this fight is that Rod of Ages completed. But he's got Zhonya's. I mean, he has 2 kills, that extra turret gold. He's got a ton of extra armor, so even though he's not fully upgraded, he's not level 14 or 15, you know, wherever the case may be when that last stack comes through, he's still a formidable Sylas. Man, it's going to be so difficult to kill. One of the weaknesses of Azir with Emperor's Divide is that he's a very squishy champion, so if he goes in for a scoop, he might get blown up. Sylas, not so much. He goes in, he doesn't die, and he's right where he wants to be.
Yeah, 100%. Closer and Will are going to have to peel away from this Drake. They pull it out of the pit. Chovy's behind it right now, but he blast cones away. So they are going to give this one up. The first Hextech Drake will be delivered to Live Sandbox.
Who would have thought this team's got the skills in individual players? They've got the macro, they've got the clutch.
Well, I think it's just the lack of panic, man. I think I underestimated the power of being a cool kid. And
I wish I was a cool kid.
Yeah, I think it's just because I'm an old man. As Genji is going to catch Birdall out. They might get their wish here, but he does unstoppable a lot of it. Oh, the ult doesn't quite get through, and so he is not going to Cassante his way out of this one.
Can they start Baron? I don't think so. They're grouped up around it. Live Sandbox are very aware of the possibility here, even though it's early days, right on spawn. He's going to get a TP out of Closer, though, because he just knows, I'm not messing around with this. I'm not defending a turret bottom side here, so Chovy's going to have to push really far if he wants to force. And he doesn't have TP, and they know that, so they can actually now force Genji off the Baron. And yes, they used a TP for this, so still advantage Genji, but Chovy's not threatening anything major at the moment.
They might be able to get that inner turret that they did show a lot of liking towards earlier on when they lost both of those inner turrets. As Doran, let's see how immune he can be. As he goes into the Glacial Prison, and in melee range, he does certainly struggle. Running pretty quickly, though, with that Ghost now activated, as Peanut looking to try and turn this, but Bolt Breaker gonna just be used for the minion wave. Gets himself out of the way.
Chovy gonna get a blue buff. That's the cross map.
Yep, there we go.
Birdall's over here, and he can't push down the turret. Sylas hits 10 on his Rod of Ages. So levels up to 14, probably close to 15 now, getting the full level. So one step closer to getting that level 16 hijack, and about a level and a half ahead of Chovy right now in total. As Birdall just gets caught here. Tries to ult his way out here, but the angle doesn't push him towards the top where the turret is. He actually goes down. It's kind of a weird, finicky ultimate. You got to play it perfectly, and can't quite get out of that one.
Yep, that one didn't work. Maybe it's the wall's fault. Maybe it's in a weird spot in that particular angle.
No one really understands walls in League of Legends.
Yeah. No, I think the walls themselves don't even really understand the walls. I think maybe the only person that would understand the walls is Kane.
Yeah, or like a Talon main where you could see the geometry when he does the jump.
Right?
I guess Birdall just hasn't played enough.
Or a Kiana main who also sees the geometry when she blows it up.
Yeah. I guess Birdall just hasn't played enough of those champions yet.
Yeah. Just need to play Kane, though, and then you can walk inside all of the walls. That's the way to discover them, truly.
I wish they would click on closer. Okay, now we can see he's 2 levels up.
Well, the arrow is going to come through as Emperor's Divide comes down, but he's kept in position. Goes golden though, and he can tank for about 1,600 years, everyone. This is Silas. And there it is, 1,600 years. Wasn't as long as I kind of thought, but guess time is a bit of a relative thing as Chovy finds no one with his Emperor's Divide. Kyle's over the wall. That was awesome.
Sick play saves him and then gets him over the wall. That was insane. This was a play that looked completely ruined, Atlas. They went so deep into a choke point with Gwen, who's immune, and they do not actually get the Silas where they want it to be. Closer gets picked, and then, I mean, the play is still a 2-for-1 in favor of Gen G, and now they have a little bit of control over Baron. But, I mean, Kyle made it look like it was okay, kind of, because he was able to trade one back and save his 80 carry. Could have been 3 for nothing.
And if Willa's still alive, Wolf, that means that you can't do Baron. That is kind of the rule that we've discovered. As this was pretty cute from Delight, being able to channel the arrow so that Closer wasn't able to get too much done, but then cease and desist to stop the Emperor's Divide
Look at Doran
getting
too.
full value.
He blocks everybody from following up. Nobody can actually chase this. Gwen is immune. Look at the damage here.
Oh man, Needleworks, so much value.
And then Chovy comes in here and Fate's call from Kyle, and they catch him over the wall. Flash for the kill. And without Chovy, Gen G can't start Baron. They don't have the damage here.
Yeah, and it's a bit greedy because Chovy could have flashed to get that ult onto Kyle, I believe, so the Fate's call doesn't deny everything, and then, you know, Envy doesn't have a very easy place to go, but instead holds off on the flash, thinks that he can collect Willa alongside it. Just a little bit miscalculated as an arrow's going to connect onto Willa here, and Doran's going to lock down that kill. Now Gen G, with the man advantage and no Willa, means no possible contest on this Dragon.
A lot of CC used here, but they still have their critical ultimates on the hunt. The needlework. They have Chovy's Emperor's Divide. Just really easy to lock that one down with an Ash Arrow and then follow it up. So really difficult for Live Sandbox here to contest anymore. Closer's just going to push mid. It's so close to level 16.
Yeah, this guy is an absolute monster. He's going to be able to hijack everything. As they are going to be able to move over to this Dragon in 20 seconds time. That's what Gen G's focused on right now. But 2-2, as far as Dragons are concerned, Live Sandbox not too worried about giving that one up.
They don't have enough control here, they feel, with Willa respawning pretty soon. He has Hexgate on this map, so Gen G are like, if we just start this, they might trade for Baron. We have to be really careful about it, but they waste so much time that Willer's completely back now, and they never for one moment, Gen G, got Prio here around this Drake.
Yeah. Closer able to just wander his way in, and he just needs to be so respected in this game. He is so scary, as there's his version of the cease and desist as they look to lock down Peanut. He goes golden as well as the Varus locks up that kill. Pays trying to get the work done as Doran, massive damage! Will is straight back to the death chamber once again. Grayscale mode activated here for both junglers as Gen G get control of the Drake.
Yeah, Gen G, since they're here fast enough and they have their jungler, they can take this, and Live Sandbox without their jungler, without enough damage realistically here with this Varus, can't actually take Baron down. They could get it close, but they wouldn't have the smite, and Gen G could just come over and wipe them if they actually committed hard. So a trade of junglers favors Gen G because they're closer to the Drake, they have more damage output in general with this Leandri's on the Azir. So Live Sandbox just have to simply give this objective up, and this is all Doran this time around. As this is a really deep engage here. And like Live Sandbox so well understand how they are going to fight this out with the 80 carries, both of them at the back here. You have a really strong front line with the Silas now completely online, and he's like, I'm going to steal Vi, we're going in. But I think they miscalculated how much damage Doran could do in these choke points. It's not the first time in this game Doran has just pressed Q and won a team fight.
Yeah. Q and R.
Q and R.
Pretty powerful when people are running in single file. Would be very, very good against, what are the Tuscan Raiders? They're near Mos Eisley Spaceport.
Yeah, and unfortunately Live Sandbox's numbers are known.
Yeah, they are. And they're definitely not hidden. And we're in vision. As now, just going to be tidying up this lane on the top side.
The Korean broadcast highlighted right before that the lack of summoners for Gen G in that fight as well. Massive summoner advantage was to Live Sandbox there. Now a lot of those flashes coming back up here for Gen G. Hayes being the one outlier to this, who's going to be up fairly soon, potentially for a Baron fight. So that was one edge Live Sandbox had that didn't ultimately mean anything in that Drake fight.
Yeah.
They don't have it anymore.
Well, to use an old League of Legends overused term, as it stands, Wolf, we have Liv Sandbox with a slight deficit, looking to try and extend it a little bit here, as Peanut getting taken down low. Another cease and desist, the chains are going to land, but the arrow is so good at denying the follow-up as now Doran dives on forward. The needlework is good, but he hasn't got any of the big kills just yet, and now cease and desist coming down, and the Gwen not as immune as he wants to be, but it's the Sivir damage that needs to be respected. The massive knock-up though, and ONV! I don't know whether you wanted that one, buddy, as Silas goes in deep, grabs the support, and Willer is going to burn to death from the Leandries. Gen.G, they managed to get the wipe on everyone but Kyle.
Yeah, this was a really close fight. It looks like an extremely one-sided fight for Gen.G, but it was absolutely on a knife's edge because the damage output of the Silas is so high, and he's in the backline there, but they kite it out perfectly. And once again, Doran, the crazy thing about this, Doran does well into the Cassante matchup on the Gwen, but he basically just straight up does well into Liv Sandbox's team comp. They're funneling into these choke points. They're super low range with Varus. Yeah, he can poke from a distance, but he needs to get in there. Kyle on this Callista can't really do anything, and you're basically piling in with Cassante, Sejuani, and Silas into an area where Doran is going to, you guessed it, do a ton of damage with his R and Q buttons, as we just discussed. So feels good right now. Peanut got caught. We're going in. And Doran is like, I'm just going to show up, and I'm going to lock you guys down. Needlework comes out, and look at the damage on this Gwen here. You pull him to the back, you go in further. Where's the follow-up? Varus and the Callista so far away here, and even when they go for the re-engage with the timing of Closer Zonias, they want this so badly because this combo, insane damage, Closer's almost there. Like, it's so close.
Doran just living on 100 health for that entire back half of the team fight. Oh my goodness, that's a tilter.
That
Never
fight,
have seen one.
On the knife's edge of a knife's edge.
Yeah? What does that even look like, Wolf?
It's
the edge of a knife's edge.
It's very thin.
Yeah, I could imagine. Is it even technically an edge?
If you tried to sit on it, you could go one way or the other very easily.
Is it just a really small shelf? As now Pays throws the on the hunt. Peanut goes golden. We'll see whether they can lock him down. Good chains are going to come in. There's the cease and desist. The Vi trying to get out. It's going to be difficult, but he is going to make... No, never mind. Bertle manages to lock him down. The Gwen grabs the kill, and the rest of Liv Sandbox are left limping. Gen.G, I think, have created the lead that they need to close this game out.
Chovy has Leandries, and they could push this with Sivir so easily to take out the inhibitor at minimum here, and then, I mean, if Liv Sandbox make a mistake here, maybe they actually end the game. Doran coming over here should be pushing the second inhib. Clean macro setup here.
Well, Arrow will connect onto Willer. Nicely done, Doran. Half health, does need to be a little bit careful, but they grab two inhibitors. And, okay, Pays kind of left to the wolves a little bit. Doran's like, nah, buddy, sorry, you okay, well, he's going to at least try to escape. Never mind, he's fine. He's fine, totally fine. Had spell shield, had flash. I don't know why I was worried, Wolf.
I mean, it's a little bit concerning that he loses that much health and just barely gets away because Liv Sandbox here are looking for soul points still, but they're two inhibitors down, so getting over there is really, really tough. As once again, Doran basically does everything in this fight. Like,
oh my god, the ricochet damage as well, just insane.
Well, this is a different fight than I thought. I thought we were going to the inside, the pushing fight where Doran does a billion damage. Yeah, that was ricochet damage, all of that one.
Yeah.
Gen.G, despite losing a lot of health bars there with the late respawns here at 30 minutes for Liv Sandbox, I mean, and the super minions they have to deal with, they just cannot get to this Drake first. Gen.G take it out. It's soul point only, but it's not good news.
Arrow. And, Wolf, I've realized the genius of the Gen.G composition. You want to hear me out?
I'll hear you out, yeah.
So, Sivir has been struggling, right? Because we've seen Sivers in compositions that are built around her and her ability to do damage. What Gen.G have done is that they've created a composition with only threats outside of Delight, I guess, but he's Ashe in her current state, right? So, people kind of ignore the Sivir. She just kind of runs around.
They ignore the Gwen, too. Like, both of these champions are so good when Liv Sandbox clump up in choke points. It just keeps happening.
Yeah, and they do just so much damage in general in an AoE. And you don't really notice you're just dead. You know, you get ricocheted a few times, and sometimes that's like half of your health bar if you're standing too close to one another. And Liv Sandbox are a team that do like to teamfight when they can. And grouping up is certainly something that you often do in that circumstance. Peanut Going to look for Willa.
This game is still winnable for Liv Sandbox if Gen.G mess up really bad. Like, if there's one bad angle and Liv Sandbox get a wipe, this game is theirs again.
Oh, absolutely.
So you got to be super patient as Gen.G are.
Well, they're going to dive on forward. We'll see whether Doran can survive this. The answer is kind of yes, but Vi is already dead. Doran goes into his Zhonya's, but can he get to safety? Yes, he can. Of course he can. It's Gwen.
Of course he can, you say?
Yeah.
Because he gets away with like 5% health.
That's what he's been doing all day, Wolf.
I know. And Liv Sandbox just barely survive. You're staving off the pressure. Closer's not willing to go in on Chovy.
I thought Doran was about to cancel his back to take the fight. Kind of assumed that was going to happen.
Well, his W is probably coming right back up, and Chovy's there with Emperor's Divide and Leandri's, and I think it was the right choice for Closer to not go in there and try to commit to this one. As look at how slowly they're trying to push through, using the arrow as best as they can to set up for a pick. Doesn't work out. Doran goes on a flank angle, uses his ult here. Peanut's going deep. And then they stick around a little bit too long on this one. Doran has some immunity, and in the stopwatch he has more immunity, but he's actually got to get out of here, and then that's the end of this fight, that's the end of this push.
But it is just a sort of single pick for Liv Sandbox in the end. They were the ones backing away because their health bars were low, but still, pretty good news for them as Hawkshot sails by, gets a fair bit of info on the reset timer for Kyle. Grabs the Serpent's Fang, trying to deny some of the shielding that is available here for Gen.G.
Gen.G should be able to do this Baron on spawn with 2 inhibitors still down. They're respawning fairly soon here, but the timing of this is really unfortunate for Liv Sandbox. Baron is up and ready.
Yeah, and it's a minute and a half then after. The Hextech Soul will be available for Gen.G as well. That timing couldn't be better if Gen.G are able to get over to that Baron pit and get control to take it on spawn. It looks like the answer is going to be no, though, as Liv Sandbox have been able to clear themselves an avenue towards the Baron pit as Arrow is going to sail in. Willa in trouble, and he's the jungler. You got to keep him alive. Glacial Prison comes down. They look to lock up the Gwen. As now Closer with some needlework of his own. Envy is so incredibly low, but he limps out of the fight. He can still offer a lot of damage from range. But still, I think he's going to have to go back home.
He's going to have to back home, or go back home, excuse me. He's going to have to back, and Birdall,
okay to skip words, I reckon, because there's a lot of action, Wolf.
Yeah. And Envy's going to just... He's like, give me all that health I can get, and then I'm going to have to deal with this push here, but I'm not going to be able to come over to Baron for a long time. Liv Sandbox, though, with a lot of pressure here around the Baron pit itself. The fact that he lives there is actually really huge. By ultimate down, you know? Needlework coming back here, but down for a little bit longer, and Liv Sandbox have enough time to look for, again, I always say, air quotes, a fair fight here, a 5v5 fight that could determine the game. When it looks like Gen.G from 7,000 gold up here, it should be theirs no matter what, but inhibs are respawning. All it takes is one fight for Liv Sandbox here, and that's one positional error. Doran steps one step too far forward and gets picked, or has to waste his ultimate, or Chovy gets caught. Just with all the vision that Gen.G have set up around the Baron pit, it's so difficult for Liv Sandbox to make it happen.
Yeah, and Peanut now can just sort of wait, as both inhibitors have respawned. That is definitely good. Gen.G looking for a flank angle. Envy gonna get sniped! The Fate's Call is not off cooldown, so he's gonna get taken. Peanut is gonna lock up the kill, and now Willer is the next target, the perfect option. As Peanut, he found his window, and he immediately dove through. A double kill for Pays. This should be the ace. Closer is gonna try as he might to get this one working for them. Emperor's Divide comes in, and yes, the Ashe dies, but that's the end of the game. Gen.G bring us to 1-1.
You know, these two teams said, wouldn't it be interesting if we let Ashe through the draft? It's been a little while in the LCK since we let Ashe through the draft. You know, people haven't seen that Arrow gameplay in a few days. Here in week 3, we're a little Ashe starved. Let's just let that one through and trade wins here. We're 1-1.
I'm worried about Gwen. Who left Gwen through the draft, man? I feel like I'm back in last year or something like that.
Doran, look at how hyped he is, too, after a game like this. He knows he made such an impact. He's popping out of his chair. He's waiting to get that high five from Score. He's like, oh, Score, I did good, didn't I? And Score's going to say, yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. This was the right call to pick the Gwen. And so many of these fights were actually just defined by Doran pressing R and Q in choke points and shutting down the Sylas. And Chovy, in a lot of the late game fights, just never Emperor's Divided because he was like, I'm just going to wait just in case. I'm going to hold it.
Yeah, I don't want that Emperor's Divide that got Fate's Called. He's like, I don't want that again. I don't want that again. You know, that mean people on the internet are going to focus just on that one play.
He's like, I don't want to push them away from our team either. I just want them to be on top of Doran.
Yep.
A close game, though. Liv Sandbox played out the Kalista support in the early game very well. And
the first loss for for closer on his Silas.
Yeah.
I honestly thought that even with the fact that the Ashe went over to Gen.G, that Live Sandbox did have a decent draft, but in the end, Gen.G were able to find that avenue in, and like you say, the Gwen value in these teamfights, it worked exceptionally well.
Yeah, we never got to see that Soul, the Hextech Soul. I think a lot of these fights that were forced on both teams were kind of RNG based by the Soul itself, right? If this was an Ocean Soul, I think maybe we see a little bit more side lane, a little bit more macro from Gen.G. They didn't have to win this way. They could have used the Gwen win condition in the late game very differently with the Azir, but they were like, I'm not letting these Hextech Souls go. They fought really well, and congrats to them. We're going to a game 3.
Yep, there's Cloud Templar in his Amumu uniform that he hasn't worn to the LCK in ages. But yeah, game 3 is upon us, Wolf. We are going the distance in this series, and we wouldn't want it any other way. We're going to go to a short break. When we get back, the space and that decider.
맞췄는데 한 명. 바루스 가볼게. 바루스로 갈게. 바루스 잡았어. 빼줘. 더 봐. 레드 노플이야. 빨려도 이겨. 야 칼리도 노플이야. 칼리 꺼져. 칼리 노플이야. 헬산테로 봐줄게. 헬산테 보자. 일단 보자. 이겼어. 살려줄 사람. 내가 살려줄게. 살려줄 사람. 안돼. 아비. 애쉬 잘 맞았다. 나이스. 나 1레벨 뭐하지? 다행이다. 나이스. 역시 공이 좋네. 열일했다 현준아. 고생했고. 탑 좋았고. 좋냐? 20초 뒤에 라인 와. 나 좋냐 있어. 끝.
What do we need here? Is a little
Hello and welcome back to the space. Gen.G able to tie things up with, of course, Live Sandbox. After a great game number 2, they were able to get their hands onto that Ashe first pick once again. Well, I say once again, but first time for them, second time in the series. What did you think about this draft?
I loved it. Really good adaptation here from Gen.G. I think the Ashe now, even though we're going to not talk about it as much, was a game-deciding factor, 2 games in a row. And the problem with Ashe support is it does too much. It's a lane bully that is able to shut out vision and then scales into a non-committal hard CC machine. Like, both games got ended because the Ashe support just kept firing off arrows and eventually one hit a squishy and then they died. So I don't love that playstyle, and I'm not going to be sad, but in terms of drafting, great decision from Gen.D. The really big thing here, though, is after the Sivir, which kind of left us wondering, is this going to be a good direction? The Gwen here is amazing. Gwen is both a counter into Cassante, actually gets to take him down because of the amount of true damage that she does, and itemization against her doesn't really have the intended effect. And secondly, you're playing into only short-range characters, and I guess Varus, but, you know, Lethality Varus is not going to kill the Gwen at any
Just
time.
arrow him.
So, effectively, yeah. So the Gwen both is in a counter matchup, is picked up late, there's plenty of AD damage as well, and both in terms of side laning and in terms of team fighting, she's an incredible threat. And thought it was a really, really nice pick. We've seen it come back a little bit more as people are trying different responses to the Cassante, and Doran played it super clean as well.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you know, Sylas can be very strong, Cassante can be very strong, you know, we can say all these things, but if you index too much into one kind of play style and you're going straight at them, then stuff like Sivir Ricochet, Gwen Needles, all of these things, even the Azir obviously can be very good. It's really rough, and I think Gen.G eventually found an answer, as we are going to take a look at this first highlight, which is going to represent and show this off very well.
Because what happens here is Peanut gets immediately blown up, and it looks like a good start of a fight, but note what happens to the two supposed tanks here. Between Sivir and Gwen, like, they're never gonna live, right? And this is a 25 minutes into the game, and I think what's really big here is that Gen.G's early game was much better. I think Peanut, even though he kind of got out-pressured by Willer, was able to keep up much better. His bot lane wasn't nearly as much in shambles as last time around. And then add to that Paze, even though he wasn't really the main character of this game, like, farmed up to a free 4-item Sivir and was just sitting there safe, throwing boomerangs, living his best life.
Yeah, I mean, Atlas mentioned that he's like, they have so many threats. It was actually very true, you know, outside of like the compositional things, because nobody could really ever focus on Paze when they had a bajillion needles and soldiers and ricochets and all these things in their face.
And one of the big problems for the composition that we saw Sandbox run into was that their engage was pretty lackluster. So if you have a Maokai or an Ornn, you can actually get on top of all those squishy people, then you're fine. But they didn't really find the flanks, and the health bars were effectively non-existent.
Yeah. Here's highlight number 2, one of the game-ending fights. You were talking about engage. This is one way to try to do it. Closer got some really good flanks in game 1. Not quite able to get as effective flanks in game 2.
No, as also see, like, at this point, what remains of the health for Gen G is just, or for Sandbox rather, it's just nothing, right? Like, look at this.
Yeah.
Look at their health bars.
They lived, in quotes.
They traded evenly.
Yeah, they survived, but essentially they were out of the game for a good 20 seconds because they had to run back and then run back into the fight. So, yeah, essentially that's just about it. Gen G also really tightened up their game. We talked about that. You know, game number 1 is very fast and loose. I think that's more Live Sandbox's style. And Gen G in game number 2, they're just like, no, we're going to slow things down. We're going to wait for you to engage into us, and we're going to handle it very well. So, very clean game from Gen G. Let's check out the POG here for this one, as Doran on the Gwen will pick up his first POG of the season.
What can you say? Just a really clean game from Doran. Played his laning phase well, was able to apply pressure, got a couple of great roams off. Team fighting was done expertly. That really, to me, was one of the big difference makers here between him and Pace. Just being able to soak so much damage. I hope we also get in this highlight the fight that we saw right towards the bottom, because this was to me the last point where I thought Sandbox could have won the game. If they get a win here and they turn it into a Baron, it actually is really close, right? And the fact that Doran actually is able to live here is incredibly pivotal. If this knockup hits Doran, maybe Sandbox somehow win this fight, right? Like, you don't know, but they didn't, because in these clutch moments, Gen G just played it out a little bit better. And then from that point onward, not that much that was able to be done, and a couple of smattering of other votes.
Yeah,
Fine as well.
Across the board, the only one who did not get any votes this time was Chovy.
Robbed.
So everybody else got some smatterings, some kind of votes, but not Chovy. Interesting the way that goes, but either way, that's Gen G, a very clean win in their second game here, and that's going to mean that we have a game 3. Live Sandbox has shown they can step up to the plate here against some of the big teams, but Gen G are showing just what it means to be a top-level team here in the LCK. Let's go to game 3, back to the casters now.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, and if I still had a vote, Chovy wouldn't have been robbed for at least one of the votes. That's actually not true. 100% on board with the Doran vote. He was absolutely fantastic, bringing out the Gwen for the first time here in the LCK for 2023. And making her look about as broken as she did way back when.
Yeah, compositionally low range, as we talked about on the cast, as they talked about on the space for Live Sandbox. Just hurts when you have to chase in like that. You're trying to use this Kalista Varus. And yeah, the Varus has long range, but the follow-up, he can start off a fight, he can chip away, but Sylas needs to go in there and do the real damage, right? And you just can't do that against a Gwen, so both handling the Xante and the Sylas extremely well. Melee solo laners into Gwen can be a problem, and we'll see what the selection here is red side. So
oh wow, okay.
Going all 3, same side here for Live Sandbox. And I have a feeling that Ashe will not be allowed to be played in this third game. We did the, okay, we will shake hands. You get Ashe one game, we get Ashe in the second game. And I'm hoping that in game 3, we're Ashless. I hope it's banned.
I think that might be a good idea. We'll see what is actually going to happen as we hop into the draft here for the third and final game of the evening, or of this series. I guess it's the 5th game of the evening. As Gen G, once again, sticking to their guns about this Kassadin ban.
Yep. Insta-ban on the Caitlyn.
Yep.
No shocker. Live Sandbox need to think long and hard about whether they want to let this Ashe through, because Peanuts Maokai can be a problem, but they were able to handle it in game 1 very well. Taking the stronger draft themselves, I think you just say, if you're not going to ban Ashe Gen G, I will I would just ban it myself and let the Maokai go through. We have another answer. So Gen G banned it this time again. Actually, I believe it was them in game 2 banned it as well. And
yeah,
you could just take the Ashe away now. And you could sleep well at night.
Whoa!
Ban the Sivir.
Yeah, that was the problem. It was actually.
I mean, it was a large part of the problem for sure.
But I think that Ashe first pick certainly seems like a decent idea, as Varus is going to be the takeaway. Interesting.
Well, you know, if the Ashe Sivir was the problem. Now you can't have that one on your side or the Ashe Varus when you ban the Sivir here, but I think there's still a lot of strong picks with this Ashe. Could be 80 carry Ashe even as well. Here for Live Sandbox could be played by Envy. Could play something like the Heimerdinger, but we're going to have that Wukong here early in the draft because the removal of the Maokai by Genji allows Willer to play this one and play a little bit more supportive. And then, you know, it's very strong into this Sejuani, especially if you end up winning the bottom 2v2. The Wukong has a lot of agency. Will be Vi.
Yeah, Vi will come through yet again. So, Varus Heimerdinger on the board if Genji would like to go there. I would love it if they just picked Sylas. Just pick Sylas, you know?
Yeah, because I don't think the Gwen is going to make it through the draft if Live Sandbox is allowed to play Sylas here.
Yeah. Or you pick the Heimer so that Live Sandbox don't get the Heimer. But Ryze is going to come in instead.
Okay, so picking the Ryze before that second banning phase where it's been taken away from Genji every time Closer has locked it in. And they're going to move away from the Sylas here and take the Heimerdinger.
Yeah.
As a result. Kassadin is banned this game, so there's a thinned pool here for Closer in terms of champions he'd want to play to outscale in the late game. And we talked about how Ashe could be 80 carry with this lineup, specifically having the Heimerdinger here. Not a shocker to see that, but this draft gets a little bit more nuanced from here because you have one team that has one solo laner revealed, and you can kind of choke out the other, whereas in the case of Live Sandbox, they don't have anything outside of the standard norm here with the, you know, Ashe, Heimerdinger, and then the strong jungle and the Wukong. So Sylas, still strong ban here, I think, even with the Ryze.
100%.
And so he's going to struggle in the early laning phase, but he becomes so much more dangerous later. Do like this ban.
I wouldn't mind even just going down the Closer tier list, right? Just getting rid of these comfort picks. Akali, Aurelia. Any of those options would be okay to get rid of. As Live Sandbox, another top lane ban perhaps. We'll see where they do decide to go. Not having a look at Delight's pick at all is actually very interesting to me. As, you know, the Karma is coming to mind as something that can lane relatively well.
I mean, we could see Kalista. We could see... I mean, there's a lot of different picks they can go with here. Could even see Draven. It's actually not out of the question.
Yep, who knows?
Our support, but there's the Akali we talked about. I think Closer might just be on Azir duty this game and go Leandries, and we have kind of a reverse situation. Now, another pick you could go for here right now is something like a Renekton for Bertol here on the top side of the map and just say, all right, it's one of the safest blinds.
Oh,
this is an old school counter. We've seen it discussed a lot recently.
Yeah.
And a lot in the LCK.
Oh, it's locked in!
All right, this is the Ryze answer here from Closer.
The classic, as Leona, speaking of classics, is being considered. Bit of hard engage, but I don't know whether that's going to happen. Oh, man. Cassiopeia is so exciting.
Yeah. There's a lot that can happen with this draft now. Jace being banned, you know, does make this Gnar feel a little bit safer, but I mean, you can run a Jax into this, you can run a Fiora into this as Live Sandbox here for Bertol.
Yeah, few options for Bertol still remain.
Because I think side laning wise, if you get a strong side lane top lane here, you can actually defeat the Ryze late game with this Gnar pick. There's the Karma that could have been banned that you mentioned.
Please, just do a Bertol. Oh my god, imagine that.
This would be wild.
It's like the champion that had Hyper before Hyper even existed.
I mean, Bertol is
called Silver Bolts.
He's feeling himself tonight. But the Aurelia, let's wait and see where the swaps go. I do think this will be Cassiopeia picked for Ryze in the mid lane, and it will go top. Bertol, like Closer, two peas in a pod, and that they were very famous for their Aurelia.
Exactly, yeah, both of them.
And, I mean, they got their start on this pick. Closer's already had his Aurelia moment earlier in the tournament. It's going to be Bertol's turn this time against the Gnar. Wukong could play around top side in this draft because Ashe and Heimer should be able to stave off any pressure bottom side alone. And pre-6, not going to be easy for Vi to actually do anything down there as long as they don't overextend. Cassiopeia could deal with that early game Ryze pressure that we normally see too. I think this game is about, can Genji out-macro Live Sandbox, or is Live Sandbox's comp just too big to fail? It feels like it's too big to fail.
Well, we'll see whether it is going to work. Some really interesting picks. The Ashe Heimerdinger, definitely the flagship Ashe lane that we saw here in the LCK. Peanut fans here in Lowell Park getting their money's worth for today's match as we go into the third and final game. I'm not sure how it's going to go, one way or the other. I love the Cassiopeia pick. I think it's so cool. Miasma really does change how you can sort of play the game, right? Very similar to champions like Talia preventing dashes.
Yeah.
Miasma does it in a way that is
even harder,
a lot more difficult to do anything.
The grounding is massive. And when you are dealing with a composition with a Vi and a Gnar that are so essential for this composition, the Miasma may just simply halt this composition in its tracks on an objective setup. You're going to have to break through Miasma and Heimerdinger turrets, and watch out for that Aurelia flank. Wukong, Ash Arrow.
There's a lot of options. A lot of things could go wrong here, but we'll see whether Gen G can handle it as we hop onto the rift. All right, fans raising their voices. You can hear a bit of desperation from the Gen G fans over the other side of Lowell Park from where we are, as Pays takes a bit of damage towards this bottom side. The Archers facing off as Pays just outside the brush. Made sure that Envy stayed interested.
It's going to actually get a back out of him here, and Closer going to get a little bit of ward value. Trade backs.
It was a very old Cassiopeia skin, I believe.
I didn't actually see which one it was.
I think it was one of the release ones.
We'll get a look eventually. We're going to watch this one a lot, no doubt. Oh, yeah. It's one of the ones that just looks kind of like it's a very old classic skin. I like the older skins like this that aren't too frou-frou, if you know what I mean.
Yeah,
it's like very clean.
Yeah, it's not too much change. Like, you know that's a snake lady.
Yeah.
You know, like we are well and truly sure. Doesn't have like a epically large like wedding dress or something like that that entirely covers up the fact that she's a snake.
It's very clear she won't be wearing any shoes this game.
Yeah.
As it is Conquer for her. No Shocker Scorch as well.
Yeah, a lot of conquering going on here. Full house. Conquer is full of comets. Like it. Lava. Managed to take down BDD's Cassiopeia last time this was attempted.
I remember that game. It was not good.
Yeah.
It was cool until it wasn't.
I do have some news, though, as far as the solo queue research is concerned.
Yeah.
Closer has relatively recently played this champ on the account that we know of to a victory. It was against... not even entirely sure, to be perfectly honest. I think it was in his game... Okay, never mind. We've got Doran getting taken out extraordinarily low. Bertle going all in. Never mind. I think it was against the Renekton. So not exactly great for my research on the Closer's ability to counteract the Rise matchup.
Yeah. Fortunate, but have seen a lot of the Cassiopeia wave clear come into effect, and side laning can be very annoying to deal with, and her ultimate is very strong in team fights, especially when you have things like the Gnar and Vi.
Well, now Twin Fangs are going to come through as Closer is able to get a lot of damage back. Nice little grounding here as he does manage to land the Noxious Blast. I have to remember all of those abilities. Man, it's been a long time since I've cast a Cassiopeia game. Peanut fighting the Wolves, but I believe there is a Wukong in the area, and going to get a bit of damage. The flash has to be used.
So,
another attempt here towards this bottom side as Pace tries to get the damage back, but isn't quite able to. There's now Chovy moving over, but Willa going to avoid the Q, and is able to slink out of there.
So a flashless Cassiopeia versus a flashless Vi here. Willer having a nice flash advantage for potentially a gang follow-up at level 6. If he can get there fast enough. Also taking away a lot of Peanut's farm, so he's going to hit level 6 a lot faster in this game. It's pretty significant. Willer has... I mean, the guy was always good when he was Chovy's bodyguard. Now he's trying to kill him in this particular case. But it's funny how Willer has just suddenly developed so quickly into a player who has good macro sense, will absolutely play around win conditions early. And I feel like in the first few games of Loose Sandbox, we couldn't really fully say that. But As the season's gone on, he looks better and better.
Yeah, no, I agree. He's been very impressive. As Bertel not able to find the flawless duet, therefore will take a hyper proc on his way out. Doran grabbing Meganar to get a bit of that health back and has control back of this lane. Pays without his cleanse, and Delight with no heal here towards this bottom side, but it's Cannon Wave, and so the Varus is going to be able to make his way in just fine. Lock down some farms. Flawless duet once again going wide. Maybe it's a bait this time.
Bait!
As, yeah, Doran gonna have to hop, skip, and jump to get out of here. Sorry, just the hop and the skip.
Not quite the jump.
No.
Don't bounce on anybody's heads.
No, you don't get a triple, unfortunately. As Chovy with a fair bit of control here in this mid lane. A couple of minions still left for him to pick up. But the Ryze not exactly running away with it or anything like that, as we've seen Ryzes do in early stages. So the Cassiopeia doing a job for now.
You end up using your cooldowns on the wave as Ryze and then get caught. You know, there's a lot of power here as closer. Could do so much damage. We saw it in that last exchange onto Peanut. And gotta be so careful about how you play this one out, as the first objective here should be Live Sandboxes to take. Willer doesn't have level 6 just yet. He should be hitting 5 relatively soon. And then we are going to have that group up here with the Prio. They have bottom side. Delight trying for a gank here.
Oh, there's the Mantra Q. Remember, they have no flashes. And look at that. The Miasma was threatened, and Closer walking away is enough to get him out of dodge. As Kyle going to avoid getting hit by the piercing arrow. Going to have a fair bit of control there as Bertel just having a great time here towards his top side. Of course, Aurelia in the early levels against the Gnar does generally do that. But we've seen this counter pick attempted quite a few times and fail.
Yeah.
So far, for Bertel, the CS advantage is telling us that it's working.
It really is. And now, you know, as this Drake, hold that thought.
Great grenade to come through onto Pays here, but no follow-up. Envy not able to get in range.
Pays taking 2/3 of his health bar here. The wave is pushing. You saw the Ryze was missing for a little while. You have Cassiopeia with Prio before that, and you know, okay, there's no way Chovy comes over here and helps out. Peanut a level down because a lot of his jungle is stolen. This is pretty much a guaranteed Drake here.
Oh, this is cute though, as Peanut. Oh, he doesn't get the Vault Breaker. And Willer and Closer just going to secure this dragon. So, once again, Live Sandbox grabbing the first Drake. Next one going to be a Cloud, so no Cloud Soul. Be a bit sad, that's fine. As Doran, oh dear. Vanguard's Edge coming in, and there's the Blade Surge. Finds it with the W, and Bertel grabs the solo kill first blood for Live Sandbox.
Oh, Bertel, another solo kill here on another game of Aurelia. He's been gifted by his squad, his coaching staff. Ryu trusts in him. And he's going to deliver. Gets the solo kill here, picks up those minions, so a lot of gold going into his pocket. This is already a side lane win condition here. What will be a very strong 1-3-1 later on in the game. The Gnar becomes vulnerable. And this is not the end, because Willer's going to hit level 6 soon, gets the Drake without it. Live Sandbox have advantages all across the map. I mean, you could argue, I guess, in the mid lane that things are going well for Chovy in terms of CS, but not having control of that mid wave when the Drake is taken is why they get to take it without even a fight. As this is the duet finally hitting Doran. No Narbar after this. It's just doomed. Instantly flash ult from Bertel, and he gets him with the W at the last moment. Takes him down.
Absolutely perfectly played here by Bertel, as Willa is pretty happy with how Bertel went. Nice Bertel is what he said.
Live Sandbox coaching staff is so hyped, man. This is such a monumental win if they can upset Gen.G tonight, and just one game away.
Yep, and the Live Sandbox players, definitely cool kids. Coaching staff losing their minds, not keeping it cool whatsoever. There was a bit of panicking going on.
Cool parents always panic. I don't know.
Cool. The parents of cool kids always panic. Well, that's how it goes.
Cool kids do scary stuff. That's why they're cool.
If you were a cool kid, you'd know. As the grenade is going to go entirely wide. Chovy, I think, noticed. May have not. As Doran does find that little bit of CS with the edge of his boomerang. And he's caught now once again. Bertel. Oh man, another kill here, and this lane is just 100% donezo. It is just over. Bertel is going to find it. Petrifying Gaze is going to connect there in the mid lane. Decent Rune Prison to come down as Willa looks for it, but that's optimistic to say the least. Just another Cyclone going into the wind.
But that should be a faster group up here for Herald for Live Sandbox. Chovy has to flash, he backs away, and they just have fast track here. Now Willer used his ultimate, Closer used his ult here. Bertel has his back up, but still a very difficult fight for Gen.G to take here without positional advantage. And they're going to leave Ashe bottom side here, Live Sandbox.
All right, well, we're going to go for the engage as Closer. Yeah, the Miasma not really doing too much this time, and Pays is going to lock down that kill. Cassiopeia didn't work out in that particular moment. Now Gen G are the team that do have control of that Herald.
I'm entirely sure how Envy used his arrow there. I may have missed it, but just expecting that, okay, I could stay bottom side here and my arrow is still going to do something. We have the faster group up, but with no ult for the Cassiopeia, which really goes poorly here in this exchange. Just goes down. Flashless, of course, from the last exchange. Gen G taking a little bit of damage here and aren't going to actually commit to sticking around with this full health Aurelia who has ult available. So at the end of the day, when the dust settles here, Liv Sandbox will still get their prize.
Yeah, and I think it's all to do with the fact that Bertle is so huge.
Yeah.
Moved first into this river. Doran not actually capable of heading into Fog of War right now. And off the back of Bertle and his lead, they are able to grab Shelly. So we'll see where she does go. I would love to see it used in the Aurelia lane to keep that one pushed in. But it is up to Liv Sandbox, of course. We have a look at this one more time. We'll see whether an arrow is going to fly out.
Yeah, look at the collapse as well. So quick. It's like arrows used elsewhere.
Yeah, no, it was used prior to this, I think. Yeah, I was thinking we had the previous team fight.
Maybe to try to stop a rotation up from FaZe or Delight is what I would guess, but either way, arrow not available there. I don't think it saves anything.
Oh, there it is. Found it again. As, you know, almost connects. Peanut also watches it fly by majestically.
If he hits Chovy with that and then Closer ults him, maybe it's a kill.
It's possible. Claws Duet going to miss this time as Bertle's still looking to put on the pressure. Steel Cap's working out for Doran relatively well. Peanut moving over. Spotted on that ward as Bertle's going to have to get back underneath his turret. But he's happily going to do so.
45 seconds till this Drake does spawn here, so Liv Sandbox trying to get in position to set up for the turrets for this. Make sure that with Birdall here, the top side doesn't go down before this critical objective. Ash Arrow going to be coming up around the same time. This is a really critical fight. They're going to give the money to Closer here, which, again, I like the idea of the Aurelia, but it's not an option when he is collapsed on there on the top side.
Yep, wave state wasn't great, and they want to use it in order to get control of the Drake as well. And I do like that, using it for mid priority.
TP available here for Birdall. He has that advantage, but I don't think he's going to need to use it necessarily here because they have that mid-prio. As the Drake spawns here in 5. Can hide where he is, though, if he gets this back off. Looks like he was delayed.
Oh, Peanut will be caught out. There's the Cyclone once again, right off cooldown. Will is going to be able to find it here as he gets over, flashes on top of Peanut, and it's a solo kill in the end. Delight has to flash as well, and Liv Sandbox, you have earned this dragon.
Yep, that was really well played by Willer. Follows him there on the blast cone, gets over, and now he knows there's no help for Doran. Birdall's like, I'm coming to teleport to kill you. It's down a level, there's Meganar, but Doran is in a dangerous place on the map right now where this Drake goes down for free.
He's sort of walking behind the turret, just knew that he had Meganar, and Birdall couldn't fight him, so just hanging out, having a good time. So Pays, let's see whether this piercing arrow can get a steal, because I think they had vision, but he's not even going to go for it. Yeah, and that is Drake number 2 taken. Ocean Soul, not exactly the highest value.
Yeah,
but,
we went
still,
from
you're okay with it.
We went from Hex Tech back to Ocean.
Still would have been Chemtech, you know, and that would have been the real problem factor.
So Peanut's trying to clear this ward on a control ward. Willer comes in on top of him, Qs, knocks him up here. Then the second part of the knockup allows him to get on top of the blast cone, and Delight gets caught by an arrow, has to flash as well, so he is able to get so much value out of your trades of flash for Delights, I guess you could argue here, but takes Peanut out before the objective. Doran also, you know, on the top side of the map, didn't have his teleports, had to walk back from that awkward back timing, is vulnerable here in the long lane. Arrow coming.
Arrow soaring, but isn't going to find Doran. I liked the aim.
They're going to send the Varus top side here, but 45 seconds for Envy and Kyle to maybe try to get a plate down. I don't know how healthy that last one is. I don't think they'll get much from this. See how well Liv Sandbox react once again to the lane swap. It did stifle their lead in the previous game.
Yep, Doran spots the fact that that ward is in the brush. We'll see whether some clever alcoving can come through as Gen G do avoid it. There's the flash as Doran looks for the wallop. Does now have the ultimate available and gets it, but it doesn't really do too much. Still, it's going to work out as Pace stands his ground. Closer, moving up towards the top side as Peanut has to flash as he's scared of the Heimerdinger, especially considering the fact that there is a snake hiding on the map as well. Doran looking for Envy.
Closer's teleport was interrupted there. He wanted to come over and help out.
That's what it was.
His teleport's interrupted by Chovy, so he can't actually get up there and help out despite Willer's great play.
Arrow? Cool. We are going to have a look towards the bottom side as Envy is punished for throwing arrows at Chovy. You're not allowed to do that, apparently. Doran is going to come after you, and he does do so. So that's a solo kill in the end.
This game was falling apart for Live Sandbox on this lane swap super hard. They're losing the bottom side there with Doran. Mid, Chovy can hold on the pressure extremely well. Top side, they fail to get the teleport there to save the lane. They end up losing 2. And suddenly, Gen G pulling ahead big time in terms of the lead here. And this Aurelia feeling much less strong than she was moments ago because she's kind of catching these waves and behind the tempo. So no kill pressure anymore. Down an item here as she returns to lane. So Gen G have really said, hey, let's do this lane swap again. Threw them off last time. This time it's even stronger with the setup we have. And they hit it so well. Last time it was pretty telegraphed. It was like, oh, we were swapping because we're doomed. This time they kept it a secret. It looked like a normal back.
Worked out extraordinarily well. As we have a look at it one more time, it looked like Doran was looking for the Gnar play, but he had a couple of seconds left on the ulti.
By the way, Chovy realm warped on top of the Cassiopeia to stop the teleport. Incredible play.
Man.
He sees it, and he knows exactly where Cassiopeia is standing. Watch this. Oh my god, Chovy the god.
As soon as the teleport happened, as soon as the teleport started being channeled, he's like, I got this, I got this, I got this. That was great. As Doran also being a bit sneaky, lands the first boomerang to kill Envy.
Yeah, got caught trying to arrow Chovy, just out too far in the lane. Good punish here from Doran.
Yeah.
This game is completely in Gen G's hands right now. The ball is in their court.
Certainly is. But it's only 1.4 thousand gold. You know, it's not really translating into gold advantages, especially considering Live Sandbox sitting on a couple of dragons as well. So they're not going to have to worry about that. So still early days. But so far, with the way Gen G have played around their lanes, certainly is looking good. And when you've got Chovy on a champion where he can just, you know, sit farm and become a machine gun, you do certainly feel like Gen G are in a position that they're very happy with. Live Sandbox fans, don't panic, because you know the cool kids don't.
No, they don't. Very delayed rod here for Chovy this game, so advantage goes to closer in that regard at the moment.
Yep.
As we are going to see this Herald rather taken. Birdall trying to get these surges online. This could be a huge opportunity for the Aurelia flank.
Well, the arrow is just going to part the sea as, okay. And that is just a lot of damage. W-empowered Q, that's going to do it after the Chains of Corruption landed, and another piercing arrow as well. Pays! Oh man, looking real good here.
He did it in the face of an Aurelia that has ult as well. He just wasn't scared. He trusted in his team. He walks forward and sets it up. There's no punish. He's just behind the wall. He has a great understanding of these ranged champions, man. His Varus has looked so good so far. I mean, we know his Zeri is good. We saw it in Challengers. We know how good his movement is, but you put him on these range champions like the Varus, the Jhin, he just has such a good understanding of how to kill someone from so far away. And he's like, oh, you're going to channel W? You're dead. Goodbye. Easy peasy. You guys think you can test this? Lol?
Yeah, no. And he's also a very a bit of a gifted Aphelios player as well, you know. So finding those Gravita, Moonlight Vigils, and stuff like that fits into the play style. And so Pays now just going to join Shirley and Chovy and try and take down this outer turret in the mid lane. Gen G. Now with this composition, this kind of map control is very, very powerful, because as soon as you walk into Fog of War and there's potentially a peanut there, you're going to have a really rough time. So Live Sandbox is going to have to play carefully as this game goes on, but the 1-3-1 is certainly a thing to be feared.
Yeah, and if Gen G just group up super hard here and start losing control of these sides, it can be a big problem, because Gen G are grouped as 4 here to get a Ocean Drake.
First one as well. Like,
yeah.
It's the most meaningless.
It is the most meaningless, as Closer is going to grab this whole turret uncontested for free. And yes, Birdall is catching minions down here on this turret, but he should be able to defend this no problem. Look at the rotation over from Willer.
Yep, teleport immediately as well after that turret fell down, as the arrow is going to connect, and that's a very dead Doran.
Macro error here from Gen G. You've got to respect the arrow that can come in from so far away in a situation like this. It's just such a deliberate setup play to leave the Aurelia here under turret, let the Cassiopeia push top. So a win on both sides of the map. Gen G with a single Drake.
Yeah.
Single Ocean Drake.
And, you know, a little bit of gold in the lead. But we're going to check this one out one more time. Oh, look at the positioning. Kyle?
The arrow.
Sorry, from Envy.
So clean.
That was almost a last hit with the arrow.
Yeah.
Well, Doran going to get punished. for a bit of an overextension. Otherwise, not too much of a worry. Has his Pahage put together, as well as his Trinity Force.
Yeah, and heading back to the top side of the map. Baron is the really interesting conversation in these drafts because that's where the fireworks are really going to be. As one more time.
Another one! And this time it's going to connect on to Peanut.
No respect.
As cease and desist comes in, but Bertle's still going to be able to grab that kill. That is real comfy. And Genji going to have to back away yet again. Liv Sandbox wrestling back control.
Genji, you won the last game with an Ash Arrow. Okay, many Ash Arrows.
Yeah.
And then you just had this mistake a moment ago. Here we go, TP fight.
Yeah, how does Willa get himself out of this one is the question, as Jovi's going to come on over, and the answer is he doesn't. He just gets shot. And Pei's going to grab himself yet another kill. I believe that's 4-0 or 5-0, something like that for this Varus, who is 5-0. And he has the Prowler's Claw as well.
Prowler's Claw, so sick actually in this case.
You love to see it.
Really good into the Heimerdinger. You know, obviously if you find a Heimerdinger, you could do 3/4 of his health bar instantly, and then you just go on top of him and finish him off as he tries to retreat. Not a very mobile support. As yeah, this is part 2, this time from the mid lane.
Yeah, I was thinking, like, do we need a replay of the replay? But I guess we got a replay of the replay, so we could replay while we replay.
Yeah. As over here, Envy just a little bit too far up in the lane, and Willer's going to pay the price. Flash down as well on the Ashe here. Faster teleport comes through from Chovy. Cassiopeia nowhere to be seen, no TP. Just an easy kill here. For Genji. So trading back and forth here, this game is so intense. You could feel the pressure on these players because this means so much for Liv Sandbox to win. But for Genji, their position in the standings, they could get first place, you know, if they actually continue to win here. So it's a huge pivotal point for them as well.
Yeah, vying for top position, both of these teams, right? Like,
this is such an important game.
I mean, it's on them. T1 should be able to win their next series and reclaim that position, right? With the fact that their game score is a little bit higher, but still. This is just massive, especially for solidifying Liv Sandbox as a contender, right? Because there are a lot of us, myself very much included, Wolf, that just really struggled to become believers in this team.
You're in the, like, there's a lot of people in the Liv Scambox camp right now with like, this just isn't true. I don't believe.
Cannot be true.
4-1 with this roster, I just don't see it. But no, it's it just adapted very quickly. And most of us were putting this team in dead last before the season.
Yeah, I was really struggling.
Like it was, for most of us were like, it's very clear that there's some questions about what the bottom 5 will look like in terms of compared to each other, but we were like, yep, Liv Sandbox, so that's at the bottom. Nope, not to be the case. This is reminiscent of like if Hanwha Life last year had just been a top 3 team randomly. You know what I mean? And
or if Bro made playoffs. Oh wait, they did.
Crazier things have happened, but Liv Sandbox is only 2K gold down, a Drake up right now. They have a lot of really strong win conditions in team fights. This Aurelia's online.
Yeah. Do you remember when MVP went to Rift Rivals? Because they were top 4 in Spring.
Yeah. I mean, I wasn't a League of Legends caster back then, but I heard every time at the bar. It was came up in conversation.
It would indeed. That is, miracles can certainly happen. But what Liv Sandbox are doing is they're proving that it's not a miracle, right? They're proving that they can do it consistently. And if they're able to win this game, which is proving difficult, but they're by no means out of it, this would be a huge step in that direction. As a good sidestep from Willa, but he's still going to have to flash, get himself out of the way of it. Yeah, another tool down.
Really huge tool for the Wukong. Essentially an extra jump for his setup on his ultimate when he's trying to flank. Birdall does not have teleport, by the way, so is stuck down there on the bottom side. Really interesting teleport angle here for Doran, just going to start up the Drake, or at least try to control this zone here.
This is another dragon that Liv Sandbox can very happily give up, though. So threatening a Baron with a Cassiopeia, right? Like,
yeah,
that is so much Baron damage.
Doran just teleported bottom side here against an Aurelia, and now the Aurelia teleports back up. So I feel like this was not the right call for Doran. I don't know if it's going to matter here, but it very well might, because Liv Sandbox have really good vision control here, and Heimerdinger turret set up. Doran's got to walk.
Yeah.
He's walking up.
He has to immediately get back here, because otherwise they're just not going to be able to defend. And now the rest of Liv Sandbox can very happily move back towards the Baron.
Now, they don't know if Doran is doing this or if he's actually joining up. There's no vision on Doran right now. Nice control ward there.
Oh, I love this from Liv Sandbox. They had Bertle sit in the brush to pretend that he'd backed.
Yeah, now he's going to look to maybe take Doran out here.
Yeah, as Doran is looking to try and secure the dragon as best he can.
It's a tug-of-war game.
Are coming down. Arrow will connect onto the Nara as Chovy will turn up. And now the teleport immediately going to be used from Bertel. It's the do-si-do, the bait and switch.
Yeah, it's just a crazy back and forth macro move here, but Liv Sandbox just have complete vision control, but they don't have the damage just yet, and they haven't started this Baron. Gen.G have plenty of time to get in.
Yeah, they certainly do. This could be a 50-50 unless Liv Sandbox manage to turn on a dime. We'll see whether they can. No arrow is available for now. Cyclone is up though. Vanguard's Edge is going to be there as the poke is raining true. And Pace getting a lot of damage across the Liv Sandbox roster as Arrow's going to connect. They're going to blow up the Gnar as best they can. He's very tanky though as he now looks to walk his way out. The Petrifying Gaze, not as scary as the name might suggest. As it turns out, as Envy not going to get taken down by that arrow.
Bertol still has ultimate here, not actually going to utilize it in this fight that just got zoned out. They're going to back off here and return to this, but only Closer has TP. Gen.G actually clearing this wave here and will now get a little bit of prio. Surprised that Liv Sandbox don't actually stick to this one a little bit harder and actually commit further with the Aurelia ult. Watch this fight again. Bertol's off to the side, doesn't have the angle, and so many cooldowns are blown on this Gnar. And Doran gets his Mega, survives through both Wukong ultimates, and from that moment on, here, the Gaze doesn't actually hit, and Burrow's like, well, I'm not ulting into this one. There's just too much damage there. Gnar survives. We have to back out.
That was some Ocean Drake value, I guess, at the end of that fight for Doran, but I think he went down to pretty close to single-digit HP.
Critically survives. He's now on the top side of the map here, trying to help clear up Baron Vision. Gen.G have the choke point controlled here. Control ward next to Pays, not in the brush, unfortunately, will be replaced. One there at the entrance to the river. And so much of Liv Sandbox's comp is relying on, we can defend with our arrow, we have the turn with the Aurelia, we have Heimerdinger turrets set up, which were very carefully and slowly cleared by Gen.G before that last fight. So not a ton of damage or value out of Kael, unfortunately. Zolt's coming back online. This would be a completely different game, by the way, if it was an important Soul. This is what I was talking about last game. Like, if it wasn't Hextech Soul, there were different win conditions for Doran on the Gwen. This is the kind of game I'm talking about where, okay, if the Soul doesn't matter, we kind of do a little do-si-do.
Ooh, another arrow. And another arrow. You're exactly right. There we go. I mean, Ash's arrow is like so much larger. Why doesn't she make any noise? She just sort of throws hers. Man.
She's a hunter. She's got to be silent.
Yeah, that's true. But Hayes got to get a new bow. Like if it's that tough, you can get one of the mechanical ones that has the wheels and things.
Varus
is difficult.
He's a thinker, man. He's very thought-provoking.
Who am I going to hit with this?
Who takes all my lethality damage while I'm 3,000 gold ahead?
Yeah, well, he absolutely is that. He's the entirety of the Gen.G gold lead. And that does kind of put a target on his head. Not that Liv Sandbox can accurately see it, but they can see the 5-0-0 and the not as many numbers in the left-hand column for anybody else. So I think focusing on trying to kill Pays is definitely going to be a good option as, all right, Realm Warp going to deliver everyone! Petrifying Gaze comes in, but I think it was Closer that was scared as the whole crew turns up.
Yeah, just a slow rotation over from everybody. Bertol had TP. He's going to use it mid now because he's like, I got to rush my way over here, clear this wave. Maybe we can contest Baron, but really unfortunate here. Closer's picked. He's so much of this team's damage going into this fight. Willer has ult and flash. Bertel's going to try to slow this down by taking a turret.
Well, Cease and Desist comes in. Bertel going to fight Peanut here, and the rest of the squad aren't quite grouped up in time. Peanut punches a minion. Vanguard's Edge just to buy time. But there it is. Bertel's going to try and turn it onto Pays. That's a lot of money. But he gets stunned up and he will be taken down. That is 6-0-0 now for this Varus.
But it buys enough time for Liv Sandbox to regroup. Closer respawns here. And yes, Flash probably not really should have been used there by Bertol. It slowed them down and they wanted to get on the back line and kill that Varus because that would have been massive. But you know, we're nitpicking really to talk about that. This is the thing that starts it all off is Doran calls out, like, Closer's up here. He's got no flash, and the rest of the team is just way too far away. I've been tracking him for a while. And then this from Bertol is actually brilliant. He gets the turret, he buys a ton of time here. And I think if he either flashes away and survives, you love this. If he doesn't flash here and still survive, or like, you know, he still dies but he doesn't flash, you feel better about it, but he does flash and die. Still, buying enough time to prevent the Baron. Mission accomplished here. Stopwatch now ready for Closer. His ultimate's back online. He's got TP. This game is not over till it's over.
Nope. The fat lady ain't even getting ready to have a sing right now. Wolf.
This has been a great series.
It has.
I finally got one this season.
Liv Sandbox really are the real deal, but they're going to have to show it in this late game as we cruise towards it. 30 minutes, very close on the clock, as this gold lead has not shifted in a very long time. It's Doran, the arrow, not going to connect. Ooh.
Man, these arrows just seem a little bit thinner than normal for Envy this game.
I think Doran might also be a cool kid, because he did not panic there either. Kyle, maybe he should have though, because Pace does so much damage. Mega Naga going to come in, and Liv Sandbox, they have to vacate the area. In the meantime, Peanut's just doing the Drake. That is sole point now.
Yeah, and I mean, you're caught on two fronts here as Liv Sandbox. I mean, one Ocean Drake is not a big deal. 3 stacked up plus Soul, that's a big deal. It's actually quite significant.
Oh yeah.
And Peanut's getting these objectives uncontested for free.
Ooh, I thought that wasn't going to hit. Hitbox question mark?
Closer, the spacing here is so good, he can't follow up. There's no follow-up damage here. Like, this is one of the problems with Ashe, the Imperial Mandate Ashe here, where you're like, I got the stun, maybe Closer goes in. Where's our AD carry? Where's our AD carry?
Yeah.
It's just too much utility, and it's not a pick comp. You need the Wombo to go off. You need Closer to stun 3 people with the big Wukong ultimate, and then the Aurelia comes through after the arrow starts the fight off. The complexity of the draft here for Liv Sandbox is so high.
Yeah, and you have to get them to come to you, right? Like, it is 100% one of those compositions. And that's why Liv Sandbox continually start off this Baron, because they need a reason for Gen G to walk into their trap. And if it's just Kyle dying from a million miles away, then that's not a trap anymore.
Yeah, it's just a dud.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. And the Varus could not be more impactful this game than the Ashe. The Ashe is an arrow bot.
And Doran's getting hit by a lot of him, but he doesn't seem to mind too much as he's building some tanky stats.
If there's no follow-up damage, who cares if you get stunned?
Yeah, true. I guess that's the 5-head play.
We need, like, Liv Sandbox needs to get a big old combo here. This just isn't going to work.
Oh, Wallop, Nara into the wall. Closer taking a lot of damage. Petrifying Gaze going to try and take down Doran. He's very low. He tries to take the realm orb out and he escapes. Now pays off to the side, but he presents a huge target. But maybe he's exactly the target that Gen G wants, distracting the rest of Liv Sandbox. There's the Prowler's Claw we were looking for, and the triple kill for Gen G, as they will now be able to break open the base, and this may have just been the back-breaking moment for
I
Liv
think
Sandbox.
it is. Liv Sandbox really want that fight. Peanut really wants to get out of that turret range.
Not a lot of minions just yet.
Yeah, I think if he dies there even, I don't think he cares that much. They don't even have Baron buff, and they're pushing to end. Death timers here at 32 minutes, super long. Gen G with a valiant attempt in this series to close out a game without any disasters, and I think we could say this game went pretty well of the 3.
It absolutely did. Another kill, 10-0-2 for Pays on this Varus. Are we going to get 2 Varus POGs in this series? What a crazy thing to potentially occur, as Doran's going to step up. He's like, oh man, sick of taking arrows to the face. Why can't we ban Ashe?
Liv Sandbox really made them work for it.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
They really did. And Doran did so much to peel for his squad here. It's a really difficult POG vote for me, to be honest, because I think in a lot of ways it's between Doran and Pays in this game. Chovy had some really clutch plays. His Realm Warp to stop the teleport top.
Yeah. I mean, I think there are a lot of options, but I think Pays...
I'm just going to go for Pays.
Without Pays doing all that damage, then they don't win the series.
And eventually it became a situation where Liv Sandbox had to just force bad fights to win, and they just couldn't do it.
Ruler, Jackie-Love, Deft, and Pays. That is a decent
sick list
team to be a part of.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Pays is like, I'm happy to be alongside those names. I don't know why, but I am. It's a bit early. But maybe one day.
He already had a lot of fans, even when he was playing on the Gen G Challenger roster. This man has made a name for himself. There's a bunch of notoriety already. As Peanut, happy birthday. He will be able to pick up a win to celebrate.
Gen G ultimately, I think, more clutch in this series than Liv Sandbox. They made fewer mistakes in game 2 and 3, and Doran, in both games 2 and 3, really shaped the front line that seemed to be uncrackable for Liv Sandbox, especially once Closer couldn't do anything from behind on the Cassiopeia, couldn't get into range. There's no crazy Wombo combo with Wukong and Cassiopeia ults. There's not enough damage with the Ashe. Turns out Ashe support seems to be the better of the two, the roles on the bottom side, because you still need that follow-up damage, and the Varus ruled the day.
He did. I really liked Envy's Varus in game number 1, but I did think that that was a composition that shouldn't be allowed. Still, Liv Sandbox played it out very well, and they were very competitive in games 2 and 3 also. This is a team that I think we kind of got everything, right? We proved that Liv Sandbox deserves to be on the west side of the bracket. I ate my words very considerably on that front, but Gen G also showed that even though they lost Ruler, Pays and Delight are fantastic on that bottom side of the map, and they still are Doran, Peanut, and Chovy. Like, man, it can't be that bad, right? And so, obviously, this is a team contending for the top spot as well.
We have, T1 started the season off with a bang, right? Taking Gen G out 2-0, but you've got that on top of D+ Kia getting upset by Gen G, Liv Sandbox almost beating Gen G, D+ losing to Hanwha Life, or T1 rather losing to Hanwha Life. It's been a long time, but I think this season, it's been a long time in spring, let's say. This season we have like 5/maybe 6 really good teams this early, and they're just going to get better. And then summer is going to be crazy. Yeah. The LCK used to be very top-heavy, and this is something we've always been criticized for. We did meme like 2-team region a little bit earlier on in like week 2. But I got to say, this region's depth is really felt. And last summer, where we didn't think DRX were even going to Worlds. We're like, no, it's Liv Sandbox or KT. But wow, like the fact that we're talking about how they could do well is good. Then DRX wins the whole thing, and now we're like, okay, starting off Liv Sandbox almost beats Gen G. What a season, man.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's gone from like our top 6, and then there's the rest, to now it's like you're in the LCK, and then there's the rest. I don't even know, man. Like, even Bro managing to pick up a 2-0 week in the first week of spring. There's, no one's really safe, and it means that every team here needs to make sure that they're bringing everything to every single series. There are no freebies. There are no freebies anymore.
Every game matters, and our region is hyper-competitive. There's a lot of depth. There's a lot of growth to be had. This is the shot calling in the final moment here.
The Pays flank, and there's the Prowler's Claw. You love to see it. Finally, we managed to get it here as Gen G. That's a huge smile for Doran as well, deservedly, because he had a bit of a rough time.
I gotta say, this series really delivered, Atlas.
Yeah?
When I saw what Week 3 looked like in Week 1, this is not a game that was on my list of games to watch. And then when we saw what happened with Gen G earlier this week in Liv Sandbox, I was like, okay, looks kind of interesting. I'm hopeful it's going to be a good series.
Yep.
Liv Sandbox win game 1. It goes to a 3-gamer, and more than anyone could have asked for. And Liv Sandbox really just making top 5 a little bit confusing, but in a good way.
Yeah, the right kind of confused. Absolutely. And now we actually get to head over to the space, and they can break down what was actually a very interesting drafting series as well. This time around, we didn't have the Silas, but we had a lot of priority picks that were left through, almost experimentally with answers prepared. It was very, very cool to see. Let's see their take on that beautiful series.
Hello and welcome back to the Space Great Cast on the day, guys. And that was Gen G taking a pretty massive Game 3. Just think they outplayed them there. It was a pretty good draft from the side of Liv Sandbox. What was your take on this one, Chronicler?
Overall, my overall take on the draft is that the Sandbox draft actually was amazing. I just think that they need more practice in how to actually execute it, because there were a couple of key moments where it felt like it didn't really work in a cohesive way, even though I think that in theory, right, you get Ashheimer, so that's a very strong lane. And then Envy's arrows weren't amazing, right? You have the Wukong into a Varus, which is very hard to play out, I think, for the Varus, even with the Karma to help you. And you have Cassio into multiple champions that are trying to get on top of you, classic Rise counter as well. So I actually love their draft, and you have the Irelia, and Birdo was able to get a solo kill even. But then when it actually played out, the Gen G comp is very straightforward, right? You have nice hard engage, you have your kind of team fighting mobility that you can play for, and your side lane collapse is amazing. And particularly that last one for Liv Sandbox is a little bit too much. And I think that in the high pressure moments, Gen G with this comp have a lot of opportunities, right? Like Karma allows you to rotate very fast, Vi allows you to pull a trigger, and the Rise allows you to realm up to a lot of places. And I think that was also one of the reasons why Sandbox was just kind of, what do we do? Where do we go?
Yeah, I was kind of interested it was kind of interesting to me to watch the Cassiopeia that looked so strong, just kind of like get Varus a lot of the time. There wasn't a lot of like front to back, but the Miaz was getting a lot of value. The ult was getting a lot of value. It was just kind of like FaZe was doing 1 million damage, or it was like immediate trigger pulls with map control from Gen.G that never allowed the Cassiopeia really to utilize or realize her full potential in this game, even though like in the draft, the picks looked really nice. So it was really cool to see.
And regardless, as I said, Gen.G really earned their win, showcased, I think, particularly in Game 3, that they were the better team. But also, for Sandbox, this is a huge overachievement, even if they weren't able to actually cash in on it. And super cool series.
Yeah.
Big fight for first place.
You know, Liv Sandbox took down DK. That one looked pretty one-sided. They were able to get one game from Gen.G, who are looking much stronger now here in week 3. Yeah, this was part of the reason why Gen.G were able to get this done was FaZe just kind of hitting everything and everyone at every angle.
Yeah, this one in particular to me was backbreaking, and that's what happens if you build your Varus correctly, because we've been calling for this for a while now, and the main reason why I think, besides the fact that FaZe played very clean, was doing as much damage as it did, is Prowler's Claw's mythic passive is that you get extra lethality. You get 5 extra lethality per finished item, right? So that is so much extra stats, and the only one who was even remotely tackling on the enemy team was Wukong, and that's if he builds up his passive, right? Like,
yeah.
And Wukong, you're not going to mind too much, but you saw Heimerdinger and the Ashe. None of them could ever walk up because the amount of damage that he was doing was just absurd, right? Like basically true damage on every single arrow, and if you're FaZe and you hit all of them, then that feels very unfair very quickly. And that's also where, again, to me, some of the inexperience comes in for Sandbox. Like, Birdle never able to find a flank. Maybe Closer would have, but then, you know, is Birdle playing top lane Cassio?
Yeah,
I don't
maybe
know about that one.
Kyle on the Ashe, and then you get Closer on the Aurelia.
Yeah, because Envy also didn't look too good on the Ashe. You can see the idea, but it didn't quite come to fruition.
Yeah, we do have the second highlight here as well, guys. This was a nice collapse onto the top side, and this is part of what I was talking about, where Gen.G, you know, once they got this lead, it was so difficult for Liv Sandbox to really understand where to go. They're like, okay, well, we need to be in a side lane, right? The instant he shows, he's dead.
It's like TP and then immediate Realm Warp. And this is one of the reasons why the Rise is as strong as it is. Yeah, there's Cleanse. The only one who gets hit is Peanut, who doesn't particularly care. The rest of his team able to find themselves. And that moment right there, to me, also came after a tussle where it was like a back and forth with Sandbox. Oh, can we go for Dragon?
Yeah.
No, or for Baron? No, we can't, because the contest from Gen.G was actually quite clean. And that's where you really see the experience difference between these two teams shine through.
Absolutely. Gen.G deserved win in the end, but who deserves the POG for this one? I think it's going to be pretty close. Just kidding. It's FaZe 10-0, who, of course, nearly 6,000 gold the lead at the end, which is something you very rarely see. This guy was just dunking on everybody, and now he's got 400 POG points as a totally new rookie here in the LCK.
And I wouldn't mind some Chovy votes, because this play worked. Again, because Chovy finds an interrupt. If Cassio joins here, we might be looking at a completely different fight, but he won the neutral every single time. Like, every time we were just sitting and waiting for Sandbox to maybe turn. No, not happening. His movement in this fight as well, right? Like, especially on the lethality Varus, we've so often seen that in team fights, it looks like all they do is they stand and fire arrows. Some funny highlight clip with the Prowler's Claw there, but again, to me, FaZe's performance has been incredible. The only thing that I think really he needs to catch up in is his interviews, and he gets more practice every day as he keeps racking up the wins. So
he's getting POG too, so he keeps having to practice his interviews. And you know, we had some big names up there. You know, Carry is up there, Peanut's up there, but it's FaZe and Closer on top right now. And it's still early. You know, it's still week 3, but
here,
I mean,
I see Chovy voters.
Well. Yeah, a couple of Chovy voters. Observers pretty based in general, so got a couple votes there for Doran. Yeah, just across the board, really good stuff from Gen.G. What can you say? I mean, first couple of weeks, we thought, okay, T1, DK probably like this, and then Ginger like down here, and then the sandbox for all of us was
yeah, we had him on.
down
I actually
there.
double-checked predictions. We had him on like
8th and 9th.
8th and 9th. That was the highest they got, and they almost got first.
Almost got first today. Guys, we do have the interview ready to go. Let's hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. We are here joined by Doran and Pace from Genji for the POG interview. Congratulations, guys. Thank you. With this win, Genji is now the sole leader of the LCK right now. You guys have the sole possession. And Pace, you are also the POG leader in the LCK, tied with Closer. I mean, we did win, but our performance was really bad, so it doesn't really feel that good. What about you, Doran? Yeah, me too. I mean, we got the 5 straight wins, and we are the leader on the LCK standings, so it feels good. Pace, we had the most kills in the Spring Split in game number 1. It was a very close game. How was playing up against Live Sandbox? Starting from the laning phase, it was really tough. So I think we have to prepare better for the early game. And Doran. We hadn't seen Gwen for a while, but it was definitely a Gwen carry game up against Xante. Tell us about that Gwen pick. I kind of figured this is like the perfect angle for Gwen to pop off, and I had some good results on Gwen up against Xante, so we wanted to try this in the LCK as well. And we had Cassiopeia locked in by Closer for the first time this season. Did you expect this to happen? Not really. And also in game 3, we had Nar Irelia matchup, and Nar was not having a good time early on based on the champion matchup. So what was your kind of strategy to deal with Irelia? So Irelia has to do something more than going 50-50. So I kept in mind, let's just not get solo killed, and then I got solo killed. So it was heartbreaking, but we still had to win the game. So I tried to move on and focus on what I have to do next. And that was the way Genji was able to secure this win. I want to ask you about the Prowler's Claw on Varus Pace. I was like super fed so early on, and they had Irelia like super dive comp, so I wanted to kind of counter their dive actions. And Peanut, it's his birthday today. And I think this win would be the perfect gift for him. Any birthday wish over to Peanut? Yeah, today's his birthday. Sorry, I stole your POG. But if not, we would have lost. So I'm glad that we got the win in the end. And congratulations, happy birthday. What about you, Pace? Anything add on to that? Happy birthday, Peanut. I know you were having a hard time because of me today, but I will do better next time. And Score, prior to this Live Sandbox series, did an interview. I'm gonna stomp on Ryu. We had some interesting storyline between the head coaches as well. So any words over to Score? After the draft, we saw like Score and Ryu walking out the stage, and I was like, yeah, we have to win for Score. And congratulations. And Genji's next opponent is Nongshim Red Force. I guess you guys definitely want to keep your standings on top of the LCK, right? Yeah, we are having a great momentum right now, so we want to keep this going, and we want to come back even stronger in order to get another win in the next match. And Pace, Nongshim, they are the players that we competed each other in Challengers Korea, so I'm so excited to play up against them. And this will be the end of the interview from Doran Pace from Genji, and back to Valdez and Chronicler. Thank you.
Thank you, G-Sun, as always, for that amazing translation. As I feel like you have something to
He's
say.
getting
Frank.
better.
He is.
He's getting better.
He's answering questions now. That's good. You know,
Only
he's
took him
giving
4
some
interviews.
in-depth descriptions of why he's picking Prowler's Claw and tilting Mao at the same time. Let's take a look at the standings here for the current state of the LCK. Gen G are on top, and yes, they have played one more game than T1, but to be honest, they do look like the strongest team right now, and you know, as you guys can tell, everything is so in flux. Like, yes, DK had a couple of weak matches. Maybe they'd come back. Obviously, T1, they said they were experimenting a lot versus Summer Life Esports. Maybe they jump back. I think that's not to be unexpected.
There's also, so KT, right, was able to 2-0 Hanwha, who then won against T1, and T1, like, it just keeps going and going and going in terms of who is going to beat who, and genuinely don't know. Although tomorrow might have some form of favorites.
Look at the cool versus sign in the middle for Saturday Showdown. It's super special, guys.
It's gonna be you.
It's gonna be me and Wolf that will be casting DRX versus Hama Life Esports on paper right now. Not even on paper, just in their play. Like Hama Life Esports, definitely looking like the strongest team. DRX have not had their moments.
Right? For Hanwha. Because they only started playing the LCK in their last series.
They won their last one, so that's the beginning, they said.
For DRX, it's their first.
Keep in mind, guys, tomorrow will be 2 hours earlier than normal on the weekends. Nowadays, just want to keep reminding you because LCK is 2 hours ahead on the weekends nowadays. So that's it for today. Chronicler, any final thoughts?
I had a great time. See you all tomorrow. Thank you very much, and watch Challengers.
Watch Challengers as well as the LCK tomorrow. Thanks for watching, guys, and we'll see you tomorrow for more of the LCK.
Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down.
DRX come in as defending world champion spot. Looks like there's still a lot of growth that needs to happen here.
Hama Life Esports gonna have to figure something out because they're looking a little bit DRX-y to me.